Welcome to the final show, to reaching higher goals, feeding 100 hungry souls, to what the future holds. Flower not allowed to grow on strings in a puppet show, waiting for the curtain call. Watch out, tear down the prison walls. Fate is gonna come for you, there's no escape. Turn on the lights, underdog bites, fist in the air when the thunder strikes. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better sing your prayer, it's kryptonite. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better sing your prayer, it's kryptonite. Drifting towards waterfalls, drawn hope and alcohol, trapped deep down in the rabbit hole, activate survival mode. Fate is gonna come for you, there's no escape. Turn on the lights, underdog bites, fist in the air when the thunder strikes. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better sing your prayer, it's kryptonite. Came overnight, the underdog fights, better sing your prayer, it's kryptonite. I'm running out of breath, been 100 miles. I crawl over shaky ground to escape from life. Gravity is pulling me down again. A remedy is still to be found. Keep I'm running out of time, I feel crucified. I'm right at borderline to the hell inside. Gravity is pulling me down again. My remedy is still to be found. Keep I see the red of the dawn, I hear the crowd how they roar. I'm in the eye of the storm, that's where I belong. I see the white in your eyes, it's just a fear in the skies, but it's spit on your lies. Best the dawn. I hear the crowd how they roar. I'm in the eye of the storm. That's where I belong. I see the white in your eyes. It's just a fear in the skies, but it's behind your eyes. Best day of my life.
She's stepping now, spotlight in her eyes, ambition now, like a city on site, got dreamer, ambition to rise, outshine her. When she talks, she's so nice, a sorcerer, flying out from the skies, a murderer. Got the voodoo on guys, a nurturer. She feeding your lies, no stopping her. Got her eyes on the prize. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, girl got goals. Watch her move, she's a force unstoppable. Every step she takes, remarkable. On a high horse, nothing's unattainable. Girl got goals, girl got goals. Reaching for and then starts from a pedestal. Every mark she makes, monumental. Making dudes go nuts, hysterical. Girl got goals, girl got goals. Sorcerer, flying out from the skies, a murderer. Got the voodoo on guys, a nurturer. She feeding your lies, no stopping her. Got her eyes on the prize. I'ma do a bad thing. Real bad. Oh, bad. Yeah. Let me show you now. This is how. Take it to the top. This girl got goals. Got big, big goals. Got my eye on the goal. No detour. Girl got goals. She got the top position for addition. Don't need permission, she a magician. Goals so glam, borderline obscene, but she don't give a. She clearly a queen. Goals, goals. So big. Goals, goals. Big, big. Goals, goals. This girl got goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, girl got goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, goals, goals. Girl got goals, girl got goals.
Alright, you know how we do it. Let's just get into it. Woo! Yeah, what you bring? Make it bling. Bring the cool like the winner, I'm not a beginner. Make it hot like some liquor, keep doing it bigger. Keep control of it, but really not lifting a finger. And I hit, I don't miss, not pulling the trigger. Put the pressure on them quicker, that's really the kicker. You wanna move, but I'm quicker, I'm really a winner. So much drip on a drop, I could be a swimmer. Every stroke they can't cope, paint the perfect picture. Come get it. Bring it what you want, bring it what you need. Bring the ooze and the eyes, bring it everything. All I got, bring it on, even bring the heat. All I got, bring it on, you know what I bring. Come, bring it what you want, bring it what you need. Bring the ooze and the eyes, bring it everything. All I got, bring it on, even bring the heat. All I got, bring it on, you know what I bring. Wow, pizzazz, make it bling, make it last. Make them know it, let them know you in the bag. Make it bling, make it last. I make them go wow, I make them go wow. I got the wow, pizzazz, make it bling, make it last. Bring the heat like the summer, the number one stunner. What you need, what you wanna, I'm more than a come up. I'm on the scene, the director, I'm really no other. Full speed like a runner, I make them all wonder. As I please, yeah, I'm not a newcomer. Everything and what's under, I'm bringing the color. Any means, I'm a rain while making it thunder. I'm the one your mama warned you about when you were younger. Oh, brother. I'm bringing what you want, bringing what you need. Bring the oohs and the eyes, bringing everything. All I got, bring it on, eat, bring the heat. All I got, bring it on, you know what I bring. I'm bringing what you want, bringing what you need. Bring the oohs and the eyes, bringing everything. All I got, bring it on, eat, bring the heat. All I got, bring it on, you know what I bring. Wow, pizzazz, make it bling, make it last. Make them know I let them know you in your bag. Make it bling, make it last. I make them go wow. I make them go wow. I got the wow pizzazz. Make it bling, make it last. I make them go wow. I make them go wow. I make them go wow. I make them go wow.
Call me in a minute, tell me I look pretty, and I know you wanna hit it 2 times. From the side, how my profile wild, baby, stand by me, I'll make a shoe shine. I don't even gotta try much, just a vibe with the paintbrush. I can make a whole school bus blush. Trust, I'm always stuck inside a funky situation. If I get tongue-tied, I'll distort the simulation. I'll take the whole thing on without a hesitation. Give me 1 second and I'll demonstrate. Wanna take a bit of a ride? Come on, take a little try. See you looking at my little goodies all night. Wanna take a bit of a ride? Take the wheel, baby, drive. You'll be playing with my little goodies all night. Get me with the ticket, got me like I'm breaking limits, but I gotta get it every time. I don't even gotta try much. Switch gears and I hit the clutch. Watch him catch a little schoolboy crush. Trust, I'm always stuck inside a funky situation. If I get tongue-tied, I'll distort the simulation. I'll take the whole thing on without.
Demon for these 2 guys to overcome. Victoria on the best team in the world.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
そこの部分は自分が加入してうまくいってると思ってるんですか？
はい。
ご自身。
何これ？おう。いい。今日何する？わかる？
本格的な嘘発見器で質問コーナーをやっていこうという。
나는 잠깐 들어주시오.
어.
응.
ガチでやばい。
この撮影でこんな本格的だと思わなかったよ。全部バレる。
全部バレる。
全部バレる。
또 심리적으로 더 긴장하거나 초조하거나 이래 했을 때 다르잖아요. 그와 관련된 반응을.
すごいねこれ。
捕まえてる感じ、警察に。
당신은 지금 의자에 앉아 있습니까?
네.
진실로. 당신은 본 검사 중 내가 묻는 각 질문들에 솔직히 대답하겠습니까?
네.
진실입니다. 읽어주면 될 것 같은데.
じゃあいきますよ。DFM で一番の選手はあなたですか？
いや、
お
違います。
진실로.
でもこれはさ一番と思ってもいいんじゃない？
いや、まだまだ。
まあでもそれでもステージ1のパフォーマンスには絶対
まあ
衝撃的なプレーとかあったし。
その時強かったね。
DFM はプレーオフに進出できると思いますか？
はい。
좀 거짓성 발언하세요.
赤部さ
いや、ちょっと待って、マジで。
ん緊張が入った。
いや、緊張が入ったね。あまりいい結果じゃなくて、まあ周りの視点とか、みんなが見てる視点とか、まあそういう部分でちょっと緊張が入ったかなって感じですね。
もしステージ1でペーパーレックスが DFM に負けていたらトロントに進出できなかったと思いますか？
はい。
이것도 진실이라고 볼 수 있어요.
僕らはおかげでマッサージ行って優勝までしてるから、ちょっと感謝して肉とかご飯とかちょっとおごりで買ってほしいですね。
今年日本のチームが大会でトロフィーを持って帰ることができると思いますか？
はい。
오늘 거짓.
なんかちゃんとそういうところで赤が出てくるね。
いや、まあもちろん持ちたい。日本チームでなんかトロフィーを持ちたいっていう気持ちはあるけど、
帰れるかと言われたら、
そうなんか結構なんか他のレベルとかも結構
ねまあそう
強いんでって感じですね。
いやちょっと今回俺か。もう本当に緊張する。
やばいよこれマジで。これマジでガチガチすぎてもう全部割れるよ。
こっち座った瞬間になんか余裕なくなるわ。
いやマジで逆にこっち座ったらめっちゃ余裕やね。
いやもうやばい。だからこれも意味あるってことだもんね。
海あるねこれマジで。
なかなか強く締めますね。
あ、そう結構強いそれ。
검사 시작합니다.
あなたは今椅子に座ってますか？
はい。
진실로.
あなたは今回の僕が聞く質問に全部真摯で答えれませんか？
はい。
진실입니다. 질문 시작하세요.
今回のステージで点々が目より活躍してると思うんですか？
はい。
진실.
お
しゃ
お。
リスペクトですから。
ちょっと俺となんか結果違うね。
なんかもちろんメイクもめっちゃ強いんですけど、
うん
まあてんてん普段のスクリームからもうえげつないプレーとかめっちゃ見せてくれるんで、まあだから信じてるっていう感じですね。
最近のジェタが結構活躍してると思うんで、そこの部分は自分が加入してうまくいってると思ってるんですか？
はい。
거짓입니다.
いやそうかな。まあちょっと自分の中でちょっと引っかかってるのが一個あって、
あ
まあ好調とは言えないよねっていうとこ
あー、なる
ろ。
ほどね。今年日本チームがトロフィーを持つって信じてますか？
はい。
거짓입니다.
ちょっと出ましたけど赤が。
思ってますけどね。
もちろん僕も思ってましたよね。
思ってるけど
思
な。
ってるけど、
まあちょっとステージ1のトラウマか。
ああまあ確かにまあ、
まあちょっと
僕私も、
まあ今のところ振るってないからってのはあるけど、まあ取れると信じてます。
最後はトロフィー日本チームが持ちますよね。
すいません、俺たちは赤だった。
すいません。ジェタは DFM より強いと思ってますか？
まあリスペクトがある上で不安はあるかもしれないけど、はい。
거짓입니다.
いやおかしいけどな。いやまあもちろん不安はある。まあ DFM もめちゃめちゃ強いから、オフシーズンとかではまだ勝ってはいるけれども、そういう正直オフシーズン2回目の時とかギリギリだったし、そういった部分ではめちゃめちゃまあリスペクトがある上で不安はあるかもしれないけど、まあどっちが強いって言ったら俺自信あるけどなーっていう。
今のジェタの中で自分が一番強いって思ってますか？
はい。思ってます。
거짓입니다.
逆になんかいいことじゃない？
まあ
ジェタのことをリスペクトして、
まあなんか圧倒的に自分に自信がないやつになってるよね今俺。 全ての質問でほっとした赤出て、
逆に良かった。
自分に自信がないのはあるかもしれないけ
ちょっと機会があってこういうどうだった？
どまあもうこういう機会ないと思うけどもちゃんと出るねねやっと終わった、楽しかっ
もう帰っていいのかなこれって？
た。もう終わりでいいんじゃないか。
もう終わりだよね。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
楽しかったです。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。お願いし
じゃあ
ます。
家行くか。食べましょ
안녕면가.
부통이 어딨어?
안녕면가. 안녕면가. 안녕면가.
오랜만이고 되게?
그래. 오늘 뭐 하는지 알아?
아니 잘 모르겠어.
아마 우리끼리 서로 질문하는 그런 시간이 아닌 시간.
재밌겠네? 그래.
아니시죠? 아니시죠? 예. 제가 먼저 질문 드려도 될까요? 살짝 이제 좀 노는 차원에서 나의 첫인상.
사실 나는 뭐 첫인상 이 형 약간 잼민이 같다.
잼민이 같다.
잼민이 같고 약간 키 작고.
저희가 방송 안 해야 되나요? 장난입니다. 나에게 처음으로 부탁했던 게 언제였는지 기억나십니까?
처음으로
부탁을 한 적이 있나요?
부탁했었죠.
처음으로요? 처음으로 한 게 기억나요?
네.
뭐요?
화 좀 그만 내라.
그건 아니었던 것 같은데요? 그거 말고 없어요?
그거 말고 기억이 안 나는데요.
원래 사람들이 가장 나쁜 것만 기억 잘 하거든요. 정확히 말하면 이스탄불.
근데 그때 너무 징징거리셨어. 인정하시나요 혹시?
기억이 안 나요? 삭제했습니다.
근데 그 전부터 계속 그러셨어요.
어쩌라고요?
네, 제가 했습니다. 이거.
네.
저랑 같이 살 때 어땠어요?
어땠냐고요? 아니 뭐 항상 숙소에 있어서 그냥 별 감은 없었고요. 제일 편했던 건 게임하자면 한 번씩 하고 좀 마이너한 게임 아시죠?
흔치 않은
흔치
게임들
않은
좀
게임들.
같이
네, 그런 거랑 먹는 거에 별로 꺼리낌이 없는
이제 취향이 좀 잘 맞게.
내가 이제 이거 시키면은 갑자기 사이드를 싹 보는 그런 느낌. 그거 좀 편했죠. 저는 비하인드 스토리 하나 얘기해 드릴게요.
어떤 거죠?
그 불난사 비가 오면은 발전기가 내려가요. 충전이 안 된단 말이에요. 그래서 이제 그걸 억지로 이제 항상 켰었단 말이죠. 그러면 됐으니까.
두꺼비 집을 열어가지고 올렸고
네.
하필 그 전기가 이제 물이랑 같이 이렇게 돼가지고 불이 났었는데
얘들아 불났어 큰일 났어 이러고 이제 야 그 뭐냐 그 빨래 바구니인 게 뭔가 물 잡.
내가 잠결 일어나서 당황해가지고 했는데 이제 재성이가 그거를 듣고 물을 채워서 오는데 하필 그 바구니에 구멍이 이렇게 사방에 다 뚫려 있는
형 이거면 돼.
거기다가 물을 떠가지고 이거면 돼 했는데 물이 없는 거예요.
아무튼 불은 잘 껐습니다 그때. 네.
그게 제일 재밌었다.
제일 재밌게 했어요.
인정할게.
네. 팀메이트로서 내가 가장 좋았던 점 너무 많죠? 입에 담기 힘들죠 지금.
아 뭐 게임적으로나 외적으로나
네.
되게 편했었고
그쵸.
또 이제 친근하게 다가갈 수 있는 형이었는데
대. 예?
이제 나쁘게 말하면은 너무 잼민스럽고
전혀요. 깜 어덜트 프로.
가끔은 진지해져야 되는데 진지한 것 같은데 왜 이렇게 장난인 것 같지? 같은 그런 단점들이 좀 있었다.
제가 이제 화내는 것 같은 거 보여주면은 어차피 안 믿을 거 알기 때문에 그렇게 했습니다.
본인이 진지하지가 않다고요.
저는 진지한데 진지하게 안 받아들이는 거라니까요. 항상 그런 이미지 때문에.
본인이 화내면은 재밌다니까?
이게?
그게 저뿐만 아니라
이게 말이 안 된다고. 저는 화를 내고.
형을 보는 사람들 전부가 그렇게 생각을
근데
해.
그걸 지금 우리 애들도 그래요 지금.
형 화내면 개웃기다고.
좋아해요 애들.
나도 좋아했었어.
그래요.
저한테 제일 짜증났던 순간.
당신은 제일 짜증났던 순간요?
난 착했으니까 뭐 없나?
아,
없겠지.
해외대회 나갔을 때 저희가 항상 플레이오프를 많이 진짜 빨리 했잖아요.
예.
나가자고 해서 안 나가는 거 좀 많아.
근데 요즘 저 많이 나가요.
그러니까 왜 나 없을 때 나가냐고. Why always when I left? Why you do everything?
그럼 너는 왜 나 없을 때 우승했냐고.
아니, 전
형이 나가고 나서 내가 깨달은 게 많았다고 했잖아.
그런 것도 이제 하나하나씩 이제
그런
나의
거,
길을 따라가고
그치.
있는 거예요. 오케이 확인했어.
나랑 같은 팀에서 또다시 뛰고 싶은지 아니면 지금처럼 적으로 만나고 싶은지.
같은 팀으로 뛰어야지 당연히. 별로 상대하고 싶지 않습니다. 게임 외적으로나 게임 내적으로.
게임 외적은 왜 들어가는
게임
거지?
외적으로도 저는 이길 자신이 없기 때문에 no way, that's no way.
나는 근데 한 번쯤은 적으로 만나고 보고 싶다고 생각을 했었어.
만났잖아.
엄청 옛날에.
근데 별로 하고 싶지가 않아요.
나도 별로 하고 싶지 않아. 띠껍더라고.
같이 합시다. 예? 마스터즈 방콕 결승전 때 우리가 우승했을 때 어땠는지.
솔직히 좋았어요. 왜냐면은 이미 젠지가 첫 마스터즈를 들어 올렸었고 그 순간부터 사실 누가 올리든 이제 상관이 없었기 때문에
처음이 아니면 의미가 없다.
그쵸.
그런 느낌. 저는 그뭔 느낌인지 알아요.
사실 젠지가 우승할 때도 한편으로는 응원을 했지만 한편으로는 이제 저 우리 거야 되는데 라는 생각을 했었기 때문에
다 그렇죠. 그 안 그런 발로란트 선수 있으면 걔네들은 발로란트 프로할 자격이 없습니다.
와우 인정할게요.
네 맞죠. 네. Who's the best in Korea now?
Who's the best team in Korea now?
라고 병철이가 외쳤을 때 끝나 버렸을 거 아니에요. 그때 어떤 기분이었는지.
딱히 아무렇지도 않았어요. 왜냐면은 그냥 퍼포먼스구나. 관중들을 즐겁게 해주기 위한.
저는 바깥 세상의 병철이는 살짝은 가면이 있다고 생각을 하거든요. 동의하시나요?
뭔지 아시죠?
이거 좀 지켜줘야 될 것
아니,
같아.
살짝 그렇게 막 비껴난 게 아니라 병철을 잘 알고 있는 사람이라면은 저 정도면은 그냥 유병철이구나.
딱히 뭐 진심인 것 같지도
네.
않고 딱 그냥 재미용 저에 대한 얘기인데요. 과연 사람들이 내가 화내는 거를 봤을 때 깜짝 놀랄까?
화를 안 내던 사람이 화를 내면은 좀 무서워할 것 같긴 해요. 저처럼 이제 계속 화를 이제 꾸준히 노출을 시키면은 쟤또 나갔다 이런 느낌이고.
근데 제가 화를 안 내는 게 아니라
표출을 안 한다.
표출 안 하죠.
근데 제가 이제 한 번씩 왓치 파티 할 때 명관이 자세를 보고 말씀을 드리는데 살짝 고개가 15도 정도 꺾여 있으면 그때 이미 큰일 난 거예요. 진짜 화나는 거예요.
그것까지 이제
네.
근데 혹시 이렇게 돼 있나요?
툭 쳐져 있고 살짝 돌아가 있어요. 이렇게 있는 게 아니라 살짝.
약간 기운이 없는 듯한 그런 느낌.
뭔지 아시죠?
알겠습니다.
네, 그런 느낌. 혹시 뭐 원년 멤버랑 연락 좀 하시나요? 뭐 저스트라든지 아니면 레이키아,
근데 이게
RV?
제가 먼저 연락한 적이 몇 번 있거든요.
네.
받긴 하는데 돌아오지가 않아요.
근데 혹시 그게 제이스트는 진짜 싸가지가 너무 없어요.
진짜 인정할게.
진짜 레전드예요, 진짜.
잘 보여야 될 텐데 우리한테.
Last question. 마지막으로 같이 찍은 사진은 언제냐?
사진?
같이 찍은 사진.
같이 찍은 사진? 저 마지막으로 기억하는 게 아이슬란드 때.
예? 말던 소리 하고 있어요.
그러니까 제 기억상으로.
그럼 뭐 지금 하나 찍어볼까요? 제가 워샵 처리를 해드리겠습니다. 좀 가까이 오시겠어요?
또 눈 크게 뜬다. 평소에도 그런
당신도
눈을-
눈 좀 크게 떠보실래요? 하나, 둘, 셋. 얼마 만나서 반가웠고
길게 얘기해서 좋았어.
스테이지 2 때 보자.
그래.
그래 마지막으로 한번 오랜만에 한번 들어보자. 자 간다. 간다.
VCT Pacific has returned. It's stage 1 and we have a lot to talk about. Who is the best region in the world?
Welcome back. Stage 1 ready to begin. Always pleasure back in the arena.
Both of these teams already. This group is stacked. This group is deadly. This group has all of the Pacific champions in it.
Swing on the corner, Alchemy, the last one left standing and not for long. Eliminated Mr. 4K online. And John goes for a quick little TP reposition. Draws out the shorty and Manya. And now Izu on his lonesome. One low AC and Izu gets it done. No mercy shown.
But a bit of a tap is not going to be enough. Shots on over, but look at Killua! Talon make it through to playoffs!
Only bangers on split, baby.
Boom Esports here, and they are the best performing SCA team so far. And I didn't think I'd be saying that at this stage in VCT Pacific, but with their performance.
Not gonna fall for the fake out, but Davis, he's gonna get it. Back-to-back aces. Rotation will get a victory over Jet G.
Looking to convert the whole round!
Boom has done it.
The Indonesian squad are indomitable here in the server today. They're waiting for reinforcements. Good shot from A!
Hunting him to all three players here on this B site. Toss a bounce. NB still here. Top of the box. Swings out. Does end up falling. Where Wild Oreo able to find one. Jets advantage. Comes up with three. Gets the fourth.
Perfect will finally find a win in the group stage. Come in and relay to receive, but goodness! My classic kills found!
My TRX will take down Jet G once more. playoffs, baby. Achilles.
Look at the tap! Perfectly set up by the team. Look at the flashes! He's on.
Denied in kickoff achieved here in stage 1. They are going to another grand finals here.
This is the lower final. The winner of this goes on to play Genji tomorrow to take the whole stage.
On the hunt, trying to flush out Forsaken at the same time. The Armageddon goes in and Forsaken
Spots him out, and that's gonna be the ace! Jemkin! All the way back then from when he was on. And RRQ will soar them to the grand finals against old rivals Genji!
It's the moment you've been waiting for, live in Seoul, South Korea. It's the grand finals of VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific.
trying to flash his way in, but Cushy now on for an ace. Karan swooping, Cushy collecting. Predator ace. Does manage to go ahead and take him. A 4K Sheriff confirms the thrifty.
Jemkin is just unreal.
No, he strikes. Ash taken down. 3 players, 2 now remaining. Just the one. It's all on Karan, and he cannot fight. Gets RRQ, their first ever trophy in VCT Pacific history. The King of Kings. They are your Stage 1 champions.
Hi, I'm Yuki Chiba. New song, Shinpai Muyo, is on YouTube and Spotify. Shinpai Muyo is just don't worry, and then just do it. Please listen and watch it. Peace. Yuki. 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 全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように別に何が起きても大丈夫どう転んでも起きて喜ぶそりゃ走り回ってりゃたまに転ぶこけるのは怖くない先を急ぐビビって何もしないなんて損だしまずは動くそっちの方が得我慢とか溜め込むのはもう毒この気持ちに素直な俺強欲不可抗力どうにもなんないリスクを取りがち取れない安牌リスクある方がうまくいく案外いつまでも平気一生安泰全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにいつかはなくなるこの世の全部だから今しかできない経験するいい飯食ってEEX 毎回本番してない練習地元で集まるいつものメンツ心配すんなってよく言っているアトランタで友達持つみんなが厳重平和な連中自信がないとなる心配性俺自身のこと疑ったことはない一回も絶対いけるいちいち考えない失敗を全然大丈夫心配無用あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるようにどんな苦難も超えて楽勝心配無用心配無用全然大丈夫心配無用 あんま気にしない細かいことなんだかんだなってくなるように
In the story of VCT Pacific 2025, kickoff, that was just the introduction. We got to know all the characters. Stage 1, the opening chapters. The stumbles, your close calls, they don't define you anymore. And if you were on top, you'd better stay sharp. What you did back then won't mean a thing if you blow it now. Because stage 2 is where we find out whose story this is. 12 teams, and everyone thinks that they're the main character. Honing their strategies, their aim, their toughness, and plotting their revenge. Anything they can to gain an edge, but there can only be one. Everything before this, that was just prologue. Now, you're playing for the big trophy. Win here and your name is forever written in the history of VCT Pacific. Everyone else is just along for the ride.
Met a boy, had a chit chat. Next up, got him in the crib, and he's cute and he'd wear cool clothes. His shoes fit his jeans and his jeans went off. You know me, I'm no one to assume. Gotta see it with my own 2 eyes. Right place, right time. Let's try in my bedroom. If it was good, I mean, I kinda got an ick. It's like I really can't point my finger on what it is. There was something about the way that he walked or he talked, or the thing where they always ask their fucking mom for literally anything. I mean, he gotta own it. He gotta own it.
Hello guys, it's Bella with a bag full of questions, and I have 2 very special guests next to me who will join me for this incredible time. They're very, very tall. Hello Marco. Hello RB. Hello. Now is your chance. Who wants to go first? Me? Me. Here you go. 정말 오래 있던 팀을 상대로 만났는데 각오와 심정이 어떤가요?
그 질문지는 이제 시청자분께서 심정부터 말씀드리자면 일단 이렇게 만나게 될 줄은 몰랐고 일단 이렇게 만나게 된 거 제 각오는 그냥 저희가 이기도록 하겠습니다.
Didn't know that I'll face them, but hey, the matchup is happening, so we'll take that win. All right, Mako, your turn. I'm sorry.
자, 마코님은 IGL 하면서 가장 힘들었거나 화났던 순간은 언제인가요? 또는 언젠가 가장 좋나요?
그냥 매 순간 힘들었고요. 좋았던 순간은 그냥 그 라운드가 제 생각대로 잘 먹혀 들어갔을 때.
Mako said all the moments were hard, but the happiest moments were when my plans, my calls actually worked. Okay, we have one more question left to go. Who wants to pick?
제가 픽할게요.
Okay. 딴.
농심 DRX 선수분들 최애 라면이 궁금해요. 농심의 너구리를 상대가 농심이 아니라서 진짜 농심 너구리를 좋아합니다.
Mako likes noguri from Nongshim. And what about you, RB?
저는 그래도 근본의 신라면을 제일 좋아합니다.
Yeah, RB is a classic fan. He's a 신라면 stan. I'm team noguri too. Okay. All right. Well, good luck to both of you. Let's go. DRX Nongshim.
RB 마코.
Welcome to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 2, and that is definitely the most important question of Pacific is which is your favorite ramen? And I agree, Niyogori is delicious. It's like the little udon kind of fat noodles.
Never had it.
Or the black garlic.
I could do a bit of
Shin
chapaghetti
ramen.
maybe, but Shin Ramen is pretty
yeah.
good.
Spaghetti's good too. That's all really great stuff. Anyway, guys, I'm Victoria, joined by Big Time and Pilski, and today we've got things happening. We finally got to see all the teams here compete and showcase a little bit of what they have for Stage 2. And for the very first time ever, Paper X is on top for championship points.
Yeah, they're doing very well for themselves. Obviously have won themselves a Masters event recently, so they will be sitting up the tippy top there, and they will be favorites to go to champs, whether they do come top 2, which wouldn't be outside the realms of possibility, or whether they're going to get through on points alone. They should be feeling very comfortable with themselves. And into the second half of this Super Week now, a lot of games going on right now.
Yeah, lots more opportunities to get those championship points. In second place is T1, who will be playing today. And I mean, it's almost nice that they have that buffer. Did not look fantastic in their opening matchup against PRX. We see them right down at the bottom there of Group Omega, joined by Boom. And of course, when we look across to Group Alpha, we're seeing GE, Genji, and Nongshim all with a win under their belt.
Yeah, now we saw a couple teams around that number 4 rank on the championship points, and those are the ones that are really going to need to fight for those championship points. Of course, there are 4 slots going to champs. Pilski?
Yeah, I think looking at DRX and teams that are sitting around there, RRQ as well, you could say definitely will need to pick themselves up some points, and maybe it hasn't started so well for them in Group Alpha, unfortunately. So hopefully they can pick things up a little bit more. Otherwise, they're going to have to make a bit of a run all the way in towards the top 2. But at least for DRX here, looking at Day 4's games, they will have a chance to pick up some more points against Nongshim, which they undoubtedly should be the favorites in this matchup.
And tomorrow, I'm pretty excited for this rematch as well between Global Esports and Team Secret. Both of those teams have completely changed their rosters.
Yeah.
And to see them rematch will be very exciting. Global, of course, won last stage and surprised us all. And Paper X against DFM, again, so much history there. Now, today we're going to start the day off with DRX versus Nongshim. Very exciting, especially for those of you who've been following Korean Valorant all this while. DRX has Flashback returning the roster, and they showed off Corrode for the very first time in Pacific. It was their pick. They lost it.
Yeah, I mean, they showed us a Corrode. I mean, that's as far as I would want to go. I did not love it from them. Didn't love their approach to the veto. I got to be honest, I don't love this approach to the 7-man roster. If anything, I'm a little bit angry with you, DRX. I was a believer back in kickoff. I had freeing space printed on my bedroom wall, and I had to tear that down. He's on Sova? What do you mean?
Yeah, it hasn't been looking so fantastic for them, but to be fair, they did have to play Genji. They're one of the best teams in the world right now. They're in fine form, but you'd want to see DRX at least put up a little bit of a better showing than that. But DRX, I actually kind of like the approach that they're bringing in terms of this 5-man roster. But, as I'm seeing freeing on more agents that aren't Teo, as I'm seeing Australia look to continually struggle to put up numbers in terms of individual fragging, I'm starting to have my question marks. I think Marco, Flashback, and Hyunmin looks like a very solid core for the team that is putting up good numbers. Flashback definitely was not the problem for DRX in his debut back into Pacific against Genji. He looked like he had never left, honestly. He was looking very, very comfortable. So I think for DRX against an easier Korean team today, should be feeling very confident, and they need to show a better showing here.
Absolutely. And Nongshim is going to be the opponents for today. Nongshim had a really great start to Stage 2, especially showcasing the return of RB, of course, ex-DRX. He went on a little hiatus to VCT China, and he's returned looking better than ever.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and it's interesting to see him once going up against his former team of DRX. He knows a lot of these guys going all the way back to Vision Strikers and even some of the coaching staff before Valorant was even a game. There's a lot of history here, so RB being the veteran that will guide these newcomers of Nongshim into the Tier 1 scene, straight up through Ascension. And I think in his debut, which I'm sure we'll look at a little bit more closely, he did quite well for himself. He definitely had a good showing. I don't think I was necessarily convinced by Nongshim against Team Secret, though. They did kind of get slapped on that first map, and I think overall the map pool is a little bit shaky for them with both Pearl as well as Split going out.
So I want to ask about Danby as well. Now, Danby, we've seen some ups and downs, and we thought maybe with the Neon nerfs after Ascension, he wouldn't be able to perform. And, we've been seeing some ups and downs. But last match, Danby did perform on that Neon.
We went 14-6 in opening duels. Like, I think he dropped 54. Like, he had a really good day at the office, just spamming the Neon like always.
Yeah, he did his job. I felt like they simplified things to be able to enable his Neon again, and that was kind of what was missing. But I'm curious. I think we're going to touch on this. How much Neon we're going to see from him? We saw them experiment in Stage 1, try a little bit of that Whale. Like, hey, Whale has been buffed. Give me a Danby Whaley one more time.
Do we want that? Well, yeah, maybe. Maybe a second time's a charm. Stage 2, it'll work out. But before we get into that, let's talk about RB again. Now, RB, really so much experience. He was on Tech over in China, but he has so many achievements together with DRX over the years, and he's part of the DRX 103 match winning streak since Vision Striker. So, I mean, he's playing against DRX today. So the question is, can he take them down?
Yeah, I think Nongshim have a reasonable chance because DRX are on the downward trend. I think if you were looking at DRX in their kickoff form, I think that you would definitely be backing DRX. I think they win probably 80% of the time, maybe 75, something like that. But honestly, I think Nongshim have got a reasonable shot today. I think they could definitely have a crack at DRX.
I think this is probably the most out-of-form DRX that we've seen in some time. Don't get me wrong, match 1 against Gen G is a difficult matchup, right? It's, you know, straight back, straight into stage 2, and that's who you get. It's tough. But I wasn't overly impressed with how they looked and, like, their approach to the veto. So I do think this is when they're looking the most weak, and Nongshim really need this win, you know. Nongshim have to progress past this group stage to have a shot to even stay in Pacific, and, you know, we see why. They brought in this man, RB.
I have a question. He's actually listed as a flex role on this, and he's played other agents, including Yoru, in the past on DRX. We've only seen Sova so far. What do you guys make of him on the squad?
That'll be interesting. I mean, RB is one of the more flexible players, even going back to his time in DRX. We've seen him be on the primary duelist role at times. We've seen him play Sentinel. We've seen him play Initiator. This guy can play a little bit of everything. We saw him play Controller over in Tech. So this guy really can play every single role for Nongshim, which I think they have been a little bit inflexible in terms of style or in terms of roles in the past. Maybe that can open up some flexibility. But the main thing that I want to stress is RB is IGLing and he's playing the scan in it, which means that he's essentially taking Francis's role, maybe a little bit of Ivy's role, and those players are the players that are looking more flexible in terms of what they're offering. For me, you're seeing Francis play nothing but Viper. You're seeing Ivy move over to make take Margaret's spot in the roster and play the Sentinel a little bit more.
Yeah. I like the change. I like the change, honestly. I think if you want RB to IGL, putting him on that Sova, whereas a little bit more supportive instead of that duelist that he's played in the past, makes the most sense.
Now, Big Time, you were also mentioning a bit about the map pool, and this is something you definitely have your eye on right now. DRX has generally found a lot more success across all maps compared to Nongshim. So, I mean, do you think Nongshim have a chance today?
I do think they have a chance today, but I think they have a chance in a way because I think I like how they've approached this new map pool in terms of simplification. At least from what we saw of them recently, I think they're adopting this clear Nongshim style across a real wealth of maps, which is what they needed to do to kind of cover up the weaknesses that they had in this pool. And of course, we look at maps like Bind coming back. Back when they were SPG and Ascension, this was a map that they were famed for. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see that at some point this stage. Absolutely. I think there are ways where they can play to their own strengths here.
Yeah, I see the map draft actually.
Yeah, I think Bind coming back in could be fantastic for them, to be honest. But I think we did see Pearl and Split being some of their more played and more experienced maps previously. So I think actually them going out of the pool could be quite poor for them. We'll get the map veto draft started though, and DRX are going to take out Sunset, and then Nongshim take out Corrode. I honestly am surprised Nongshim are not playing Corrode.
Yeah, I mean, DRX's Corrode didn't look fantastic.
But there was a fracture in stage 1 that looked crap the first time they brought it out.
Right.
With the Duelist on a Brimstone, and then it worked out the second time.
Yep.
Maybe Nongshim knows something we don't.
Potentially. We do see Nongshim picking up that bind that we were just talking about, and I think that is the one to watch. So they've had a little bit of changes, when they played this back in kickoff, but when I look back to 2024, during their Ascension run, playing that Deadlock Cypher, I mean, they pioneered that composition here in Asia. It truly was a cornerstone of their success and how they got into this Pacific League, so very happy to see them be able to pick that back up.
I could definitely see that coming back in, and you're seeing that in the meta at the moment. Playing double Sentinels with a Deadlock and another Sentinel. You play the single Enit. They were mixing in the Fade or the Sky. I think more so the Fade on Bind is what you're expecting. With the Neon being the solo duelist, it's not going to be as overpowered as when they ran it, because Danby could basically make all of the space for this slower comp to actually be enabled to succeed in the past, because Neon was so broken at the time. Nowadays, it's not going to be as strong as it was, but it's still going to be very, very good, and they can still play a similar style to that. DRX have gone for Icebox here though, and you can see it from this data. There's even a bunch of data outside of Pacific to look at. DRX in the last 3 or 4 months have had 10 reps of Icebox. I think they're 5-5 overall on it. You can see they played a variety of different styles. They're very flexible in terms of what they can be playing. Nongshim has only played the 1 game inside of Pacific during Teo meta, and they lost to T1 on it. And T1, they were not even really that good of an Icebox team. Honestly, they were a bit of a shocking Icebox team. So I think that this could be a little bit troublesome for Nongshim early on if they haven't worked on this substantially.
I mean, it goes without saying, I don't think we're going to be seeing any Teo, like this graphic kind of suggests in a way. I think that's long gone out of the window. But I have to say, I like this pick for DRX more than that Corrode that they went for earlier on in this week. Now I feel like they're trying to play to their own strengths instead of their opponent's weaknesses, which is what they need to do in my mind. I think the moment you give too much credit to your opponents trying to find their own weaknesses, and instead of looking what makes your players good, your team strong, I think that's a sort of bad mental approach, and I do think that cost them a little bit when we saw them play earlier in the week.
Well, they have announced that Icebox will not be staying in for very much longer, so enjoy it while it lasts. I'm not going to be as sad to see it go compared to Fracture, to be honest. But I'm glad we're getting a buy-in today. Now let's talk about Build Dip. For those of you at home who are seeing this very first time, I'm basically the best coach on this desk, and I'm going to do it again.
I would check the numbers for this stage before making that kind of claim.
I'm going to do it again. Basically, the teams, we pick 1 from each team, the highest kills on average will be winning a Acer Predator laptop, the latest and the greatest one. And I'm going to start with Buzz. Looks like Mika has Buzz as well. How could we not? He played so well just the other day. I decided to go with Shiro because I like him. Actually, that's how a lot of my picks are going to be going. Flashback has been performing really well. I think he's been in a great re-addition into the DRX roster. Francis did me so good, stage 1. Again, that's the science behind it. And RB, because he's only played Sova, but he also performed really well the other day. So that's the science behind it. Not much. So I want to know what you guys have. Mako, I think Mako's good. Solid pick. This is like a solid roster as well. Very similar. Is yours very similar?
Mine, I think I'll take Mika's spot here.
Yeah.
I'll put my name. I got Buzz. I have RB as my Enit. For this one, I have Flashback as my Sentinel. I have Mako as my Flex.
Oh, okay.
And then for my controller, I have big boy DOS9.
Oh, yeah.
I honestly rate this team. I think this team is very good. I actually wanted to put Francis as my Initiator because he's played almost 30 games of Initiator in Pacific, but because he's playing Viper this stage, I was told I have to put him as controller, and let's be real. We're not putting him over these two.
This is a solid team.
Slot. Let's be real.
Now,
this might be the winning team.
I have to say, Pilsky, I love your team so much that I built exactly the same one. So if you'll chuck my name up there, we did this entirely independently, but I think we both agreed that this is the best direction to go in my mind. I could not deviate from what you have chosen here. I think this is absolutely the play for today.
I think you guys might win. This is a solid pick.
I mean, I hope so.
I think so. But we'll see what happens. You never know when it comes to this.
I'm a little concerned that I've ended up with the same team as Big Time. I think that is potentially dangerous. Looking at the casters...
Oh, they've gone for Meteor.
They've gone for Meteor.
Oh,
That's
they don't know.
Big mistake.
They don't know. They're fraudulent.
That's a big mistake, guys.
They're fraudulent.
Oh.
You're right. They don't know. I made the mistake of picking Meteor
last
time as well, and that hurt my score a lot. I think that's when you won, Pilsky, right? Because we picked Meteor that day. Yeah, so again, we win an Acer Predator laptop, the latest Helios edition, so we definitely want to win again. And this is based on number of kills.
Yes.
Nothing else, not ACS, nothing else. Just whoever has the most amount of kills.
I'm very surprised we've all gone for Buzz. Like, I think he's the pick for T1. Like, you do have to pick a T1 player. I think he's going to be the safest pair of hands for T1. That's why I went for him. Yeah. But I think there's a lot of great duelists playing today. I mean, Famous obviously has been on a bit of a downward trend, but if he goes back into group stage form, he could really start doming some heads. Hyunmin as well has had a couple of tougher games lately. I think Hyunmin could have been the totally fine choice as well.
The question, my situation was, who are they playing against? And that's how I determined. I'm sure you guys did too. So let's talk about predictions real quick. Who did you guys, for the very first match of today, who do you guys pick?
I went for Nongshim.
I went for Nongshim
There's
as well.
a lot of Nongshim believers here. I mean, I went for DRX. I think one bad game after a very busy schedule against Gen G, of all teams, is not really going to be much of a factor. I think DRX are the huge favorites here.
I think I would agree that they're the favorites. I think if you crack open that egg of DRX and you really look inside that game, I was not impressed by what they were putting together. I'm not impressed by the roles. If anything, like I said earlier, I'm angry with DRX. You used to be so good. I used to like you so much, and now you've got me picking Nongshim? Are you kidding me?
You are literally the equivalent of like your girlfriend dumped you and now you're dating someone else to make her jealous.
That's how I feel with DRX. Freeing has let me down. Go back on Teo. I feel
Would
like...
you want that? Would you want them to go back on Teo?
I think Teo is too bad to really make that work these days, but I just think they're not the same team that they were in kickoff. Don't get me wrong, I would still say DRX are the favorites for the day. On paper, you know, entirely in a vacuum, DRX are probably the favorites, but I think Nongshim are everything they need to pull off this upset, so I gotta go with Nongshim.
Make your case for DRX. Is he just... I mean, I picked Nongshim too. I think for less emotional, like I don't feel as emotionally driven by this. I just think Nongshim collectively looks stronger, especially with Arby coming in. But why did you go for DRX?
I think, like I said, DRX have been very busy lately. They've been mixing up a lot of different things. I do think that this roster is looking pretty good. I think it's the best edition of DRX, although I could see Bane coming back in. Yeah. I think the core has too much talent. Like, you got Mako off IGL, you got Hyunmin, Flashbacks playing well, potentially Freeing. I mean, Freeing can't play worse than he did in the last series. He's going to be better than he was in the last series against Gen G. I think that's a dub at the end of the day.
Where was this fantastic core last match? Where were they? They were dead. That's
they
where they
off
were.
the plane picking Corrode because Termi told them to play it. That's what happened. Okay, I don't know.
Their Corrode was terrible. I will have to say, I'm sure there was more to it. I would love to talk to them about. But let's have a quick look at the casters. They also, you know, they're a duo, and I think they're fighting over this too. Yeah. I believe Quack went for Nongshim today. I think he was copying my answers.
Honestly, now I'm kind of worried that I have the same prediction as Quack. Quack is terrible at predictions.
He is.
I'm kind of worried that I'm drawing a little bit.
Pretty terrible. What do you think, casters? Can I just get how confident are you feeling about your...
A thumbs up, a thumbs down.
Up or down?
You feeling good about DRX? Okay, no.
Nongshim?
Stupid. It's Nongshim time. It's Nongshim time. No chance.
No, that was... Well, they can talk about it later, I guess. I don't even know what that was. But I think either way, this is going to be really exciting. Again, with RB playing against DRX, I think this is going to be a lot of fun, at the very least, for both of these teams to play against former teammates who know each other so well. And I think when it comes to teams that are from the same nationality, there's like a little extra in it to win it, a little extra satisfaction. To start off the day, we're going to have Nongshim versus DRX. Let's send it down to the stage.
Let's fly.
Without a doubt, the Korean teams here in VCT Pacific are some of our best. And we have DRX, the old powerhouse of Pacific, facing against our Ascension-winning team Nongshim. But something is going to be very different in this match. We have RB joining the roster for Nongshim to face against his former teammates here on DRX. Mako and RB, of course, go way, way back.
They do, but DRX will be pulling no punches today. They already lost against the Korean powerhouses of Gen.G. Now they're going up against the Korean little bros of Nongshim. They're definitely wanting to take this dub and steady themselves inside of this group.
Nongshim Red Force. Now, big time, you are definitely supporting Nongshim today. I see a lot of passion for your prediction for them, for the Ramen Eaters. Tell us more about it.
Oh, it's ramen time. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling good for this roster. I liked how they looked in match 1. I didn't like how DRX looked. I think they are on the come up still, and you have to remember this group stage means a little bit more to this Ascension winning squad because they want to keep their spot here in Pacific, so they have to perform where it matters. RB's looking for a massive revenge game, and I'm pretty sure with how young these players are, half of them grew up watching Mako, so you got to be feeling confident.
Look, DRX are pretty young as well, to be honest. I think a lot of the Koreans seem quite young. They'd probably be growing up watching exactly these guys. I mean, the coaching staff in particular on DRX, on the Gen.Gs, absolutely legendary in terms of attack FPS. And they've been throwing out different people in the walkout for DRX. I saw Glow yesterday. Today, I believe it's Argency, you know, given the love around to some of the other homies. They do have a big coaching staff on the side of DRX. I mean, early on though, I'm already looking at this map pool. I'm feeling quietly concerned for Nongshim, to be honest. I think Icebox to start things off for DRX. They've got a lot more reps than Nongshim do have. Nongshim are going to have to throw out something a little bit differently, and they can't just copy paste the same approach and the same comp to this map, I don't think. Icebox isn't going to play well for the Neon style.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think Icebox is where I'm most worried for Nongshim, just because the map doesn't really play the same. I'd be really surprised if they bring out the Neon onto Icebox. That kind of style that we saw them run in their previous game against Team Secret, it doesn't really apply here in the same way. So I am curious what they're going to go with. But then we look across to Bind and Lotus. I think they're maps where they've been very strong. I think they understand Bind incredibly well. In my mind, this is a series that should go the distance.
I think you're right on that. At the very least, whichever way your predictions are going to go. And you were mentioning earlier, Big Time, how big the roster has gotten for DRX. What do you think of that?
I think I'm old school. Let's just get 5 guys and a coach and let's not keep things too complicated. But at the same time, I can understand, you know, if you do organize things well enough like this Korean coaching staff does, it can definitely work for you. I think there's been a bit of overcook for DRX lately with the Corrode picks and all the different roster changes, but at least here for Icebox, that is as standard as it bloody gets, lads. Sage over there on Australia, Freak's back on the Sova, which he's been a little bit lackluster on lately. I'm hoping that he can pick up the performance a little bit today, and the rest of the core of DRX, I mean, Marco on the Viper, legendary, and Flashback here, I mean, on some signature agents there. This is looking good.
Yeah, Nongshim not really playing anything different. The only change is that Harbor over the Sage, but stylistically, that's exactly the same kind of matchup. Danby on the Jet, not the Neon. Which, you know, what we were saying, this is a little bit of a change, but I think he's perfectly fine here. Jet is a really simple duelist to play, so he shouldn't really have too much of a problem. But I kind of feel like they are playing DRX at their own game a little bit here, so I'm curious how this is going to go for Nongshim, because this is not what they're known for.
Yeah, that's right. But when you do have 2 classic comps on Icebox, that really is going to be the true test of who is the better team. And to bring us through this series, it's none other than Quack and Komodo.
Who is the better team? That is the question today, right? We've got red, we've got blue on the stage as well, and I think this kind of challenges status a little bit too, right? DRX being the OGs, you know, from way back when, and then now you got the little bros.
The little bros, yeah, it's a funny one. I mean, you look towards DRX, right? Such a legacy organization coming in towards this one, and you got Nongshim who have finally got in towards Tier 1, but I think the stakes are where they're going to be at for this series as well, right? Because we've got on one hand DRX who are looking in shambles from their last series against Gen.G. I'm still kind of jaw-dropped on how that one eventuated. And Nongshim now, who are having to do the run to stay in the Pacific. There is just such a prize on their shoulders if they're able to get a victory here over DRX.
I mean, just think about it. If they can take down DRX, that would give them so much more confidence to go up against the other, I guess, legacy teams, RQ, Gen.G, maybe even at the end of their group for this one. So who knows? We'll kind of see how it all goes out. Danby on the Jet, of course, is another interesting point, but he has mentioned in content pieces before that this is actually kind of comfortable for him too.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just to highlight the beginnings of this one as well, right? For Nongshim, now that we've got Sungmin back on the roster and we're out of the Teo meta, they are going back to what they played over in Ascension. Just a little bit of an identity shift in roles where RB into this roster now is kind of reinventing the style for Nongshim a little bit, right? Ivy onto the Killjoy here is where we would see Margaret previously instead of him being on that Sova. So I'm kind of interested to see how Nongshim really are just going to tackle this one, as we already just see them heavily leaning towards the A start to begin.
Already walled off. Meanwhile, Nongshim just quietly kind of lurking and waiting around. You also have Persia towards middle, but nothing so far.
Yeah, just scoping things out over towards B, though, at the moment for DRX. And they kind of get all the idea that this might actually eventuate towards this A site, so you're going to have to see what Australia's going to look for. Coupled with freeing, Recon Dart is online, and that drone should be a bit of a tell right now that it is going to end at A.
Yeah, the wall. One tile broken as well, so just diving in, looking for some shots, but Hyunmin already has one spotted out. Dambi, though, straight towards the back of sight, will be able to snipe one down. Francis as well, pushing up with the classic, but here comes Hyunmin. No, traded so quick. Now it's just flashback left.
Marco is so far away, though, at the moment as well, expecting a bit of a lurk to come on out, and, well, we know that's not here, right? It's 2 versus 4. They're all just around the site.
Successful hit from DRX. I guess that's what it is, Komodo. I mean, you just have the situation read right correctly, and now able to try to retake DRX, slowly moving up. Toxic screen back in as well. Mako taking a couple of pot shots over, but Nongshim having the discipline to keep their distance away from those players as well. Spike getting tapped now. DRX trying to go for some body blocks, but still the numbers prove too overwhelming. The pistol goes to Nongshim.
Yeah, it's pretty just followable for Nongshim in this round, isn't it? When you've got Australia putting up that wall at the orb and it's just stalling for a little bit, you kind of just wait as Nongshim, throw in a little bit of your standard pieces of utility before ultimately scaling up towards the site with the drone and your harbor wall going out as well. And it's something I just want to highlight too for what I was mentioning in the previous series for Nongshim, right? We've got Francis kind of going on Viper on a lot of these maps. We're getting an idea that this new meta is going to be your Omen / your Viper. When it comes to a map like this, you are seeing the harbor be picked up. So Persia and Francis are still playing what they normally would when it comes to Icebox here. And I do kind of like it. This is going to be a good test to see how far they're going to be able to run on this attacking side.
Oh yeah, still being able to work around these roles and do what is needed. Right now, Dambi pushing up as well, marking down another player, but freeing. Decent shot on the classic, takes him down.
Yeah, get that heal up on towards him as well. Need to see some individual confidence start to come through from a couple of these DRX members early in this series, I reckon.
But not wanting to give up too much either. So Nongshim keeping things default, standard, straight back into A, still looking for a lot of these duels while DRX kind of dance around the corners.
Yeah, Marco just playing by himself over at the B site yet again. Be interested to see how the lurks are going to come out from him if they do feel a lot more heat towards this A site.
That was one of the things about DRX from before as well, right? They had an interview, Bane mentioned that they kind of gave PRX too much respect, so they wanted to play to their own style a little bit, their own strengths, and that's why coming in with the confidence right now, just confirming that it will be an A hit, staying true to their positions, getting some shots in as well. 2 players left on Nongshim, but they find a couple of kills too. Persia now eliminates the next one, and it's freeing left alone.
Shock Dart could end Ivy, but what do you try to do with this slow tempo? Oh, he's got it! Quack, how has he done that? That shouldn't be happening. They're low, right? It's a 1 versus 2. They're going for the plant. I thought that it might be a bit of a Shock Dart angle, but he just swings with the classic.
That's all that was needed. What a way to turn the tide in this round. DRX, again, still just not moving away from the A side, even though Mako might have been, I guess, somewhat slow on the rotation. Freeing did it all at the end, and this could be the start of that redemption after the, well, previous series where he was still on that Sova.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen some just defensive lapses from DRX when they feel a little bit of the pressure, right? It's kind of spotlighting a little bit of their struggles when they get into post-plant scenarios. That adventure just then, they don't really get into post-plant scenarios. So if they're going to take that as a little positive, I think you got to try and run with it in these sort of situations. And conversely for Nongshim, I mean, along for the A site, yet again, B just doesn't exist currently.
For now. I mean, still kind of playing along with the toxic screens, but making their way through, well, I wanted to say downtown, through this Sage wall. It's not going to happen.
I think just going to be rinse and repeating that one. Very common when it comes to the A side of Icebox. Want to see how different it is going to be if he uses it a little bit more defensively towards the site instead of just for the orb control and then fall on back. I mean, you always understand the idea. He's one away from the resurrection at the moment, right?
Otherwise, just happy to still hold hero rifles as well, though. Ivy now streaming in, but freeing, perched up on top of screens, will do the trick. 2 players left, one is low, so he kind of backs off and calls to play with Mako.
Almost have to play a little bit more aggressive though as Francis here, right? You've got the Cove available, but you have that weapon in this 2 versus 2. You need to be the one hitting your shots that we've started to see from freeing in this round already.
Well, trying to reposition though, then gets caught out. It's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is, and that leaves Persia alone. He has to pull off a miracle here just to bring things back for Nongshim. Unfortunately, with the first one, tries to backpedal, and it's just a toxic screen. Mako knows the situation too clearly.
Yeah, that one's just not going to work out in the end. I'll give them a bit of a valiant effort that they didn't really buy in towards this round, right? So they get a bit of damage in, they get a plant, but they still found the pistol and weren't able to convert the secondary round. So it just goes to show that it's a little bit of struggles early on for Nongshim. Hopefully they've got a better of an idea now on how they want their attacking side to go, because I kind of, for what we're seeing from them right now, almost disregard the Teo meta as a whole, right? Because we've shifted away from that, you're looking towards previous metas, you're looking towards what we saw for their Ascension run, and that's where I'm going to pick a lot of bits from, because they are the Ascension winning team. They were strugglesome on the attacking side back then, right? 3 rounds is what they were generally mustering up. So anything more is going to be great for them. I'll be expecting a lot from their defenses, but currently speaking of, a different look for DRX now. Estrella's put the Sage Wall over towards B with Mako.
It's a great read. I mean, it's been 3 A hits from Nongshim, so kind of anticipating something towards B this time. Estrella continues to stay hidden on top, especially with the Judge Komodo. Another thing to remember is also the fact that Nongshim doesn't have the greatest win rate on Icebox, so it is a little bit worrisome.
If Nongshim do decide to go towards the B side, though, you would generally be expecting a drone to be going before any peaks. And whilst we see the drone now over towards the A site from RB, you start to wonder about this little conditioning factor and form from Nongshim. Is it still going to be going towards this A site? These bits of utility are the general tell, right? They've been droning, they've been high-tiding, dashing in, so you're expecting it to still be A as they look for a plant.
But at the same time, you've got the Hunter's Fury just in position, waiting for it to go through. Nongshim fan out across the site, but DRX are just waiting for the tell, and there it is. Here we go. Hunter's Fury buys a bit of time. DRX, the rest of them are still swarming the site.
Problematic for them, though, is they can't really pivot towards this B side as Persia is going for an ambitious almighty lurk at the moment. Plant does go down.
It might be a little bit late because the site's still going through now. Spike planted already, though, so that could be a bit of a saving grace for Nongshim. Now hiding towards the back. Estrella comes in with a res as well, but here comes Harbor's Reckoning, forcing DRX out of their positions, out of their hidey holes. Persia takes a couple of picks.
Great lurk.
And now coming through as well. He's still holding the angle. DRX not quite comfortable in their current positions. Oh, he sprays, blind sprays through, and Estrella's sticking out all the way through. Nongshim, they've kind of lost the plot.
How has he managed to swindle a defuse in that sort of scenario when you've got a flank coming through from Persia? He dispatches of 2. I mean, you got an opening kill kind of for Nongshim when the resurrection comes back up. You're getting the plant down. You're looking at these things going pretty well for Nongshim in that round. The Reckoning as well is supposed to be a big deterring factor, and it's just almost disregarded, right? You see these 2 kills come here from Persia, but there's no priority on denying that defuse to come on through. The fact that it's still Mako alive with the toxic screen available and up for them to just stick on that defuse should not be happening as far as Nongshim is concerned.
That's what we love about DRX, the unfazed kings right now. Even in the dire situations, they still find a way to turn things around just through sheer confidence alone. Now, next one coming up, Hyunmin dashing back and forth, takes a pick down Francis. That's 1 controller gone.
And everybody now is so spread around the map for Nongshim. So for Persia finding Estrella, it's a chip back in towards this round, potentially. Hyunmin as well, getting a couple of good kills already.
Sleep.
And that's another one for freeing as well. Anything else to add on, Komodo?
I think more vintage nature from DRX at the moment, right? From Hyunmin, from freeing. We've been missing them. Where was freeing damage. Where was this top 3 Hyunmin player from stage 1?
Looking like it right now as well, but what about for Nongshim? I mean, trying to play it safe towards middle, get a couple of picks, whatever's possible, but yeah, the round's pretty much done.
More of those kills, of course, to come through from Nongshim, but maybe a little bit more collected together as a team, because on this little default that we start to see from them in this round, they are just individually getting picked out. And it's been a bit of a good trade game from DRX in this round. They don't need to be doing anything too unorthodox, it feels like here. Hyunmin found his damage early. And when you consider that those 2 kills came through, I almost thought that that's probably just going to be the round by positioning of where Nongshim were.
Marco, he's gone all to the back of spawn.
He's trying to hunt, isn't he? He wants to remove Persia.
For sure, but also just the way that he's working around the angles as well. A couple of points away from the ults.
Well, luckily for Persia, he will be able to carry on holding that rifle, but you're starting to lack a lot of these rounds, right? It's 5 in. You're going to have to see the timeout come here in this one, because I'm talking about the fact that in history, attacking side on this map for Nongshim, right, it's a little bit worrisome. I always, kind of see if an icebox is in for them that you're going to have to probably see a series go the distance, right? It's probably going to look to be a 3-mapper. And I am still getting the vibes at the moment that is what things are looking like. And it's where I kind of wonder as well, right? When you've got Sunset banned out here from DRX, that's understandable. But for Nongshim banning Corrode, I kind of look at it from 2 different angles, right? Maybe you haven't prepped it enough to go against it, because we saw Gen G just absolutely rip DRX a new one on that map, and it was DRX's choice, right? Ambition going for a pick on a new map so early where you're lacking a lot of practice time, as we hear earlier on from Glow. It is making me wonder for Nongshim, are you either not ready for this map and you want to move to be a kind of perma map currently, or are you hiding something for later? Because for Nongshim, they're on this Ascension run. They've got to do, like, things to get victories here, right? If you're looking to go into
before you go on too long,
guard,
Komodo, I mean, so the next opponent is going to be RRQ. You have absolutely right. You're absolutely right on this as well. But there's only so much that we can speculate. So they've kind of left this ban for now. The previous ban was not Corrode, so we'll see. Keep an eye on things. But for now, as it all moves up onto the next part of it, DRX getting a good read, playing aggressive. They're preventing Nongshim from deploying their game plan through that timeout.
It's just a change up after the timeout, isn't it, for DRX, when they've been met with a lot of just slow pace play from Nongshim over at this A site, courtesy of that Sage Wall. Well, just take a bit of aggression, take a bit of a challenge.
And Freeing now playing an unexpected angle as well. Nongshim, though, not backing down from this fight, choose to deploy the lockdown.
I think you respect it, though, to be honest with you. You've been pretty stellar in these retakes already as DRX. Why not just fall back onto a strength?
For sure, but he was just kind of hovering around just in case someone did push up a little bit too early. This time it's going to be Danby to dive in. Viper's Pit up as well. And that will secure the site enough. Let's see if DRX has any solutions to this.
Yeah, is it as much of a deterrent, though, to just call for the save, right? You don't have Freeing alive for any reconnaissance in towards the pit. You don't have your own pit to try and get a bit of counterplay going towards it. So it is just going to have to be that save situation for DRX, and I don't mind it. The credits as well would be almost reset into a bit of a strugglesome buy for the likes of Flashback and Freeing.
Got some decent cushion, and you're currently positioned way too far off to even try to look for a possible flank, so that would be sensible.
Yeah, you could go for a challenge here and then get a drop come out with Hyunmin on the Blaze, but I think this is just a little bit more wise for DRX to go for the save.
But otherwise, a successful round for Nongshim, albeit somewhat expensive considering the ultimates that were spent in, but it does give Nongshim some confidence back into their game.
I mean, when push comes to shove and you're not getting rounds on the board, throwing ultimates that you know you're going to re-get in a couple of rounds is not worse. It's not too bad. I think they're just happy enough that on the back of that timeout that does come out, it looks to be really awkward in the very beginning, but they managed to convert it, right? They lost the opening kill.
And it does happen that way. For now, I must say, you're still seeing Nongshim having some decent showings. Persia currently with 8 kills and 2 deaths off the flank that he's gotten from the previous 2 rounds. But right now, once again, early A pressure coming out from DRX, trying to prevent Nongshim from getting any vision.
Just falling back onto what DRX love to do, right? Slow, info-based plays, even on this defensive side. Used to Nongshim being a little bit more explosive on attack, but that's when you consider Danby on a Neon. Back on towards this Jet, looking to have a different leadership play thrown to him, right? So RB, I'm kind of already getting a sense that it's a more reined-in Nongshim at the moment instead of allowing Darby to really just explore with the team to back him up.
Saw glimpses of that from the previous game as well. But currently, for now, they took that hit towards A. Now Nongshim rotated over on towards B. DRX playing very far back as well.
Be a big fight here around this B side, a bit of a different look because it's just not at the A site at the moment. But as soon as I say that, they're going to start to meander back towards A. Not too much of a fake sold.
Yeah, just kind of getting spotted out by Freeing, right? So that was enough information for the rest of DRX to still retain their control over the map, over the sites.
Just 30 seconds to go, and now you're starting to pivot Francis over towards the B side. That's going to be a marathon run for him to get on over here. And you've still got Flashback. You've still got Marco. This is going to be a scrappy fight.
Oh, yeah, Komodo. Francis has spent his Cove as well. So if he does go for the plant, it's going to be quite risky. It's a hell of a gamble. Almost burnt away. It's going to be the Vandal that does the trick at the end. But here comes the rest of the gang as well. Trying to get the spike planted again. Ultimately shut down, sniped out by Freeing. The rest of Nongshim still trying to salvage whatever they can. But that will be the round.
It's just too slow. Indecision, it feels like a little bit for Nongshim. Even if they had a wiser macro play that they wanted to try and sell the fake at B and go back to A, they're just shut down by that later barrier wall that comes out from Australia. You're pivoting back towards B, and then I highlight Marco for a reason, right? He's got his orb there ready with the Molotov to go on through, denying the initial plant. Francis gets denied as well, and then there's no further protection when the high tide is up. It's just another spike denial. There's not enough time on the clock that Nongshim give themselves there in that round.
Try and formulate things for now still, you know, it's been that early A pressure from DRX. Nongshim trying down different looks this time.
I'm almost. He didn't get taken down even lower.
So far, so good. Otherwise, it's enough information for DRX to get the rotations over. Nongshim looking for a quick plant.
Yeah, he's got to change it up in this one. You got to say, Persia, loose bullet on towards Marco, but they haven't actually gone for the plant just yet. This is going to afford a bit of rotation time to come through from DRX as Freeing finds one with the shock dart.
And that is a lovely look with the Sova coming in now. Sorry, Freeing, if we doubted you before. We got some reses coming through too. Nongshim, on the other hand, they were looking to provide some decent cover fire, but now it's not working out.
Yeah, just going to be the exchange Hunter's Fury for that lockdown, and DRX going in.
And I think DRX will be pretty happy about that one as well. You baited out the Hunter's Fury, you're pushing up front towards yellow, you're taking control over things. Ivy anticipates the updraft, does get the shot over, but still, DRX with the numbers. Ivy has to do a hell of a lot of shooting, which unfortunately doesn't happen. Flashback gets the triple at the end, DRX up to 6.
Another valuable resurrection coming out as well, just for the numbers presence around that B site. Marco back on up, but it's the majority of the team that is really just getting the job done, right? That lockdown, baiting out the Hunter's Fury, and then you've got numbers to start to just spray on through, shoot, find the angles, find the wraps. Just some great retake potential coming through from DRX yet again. It's a very valuable strength of theirs when it comes to this map individually. So it's great to see that the form is just being found for the likes of Freeing, especially at the moment. Hyunmin's having some moments too. This is the DRX that we were kind of expecting to see in the series against Gen G.
Oh yes, definitely proving a lot. But let's see if Nongshim does have more left in the tank. Back into B, and with Dambi on the blades. If you're looking for a round with leadership potential, this has to be it. He's looking for a potential tag. Does spot someone out through the Reckoning, but here comes the Hunter's Fury. It forces him out of position.
Yeah, but it does some good damage, doesn't it? These blades are still trying to press the issue at the moment. They're all finding the kills. What is happening, Quack, around the map?
A lot of space. Persia, Ivy from the back, and the spike gets planted as well. DRX, unfortunately, giving them up so much space to work off of. So it's just a Strand Flashback left currently in 2 separate positions.
Don't even think Flashback's going to be able to escape this one if Ivy finds the right line.
Gotta watch out for his back. Oh, gets spotted through the front instead. So now just Estrella, and he's looking to save. Not much else he could do here, Komodo.
That is more of the explosive Nongshim than I was kind of expecting for them to be able to have up their sleeve, right? Something that we more commonly know from them. especially on those neon comps, as I mentioned just earlier. But it is good to see that it's not just, you know, a Danby show in this round, for example, right? The whole team was behind them. The whole team was hitting their shots. They'll get a flawless victory on the tail end of this one. So there is the third round that they accumulate on this attacking side. But I feel we really need to get more from them, and we very well may with how the economy is looking for DRX now.
Certainly could get themselves back in the game. I mean, it's just little losses here and there for DRX, so they're not feeling too shaken by some of these rounds, but it's lovely to see Nongshim picking up that confidence bit by bit. So let's see how it will continue to shake up. If DRX gets one more, then they'll have a solid lead in this first half, but Nongshim can very well turn that around.
Yeah, we have seen more done with less, right? From DRX. We'll see how they manage to navigate this round. Cheating rotations already towards this B site from Flashback, not the worst idea. But again, just a slow and steady fallback for Nongshim. As I say that though, popping on the tailwind, it is kind of a little bit of staggered go time.
Slightly. Snake bite to try to prevent that from happening, but Danby still lands a shot anyway. Wind in their sails, and they will look to get themselves over onto B, get a slight flank or lurk coming through with Ivy up the tube.
Yeah, if you can just find the numbers game here for Nongshim, should be all good to just keep advantage in this round.
Tied up to possibly bait out more reactions from DRX, but DRX without the economy, just kind of sitting pretty for now. Decent shot out from Estrella, perched up on top. Here comes Ivy with the flank. It's a good double, but shot down by Mako. Now he has a weapon to work off of. Could possibly find even more until RB reads his old teammates' movements, just freeing left with a Marshall.
Yeah, there need to be some godlike headshots to come out from him. Maybe he's able to pick up a Vandal on the floor, which he will from the dead corpse of Ivy. See how much legs he has in this one.
Got some util as well, but yeah, through the little peek, Ivy holding the angle, that will be that.
If you missed it actually in the picture-in-picture, Ivy going for the flank through kitchen actually fell off the bridge mid-spray, and I nearly lost my words when it happened. I hope the replay is going to be able to show us what exactly happened on here. But yeah, that's a much-needed rounds to come out from Nongshim. Here you go, he's fallen off the bridge. He's certainly could have made that one a little bit more entertaining if he wasn't able to finish off any of the frags and did die. But nevertheless, he managed to get that one there. So the fourth round found for Nongshim. They'll be forcing out a timeout here of DRX because they very well know that this, you know, could have been much more of a cleaner half from them with what we've seen so far.
Yeah, still trying to make it happen though. But that said, apart from DRX's happenings and misgivings here and there, it certainly looks nice for Nongshim, right? Off of the previous game, you've mentioned that they struggled on the attacking side for Icebox before, but now you can see this is possibly why they left it open.
Yeah, potentially so. I mean, if I'm tossing up between banning Icebox against DRX or banning Corrode, I probably would have gone with the Icebox ban, but they're feeling a little bit more comfort on a map that's been, you know, more played in this style of play, and they're just more well-versed in, right? So I can't fault them for looking to disregard Corrode in this series if, and I add this with a bit of a caveat, if they're able to continue doing what is working for them on this map at the moment, because I feel like we've had a bit of a slower start for Nongshim, especially after dropping the secondary rounds. So if they're able to equalize on the back of this timeout now to 6-6, I think that they'll be having a really good series on our hands and a really good Icebox here, but this timeout was called for DRX for a reason, right? So we'll see what differences they have in this round.
At least for now, just quickly picking up that orb.
Common. Very common, but I think for me it's not having Marco towards that B site to lock down the B main line at the moment, right? Because Nongshim have been really hell-bent towards this A site time and time again.
Sure enough, but apart from it being common, it's Estrella with a res now.
And drone in, expect a high tide followed by a dash potentially, and that's just common things from Nongshim. Different look on the location of the lockdown. Gonna be respected.
Could give him some space in the site, get the spike down, but Mako will look to, I guess, play around with that. Viper's Pit in, but he will have to evacuate for now.
He's gonna have to get in really quick, so I love the position on elevation on this rafter.
Straight back in, but unfortunately the spams from Nongshim. Great recognition in where DRX are trying to regress from. Off towards the backside of screens now. Danby able to get the first one. Mako coming back in as well.
Got that
Pit's
res.
gone though. And then the rest coming back in. RB taking a couple of pot shots straight onto the spike itself. And that will be another player down. DRX unfortunately not able to retain much ground on the site. Nongshim happily taking those duels, but a couple more going by the wayside. Just Persia now taking on another frag. Flashback. Try as he might, but unfortunately the angles do not, well, assist him anyway whatsoever. DRX unfortunately will not get the round.
Yeah, it's an early deterrent pit to come out from Marco when that lockdown is there, but it just not able to get back in towards it, and it falls on down, right? So I love that position that Dumby was able to take over at the rafters. He can block off anybody coming in through screens, which is what we saw, and also just kind of plays a little bit of a deterrent factor again, that Marco's not able to get back into it. You got a resurrection that doesn't work out in the end, which you'll be happy enough with as Nongshim. Right now, it's just that 5 versus 5 that you'll go in for the next round of the half, which is the last round. 5 so far on attack to try and tie things up against a round now that has Guardians and a Bulldog present for DRX. Very workable to tie it up.
It's looking darn good for Nongshim, and right now back in towards B. Early space being taken Mako in to investigate. This is a pretty worrisome position, though. He's got to work his way around it and stay alive as well, but here comes Nongshim, Dambi. What a way to take space.
Ooh.
Very specific spot as well, and Mako was looking all over for him, but thankfully with the support of Estrella, able to snipe him down. Reckoning deployed as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they weren't able to find him when that recon came on out too, right? Because they had all the information. They've called for the rotate back towards the A site, and Ivy loses his life. What do you do now as Nongshim? You lost your game plan and ultimate at B. You lost your lurk plan over at A, and you're losing mid because look where freeing is.
Yeah, big risk, unfortunately not quite paying off. Decent trade from RB though, but still a 2v4. This could very well end in an even trade-off, 6-6. Mako getting another shot down, and it's just RB left. A Vandal to his name, and a bit of an expedition into the A site, where angles are being marked. Yes, it's just one player, but you've got another one on his way.
It's 20 seconds, and you've still got a nano swarm at that default spot too.
Oh, lockdown.
There's no way that RB is winning this one.
Okay, Recon back into safety. I gotta worry about middle a little bit as well. Is he even gonna be able to get out of the detain? Yes.
2 shock darts.
Just enough.
Spotted.
Oh, he heard the hover. And he's looking for anything possible to keep him in the game, but Flashback has got too fancy a footwork, and that's going to be 7-5. Still a lead for DRX.
Yeah, it feels like Nongshim are putting a little bit more of a priority on these lurks being a bit more of a saving grace too, so I'm really surprised that they do go for that call to go back towards the A site, despite Ivy not even really getting too deep in towards the site, not seeing anything. I get the idea that they want to, but they have an investment of a Reckoning over towards B. They falter on finding the frag when that recon comes out. It's just a bit of a sloppy round of calls and positioning from Nongshim, but I still think it's okay, right? 7-5 at the half is a definite pass mark in my eyes, and I'm sure a lot of people's eyes out there as well, but I think we just need a bit more consistency from them, right? Seeing a couple of isolated rounds here and there for the pistol and the one after their own timeout doesn't give a little bit of confidence in the continued succession.
You can kind of like call it a C-. One thing we can say for sure, I do like the IGLing so far from RB. You know, you're seeing a lot of these different appearances, right? Mental conditioning into A at first and then back over onto B. So the fact that they've gotten a 5-7 is definitely pretty decent. One last thing though, possibly, it's just the fact that you've got that, you know, something that you touched on before. Margaret, who was the previous Sentinel, in for Ivy now. You know, it's possibly some misreads on timings with the way that he was trying to pull off that positional play onto the A side in that final round. So we'll continue to track that progress for now, but otherwise, Nongshim not too far off.
Yeah, for sure, but I think DRX are in a similar spot as well when you look at them changing players and them maneuvering roles around as well, where we're looking at this little redemption arc to come through from DRX with this roster, right? Our kickoff champions, where are they? Where are they on the international stage? Are they getting back towards champions? Who knows, right? You think about champions, I don't know if you caught what Big Time and I are wearing right now, Quack, but it's the Champions 2023 Los Angeles. What happened then? What? Remind me, what was back then? RB was on DRX then. In that tournament, it was his last one with DRX.
Before he got shipped off.
Yep.
Well, here he's back on a different team now, looking for, well, I don't want to say vengeance. He was quite friendly on stage with his old teammates, so that's quite lovely to see. But we'll continue to keep an eye out for how the rest of the game will play out. Nongshim This time on the defense, pushing out on B.
Well, they can find Marco here as soon as that high tide falls, unless they want to take the slow go through it, which they actually do, but Marco might find the timing to escape.
Oh, so close. Here's the taps as well, but now another player circling around him. It's Ivy! Gets the Sheriff shot. Uh-oh. And that might be enough damage until DRX continues to peek right back against Nongshim.
Yeah, the fact that the rest of the boys come on back as well, just scare Nongshim away. They spotted a lot of bodies towards that B push, so scaling up quickly towards A is the correct idea for them to situate themselves in a post plant where they've got the wall. And shock darts as well. Recon going out now.
Yeah, safe enough. Back up into safety. Continue to hold angles for the spike. Meanwhile, Nongshim trying to fan out across rafters, but they don't quite expect the Sheriff shot ringing out from him and all the way towards the back of Nest. You've got the shock darts as well. Freeing's just happily waiting for it while the stage wall gets slowly chipped away. Another player up on top now. Dambi trying to take matters into his own hands. He gets a couple more. Will he be able to find the kills necessary? Runs out of ammo, tries to hop around. Unfortunately, not quite able to stick it all the way through. RB shut down at the very end of it, and DRX continue with their upwards trajectory.
Yeah, the angle of that wall as well, destroying out the one chunk. There was actually a little bit of protection behind it, but in the end, doesn't really work out because it comes to the 2 versus 1, and it's just the rope shots that come on out. Middle battle could have gone either way. But the fact that they just recognize that no one's no longer at A site, they can just situate for a bit of a post plant and look to start to shoot at Nongshim. So the pistol round will go DRX's way this time. They'll hold on to the lead. No real early chance for Nongshim to tie it up unless they're able to thrifty back in fashion for this round.
DRX can do it before. Well, just for now with the high tide, DRX happy to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, some very different defaults on this defensive side as well for both of these teams, right? Putting a lot more stock in this B play for Nongshim than we saw from DRX.
I guess it's because if Nongshim are able to isolate at least a single person from B, they might be able to get a weapon upgrade, but
you got to consider if it's anyone lurking, it'll be Flashback or Marco.
Exactly,
and
with
pistols,
the ghost.
Right? So it's not going to be too much value.
Meanwhile, okay, Mako, he actually gets the duel as well. Hyunmin continuing to scale up with the rest of the team into the A site. It feels like that's where you needed more stock on, just because of how DRX have been operating with this 4-1 split. Right now, unfortunately, the angles don't quite support RB either. Oh, he is going to try his darndest with this Sheriff of his.
Oh, well, this is the time for DRX to just get in towards the site, right? They've got 30 seconds to go. They know that it's pistols. They should just have sheer strength in numbers.
Continue to push up as well. Well, the numbers continue to hold. Francis, a decent chunk. But there it is. Numbers at the end. Got math here.
Yeah, the gun will be retained and picked up as well. So that's actually going to be a pretty strong buy coming through for DRX in this bonus round. Marco, I mean, I'm looking at it, right? He could have got an operator out as well if they want him on the attacking side, but the way that these rifles have started to be found for Hyunmin and for Freeing too, just take it normalcy on this attacking side. They are starting to step back in towards normal form. So I think the onus really is on Nongshim right now. What do you have in this bonus round? What do you have in your first rifle round to get on the board? Because you got a lot of light shields to prioritize the utility here. You've at least put more numbers towards the correct side to start off with. And no punishment onto Francis, stuck in that slow orb as he finds the ulti charge to get one away from the Reckoning.
Wow. Well, of course, one thing you can't expect is Demi looking to play on a forward position up towards pipes. He doesn't see anything, so holds it down for now. Here's the owl drone as well. Ooh, that got shot down quick. I don't think it saw Dambi.
I think it's more important on what is going to be the tell for DRX here on where they want to end, right? Nongshim kind of need to figure that out and just not be very stale on this defensive side. Not be scared against the Titans that are DRX. If they're starting to come back in towards this form, there's a big amount of pressure on this B site starting to build just by not seeing anything around the map. It's the right rotation call at the moment for Nongshim.
He's not seeing too much. RB, meanwhile, had the information as well. So this is a great read coming out from Nongshim. But will they be able to actually hold it down?
There's a lot of utility still for DRX to throw in this one, though. That's the big factor for them. Get out the wall, get the plant. It should be real safe. And
And that's what the Sage can provide as well. Still though, getting the spams in, but Freeing provides additional support. Now keeping himself tucked into this little corner while the rest of the team looks to play post-plant.
It's a cheeky pocket, isn't it?
So you can be truly cheeky enough to pull out a win from the bag. Nongshim still have the site relatively surrounded, but here comes Freeing. Decent on the swing, but RB trades right back. Nongshim's turn to make a move, and they put the high tide up, but look at that spam! What a read! Hyunmin and Flashback getting one for their own, and it's just Persia left. Tries to reposition, but Hyunmin proves to be too sharp, too crisp.
Yep, he is certainly shooting today, isn't he? This is what we're talking about, a missing component from DRX, such a powerful thing. Even though he's on 9 kills, right? It's just one foot in front of the other, starting to really find where that crosshair placement is to get that individual confidence back on towards this roster. It doesn't necessarily need to be Freeing stepping up or, you know, Hyunmin, but the fact that they are starting to right now, it's looking a lot better for the whole team collectively. That's the bonus round that I mentioned. It's looking strong going into it because of what they salvaged from that secondary round, right? No damage from Nongshim. Now dropping that first gun round, you start to feel like this map will come to a bit more of a close, especially if the next gun round for Nongshim just goes pear-shaped.
Which would be unfortunate. As you've mentioned, Komodo, guns again this time not truly supporting Nongshim. So just trying to get a read of the map once more, but not seeing too much, not even by the B side. Mako, a little bit of pressure, and then an outlaw shot from Flashback.
It's just slowly played as it is for DRX. Fall back onto what they know against the pistols, little by little, Quack just finding the kills that they need. It's as simple as that. You're not trying to reinvent the wheel.
Don't need to. Meanwhile, it's Persia who's kind of needing to find anything possible just to give Nongshim a bit more of a leg in this race, but he even gets spotted out by Hyunmin.
Just anything that he can do here really isn't going to eventuate to much, right? You die to Marco or Freeing, they become one away from their ulti. So the fact that it's Flashback, it just gets him a little bit closer to that lockdown. May not even be needed in the series the way that this one is going now. So another round to DRX on a bit of a flawless run on this attacking side. Nongshim's time is now. Because if it's not,
then it's never.
Well, back to the fallback plan on Bind.
Yeah, that would have to be that. I mean, that's kind of what you have with this specific map veto. DRX are just looking so comfortable with how they've been playing. I mean, it's not just Mako. It's Hyunmin who's back. It's Freeing who's back on a Sova. And everything else is flowing pretty well for them as well.
Yeah, well, the timeout to come through from Nongshim. They were, you know, in the last series able to find one round after it, and they did drop another. So for here already, similar kind of flow, right? Finding the round after their timeout at between round 5 and 6, and DRX's timeout, they managed to win as well. So they're pretty successive after timeout conversions at the moment for this Icebox map, but holistically, only 5 rounds, 2 of which after the timeouts, and the first one being the pistol round. There's not a lot of substance there.
Certainly does not feel too good. But you certainly hope and try to believe in what Nongshim can possibly pull off. Silkanon and Sungmin back in the coaching booth.
I mean, just when you think of Icebox and Nongshim, it's not generally a strong map, right? So it's not a map that they would like to be playing. What we do want to see, though, is what Darby is going to be able to do with the Operator. Is this going to be something to bring back Nongshim into this map or not? Because currently, he's not seeing any action towards this B site. DRX are still playing a little bit more mid-defaulty with a slight pivot lean. I'm expecting a drone to come out here from them to push Persia back, and then maybe you see Darby get on the right line.
Possibly. Right now, he's trying to watch out for a possible line into towards mid just because of the earlier movement. But right now, it's the drone coming out from DRX. No, Darby. The shot not quite connecting.
And now they know the Operator's here. DRX do not need to force the issue. They don't need to continue to go. They're going to get stalled out by the Viper utility and the Harbor utility. They've seen no aggression pushed up through A as well. That's been safeguarded currently nicely by Flashback. So just take this round as a bit of a reset. Wait for your recon to come back online, which Freeing already has, so you can just pivot towards this A site and do a normal standard execute if they want to here.
RB, though, he's going exploring. Unfortunately, kind of left the A site a little bit open as well. He does have the recon right back in, but this might cost Nongshim a bit of time.
Yeah, and it has to be the retake to come through from Nongshim in my mind at the moment. You've got a Reckoning, right? You've got your full RB utility. Put it all in together towards this side.
Wow, trust in the mid play instead then. So then in from Francis to provide additional support, taking out 2 players. It's just 3 from DRX on the A site.
RB's just picked up his Hunter's Fury too. Look for that to potentially be a bit of an angle.
Possibly even save it for a future round just in case. Otherwise, for now, Hyunmin to play around the site. Have a Francis Reckoning as well. Flushes Hyunmin out of position.
Bring Hunter's Fury.
Looking to play, yes, with his ult too. Ooh, a res coming in from Estra. He's made the journey back to mid, which means Nongshim has to watch out for the back of screen possibly as well. Here comes that Hunter's Fury. Makes them feel uncomfortable, but Ivy doesn't care. Continues to stick. He has the cover from the Cove, but it gets shut down. There's that flank from mid. Oh, it's down to the kills itself, and it's gonna be Estrella again. RB, he's tried it. He's tried everything possible, but the round is still lost and handed over to DRX.
Yeah, when we know that this round is going towards the A side there, you know you have to put in that Reckoning as Francis. I was kind of wondering, RB, you might even have to use this Hunter's Fury. You need to dislodge these DRX members. The Cove, that isn't going to be enough of a protectorate when you've got a little bit of a later flank starting to come on through. And as gorgeous as it was as well, the spike just narrowly not being diffusable from Nongshim. That one hurts. Great positioning from Australia there. And it puts DRX onto map point. They have had 5 in a row on this attacking side.
Possibly be
looking to make it 6.
Another one, exactly. Just as soon as the round starts, knowing that they have everything flowing for them. Nongshim, on the other hand, looked desperately to take those duels head on, but unfortunately, they just fell off.
You've got to take a massive risk here as Nongshim as well. There's the lockdown that gets invested. Persia loses the duel against Marco. This one is very
write
bleak.
it off, don't you? I mean, logically, technically, there's not much else that you have going for you, but Nongshim certainly are going to try. Mako coming up from the back, and Francis has been detained. Will we have a knife kill? No, it's DRX. We're looking for the headshot at the end to end things out. 13-5 as the final scoreline, Komodo. One hell of a map. The first half had me, I'm not gonna lie, but onto the second, man, DRX showed up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the form that we wanted to see from a lot of these players kind of just being rejuvenated after getting a slapping in the first series. They're coming in towards a super week and immediately having, you know, first day of play in towards a Titan that is Gen G as well, who have been in some pretty good form lately. It was going to maybe be a question of what is DRX looking like. So the fact that they're able to bounce back, shrug off that last series, come against Nongshim here, who on a map of Icebox don't have the greatest play on it anyways, but to be able to, you know, find the second round after the pistol, to be able to get such a successive run as well, this is a much better looking form for DRX.
Fantastic. Well, I do have one question, if anything. My predictions might be poo-poo, but I do wonder, Big Time, you've got the same predictions as me. How are we feeling? Do we still believe in the Nongshim Red Force? Because that first half still looked pretty decent. I'm hoping that we get to see a lot more on their signature map of Bind. But otherwise, it is lovely to welcome Hyunmin and bring back to the stage.
100%. We'll have to see if Bind is going to be a bit of a continuation from them in this run of rounds that they've been able to find, or if we'll start to see something a little bit more comfortable for Nongshim. Bind a little bit more in their wheelhouse.
Definitely quite a bit. We'll see how the new DRX stacks up on that one as well. So I'm going to toss it back over onto our lovely, lovely desk to break all of this down.
That's so lovely. He said it twice. DRX end up winning up their map pick of Icebox. I think this was a good start for DRX. I think there were moments, though, that you guys had, you know, observed that there are rounds that Nongshim should have won.
Oh, absolutely, especially at the start of the game. I mean, they got eco'd. They got eco'd round 2. There was a couple of, you know, missed opportunities, which we have some replays of later on. But the fact that Nongshim, I mean, they could have gotten a couple more rounds, but particularly as we started to get into the second half of the game, I feel like, I mean, look at that big streak in the bottom right there. DRX started to get on a roll, and they just went on a run and really just dispatched of Nongshim quite straightforwardly in the second half, if you ask me. I think Nongshim had their moments in this game. We'll touch on a couple of those with the replays, but I really did feel like this was going to be a cut and dry series in general for DRX, to be honest, but particularly Icebox. I was not feeling very confident about Nongshim. I mean, DRX the last 3 or 4 months, they've got 10 times the reps. They've got 10 officials on Icebox. Nongshim have played it once, and they've lost to T1, who was not a good Icebox team either.
Yeah, I think even though I did predict Nongshim, I did kind of expect this map to go this way. If anything, Nongshim had opportunities to make this closer. But you have to say, freeing 17 kills, much better than last week. That's a big, big improvement. And I will say, I never once doubted freeing. I always thought he was fantastic, even in this pre-show.
Right, especially not playing Teo.
Yeah, like you didn't even want him on the Teo.
I mean, at the end of the day, freeing, you got to frag because Flicker can play Sova, Bane can play Sova. I mean, you got a couple of the boys sitting on the bench that are just waiting on your downfall, so you got to start picking it up, and this was a great start to that.
Yeah, solid map 1 from DRX. I don't think they were flawless by any means, but it was enough to get across the line, and I think they'll be happy that they're on the board here. And then looking across to Bind, I think this is where we should be expecting Nongshim to pick up that little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, this is not entirely surprising that this has gone in the way of DRX. I think when it comes to especially these two Korean teams, things don't really swing too wildly one way or another. If they're a team that is very much ahead in the first half, we don't really see comebacks too often. Things are pretty steady with these teams. With that said, what were some of the highlight moments for you this round?
I mean, the first thing that we really wanted to talk about was Nongshim should have got more rounds on this attacker side. In my mind, this should be like 9-3. This is the anti-eco on the round 2, and they just have no map control. They take A forward, and then that's kind of it. They send this kind of lurk to peek into mid, but then he regroups. They have no space, they have nothing towards B, and DRX managing to just stack the right side. This is why traditionally we would see one player go and explore that B side of the map with the Ghost, try and find those gaps, force those rotates, but when you group up like this and you stay together on the anti-eco, this happens. You walk into Freeing's Classic, and he was just all over them in this round.
I mean, he wins a 1v2 here with some very sharp shooting on the Classic. A little bit unlucky for Nongshim, but I totally agree. Without that pressure elsewhere, without the concept of a money man, then it becomes a little bit one-dimensional and it's easy for the defense to stack. This was another round that Nongshim could have won every day of the week, and unfortunately they let it slip through their fingers. They were having a really tough time getting this plant down with the Harbor, despite the fact that they have the Cove.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of the difference, right, between the Harbor versus the Sage. The Sage is better at actually getting that spike planted. Harbor is better at controlling the space so you can get it planted. But when they're getting dumped with util, by the mollies, by the shock darts, they were continually denied the plant like this, and this made their attacking side feel much, much harder for Nongshim. In my mind, honestly, I still think with a little bit cleaner execution, they should have been walking away with, honestly, upwards of 8 rounds in that first half. And then it's a totally different game, but they weren't composed enough to be able to kind of shoot out DRX when it matters, and that's the experience from DRX really shining through.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I echo your sentiments 100%. I think even though that second half looks so cut and dry, even if they had gotten more rounds on their attacking side, I probably would have still seen DRX coming away with the map win.
Yeah, and I know you have another point you wanted to highlight. I actually want to ask you as well if you would have changed anything on Nongshim. It sounds like you guys are satisfied with the ideas, the agent comps, but it was more of a cleaner execution needed.
Yeah, I think Nongshim looking a little bit sloppy, but they did do some pretty nice rounds. I think when they had a more straightforward approach, as you're seeing in these replays, they had a better time. This was a round where they already lost the opening pick. They just comboed. This was after attack timeout. No nonsense. Lockdown straight into a pit and just attacked the A site fairly straightforwardly, and they had a lot more success there. In these more long drawn-out rounds where they're really struggling to get the spike down, they're really playing things out and running the clock down, it was a lot less successful for Nongshim. So this round with the ult combo, very, very big round, easy for them to pick up. And after this, we're going to see a very nice, straightforward B attack where they send Danby forward with the blades off the back of the drone, and then they're going to use actually the high tide, the harbor wall, to be able to take Snowman control and wrap on through and just extend that control a little bit further towards the backside of the B side. And DRX really just couldn't defend this Reckoning combo.
Yeah, I want to see Nongshim string more rounds like this as we move towards the other maps. I think they're at their best when they play with pace.
Yes.
That's what they're famous for. This is not a default, oh, guys, let's wait till there's 20 seconds left type team.
No.
This is a...
Who is that? Who is saying in that voice?
That's RP. He just came into the team.
Yeah,
we all know he's a
comps, by the way. Yeah, they're at their best when they play fast, so that's what I want to see. Freeing, taking the map MVP there. God, it's been a long time since I've seen that photo. We saw that all the time here in January for kickoff. But, you know, We've had that little bit of a roller coaster, but a really, really nice game for him on that Sova, kind of returning to his sharp shooting form.
Yeah, totally agree. You could get more out of Freeing. Even Hyunmin didn't have like the most amazing game. He's kind of been a little bit okay lately, not putting up huge numbers. I think there's definitely more ceiling to DRX that we've seen in the past, these individual players. So if Freeing plays to that standard, if you get another 10-20% out of Hyunmin, I mean, they should be able to just lock this series down.
Well, going into map 2 of Bind, things could be a little bit different. It might not be a 2-0 fashion after all. And yes, we've seen Bind here in Pacific often enough, but now with the patch updates, with the agent nerfs and buffs, things could be changing around. How are you guys feeling about these agent buffs?
For DRX, I mean, this is a map that they are somewhat familiar with. They played it back in Kickoff. They were able to take it off of GNG back then, so it is a map that is within their wheelhouse and will be some degree of familiarity. I want to stress here that they have opted to start attacking side. So I want to see what kind of comp they're going to be bringing into this one and whether they do have a strong plan for how they wanted to attack into Nongshim. A lot of teams, when they do opt to start attack, either they have a good game plan or maybe they're even just going to crack in with a double duelist or something a little bit pacier to really set the tempo in this game.
Yeah, for Nongshim, give me the deadlock back. This is what really defined the map for them in their come up in Ascension. I feel like they were so good at using it, this double sentinel style with the deadlock. In my mind, that's the way they have to go. You can kind of... Deadlock is seeing more and more play. I think she's even stronger than she was when they were running it before. So
yes.
if I'm Nongshim, of course I'm leaning back into this Deadlock. And I think there's a reason why they've picked this map. They've been historically very good on it. I think this is where the series can start to turn around a little bit now for Nongshim. And I would hopefully still give them the edge here.
And for DRX, Pilski, how are you feeling? Is this going to be a 2-0?
Yeah, I think so. I think I would have expected a 2-0 for DRX, but they have thrown something out of left field here. They've opted to start attack. Hyunmin goes onto the Waylay, and you're going to be playing double init with the Sky. So this is going to be quick. This is going to be Brim smokes down. You walk up behind the Viper wall on short A. A couple of flashes out. They're going to be wrapping through smokes onto backside. DRX is looking to cause chaos here.
Yeah, we saw that Waylay in EMEA from Gentlemates, and I think there's a lot going on there. Over on the side of Nongshim, they are running with that Deadlock, which is very exciting. Not the hard double sentinel, but they are playing with Viper and Astra, so a lot of stopping power there. I think still stylistically, this very much suits them, and I'm feeling good for Nongshim.
Oh, I'm glad you're feeling good for them. I actually want to switch my prediction now. I'm liking what DRX is cooking. I like what Turby has here. With that, we're going to send this back to our casters, Quack and Komodo.
Yes, it's right back with us. It's a bit of experimentation on the side of DRX, maybe not. Meanwhile, for Nongshim, back to old classics. Yeah, I mean, you say classics, but I'm kind of thinking when it comes towards this map, we know that historically Downbeat does run the Neon on this, so it is a shift for Nongshim Red Force again, right? He's on towards the Raze, which is a very common bind pick, but I'm kind of wondering how much influence is RB having on this roster at the moment when we've got Nongshim not looking as explosive, when we've got them really slowing down. It kind of feels like he's trying to put a little bit of his old DRX spin on this Nongshim roster, and it's not really working out too much at the moment. That's definitely what we saw in Icebox, but let's see what we have on Bind. Nongshim on the defensive side, 2-3 split with a slight rotation back onto A for now. And no raise for DRX at the moment, opting to start on this attacking side here with the Waylay as well. Yeah, so I'm looking to see how Hyunmin is going to pilot this. Maybe trying to sneak over through the toxic screen. There it is. You've got some flashes ringing out, but Nongshim, decent damage through the smokes as well. Persia getting the first shot in. Astray, unfortunately, around the boxes. Whoa! Wait, he actually lands the flick! But here comes Nongshim anyway. Triple kill. Flashback, the only one left. That was way too simply red. Now they had the right numbers at the right spot to be able to just take up a good old fight, didn't they? Good little underlob of the flash drive from RB to permit the team to get on in with a couple of good shots from the classic of Francis there. But I still, you know, want to highlight, it's just the pistol. They did drop it the second round over on Icebox. Now, the way that DRX get into this as well, I do love the idea. You get out the Dizzy in combination with the light speed. You get a quick in and you can get quick out if you pop that refract as well from the Waylay as Hyunmin there. So I look towards those having a lot of options. You can, you know, change the Dizzy out for a bird as well from freeing, right? So I look to see a lot of options here for what DRX have. Different sort of flashes or entry possibilities, but right now, at least still with the pistol. Especially with DRX on the attack. I don't know. Not feeling this one. Persia has a Judge hiding inside of Hookah.
It does feel like, though, if you want to find this round as DRX, you do have to throw in that guiding light in towards Hookah and potentially just take this fight against Persia, but he's got a judge.
Risky. Hides inside the smoke too. Look at the sneaky movement, but he jumps right back out, and Hyunmin will be able to, well, take that gun.
Yep, classic Sonic Sensor not working out too much as you would kind of want here when you've got a deadlock as Ivy. More comfortable on this agent for him. Here we go, though. DRX to pop out to B.
RB thinking about the frag, but ooh, with the movement way too fast. Look at that movement, refracted back into safety. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just all fanning out. Absolute destruction on towards RB. Meanwhile, it's Dambi and Francis left to pick up the pieces all the way through defender spawn now. Francis, ooh, shifting all the way up.
Don't tell me he's going to get another one with this judge. Surely not, right?
No, he was way too low. Nice attempt. Francis looking to bring things back in for Nongshim, but at the same time, a long flank coming out from flashback. Gets spotted out. What a raid from Dambi. And it's just now Mako and Estrella trying to play around the site. Mako swings out, gets the right click. Possible win. Has a Bulldog as well with 5 rounds in the mag.
Has
he heard it? No, yeah! Francis sticks it all the way through. Oh, what a way to end the round. Thankfully, not even the kill at the end. Oh, that stings for Mako.
I think that was the only way that Francis is winning that round, to be completely honest with you. That's still a round in shambles for the side of Nongshim. You got a judge in Hookah that isn't able to find any beginnings. You give that over, and there's a way for DRX to potentially win this. I mean, you look at it, it's a 5 versus 2, man. They got in with classics. So I'm so just... That round probably shouldn't have gone Nongshim's way.
Let me help you pick your jaw up.
Yeah, it is on the floor. That is not the way that that round should be going for Nongshim. This bonus round now of theirs looks absolutely horrible.
I still just don't doubt DRX, even though Mako didn't quite secure the kill at the end. It is still now quite a lot of economical damage, but Nongshim reads the situation and they want to take things into their own hands.
Yeah, they get a good upgrade there for Dambi, actually. Good little idea to push towards A with the standard toxic screen that DRX will be throwing out from flashback. But now you're going in towards a bit of this deadlock stall utility, right? You got to break this barrier mesh, you got to contend with where the sensors are going to be. RB will eventually get this blade back online in 20 seconds, but he can still get some more stalling, right? The fragment, he loves to stall with this molly instead of using it for a confirmed kill.
Got a full minute to work off of. DRX, you can see them starting to explore their options now. I thought it could have been a possible like TP play if they sent someone over to secure the backside, but instead, full rotation while keeping Free closer towards Hookah. Keep the pressure onto B while the rest of the team goes for that long expedition.
It's actually big info off the Trailblazer there. There's still a lot of members over towards the B site, so I don't think Francis is going to be able to do much to deny a plant as well, right? When you consider that Ivy has that grav net, Downby had the paint shells, that could be an avenue to deny a plant, but actually, it's just the Snake Spike that removes the wingman.
Not even enough, because it reveals his location. So in for DRX, trying to get a good grip over this round. Decent flank coming out from Ivy as well, though, but he's got to watch out because DRX are quite aware. There's the kill.
Good off angle.
Off towards just the site left, Komodo. And it's the rest of Nongshim. Dambi looking for some explosive movement with the Vandal. Gets topped up. Now off to the site. Estrella trying to play inside of the smokes. Gets shot down. A full firing squad found on the site. Mako doesn't have a molly either, so this all comes down to the duels. Trying to get the spams through, but RB just holds the angle for his team. Dambi getting the final kill. Nongshim in the lead.
A thrifty bonus round to come through from Nongshim when they only take that one Bulldog from the previous round into this. A great short A idea from them in the beginning. And then stacking over towards B, right? They have a strength in numbers to force DRX away. And when I see that plant going through, I'm kind of thinking to myself, okay, this is actually a good defendable situation for DRX. They've got the incendiary that can buy the 8 seconds of time. They do that, but it's a little bit early, all right? They start to lose some of their numbers, and the defuse does come through for a successful thrifty retake of Nongshim. This is where things turn a little bit upside down, perhaps.
DRX are just playing around so much with the double initiator, but unfortunately Nongshim still, like you mentioned, are able to fight back. We'll continue to keep our eye on Dambi as well, currently positioned inside of Baths. DRX on the other hand, with this eco buy all the way through to Hookah.
Yeah, you just got to remember as well with where these sensors are placed, Gunman could potentially light speed and refract back to try and bait some of them out when you don't have your you know, Trailblazer to go and start to sniff in towards the site, you've got to figure out where these pieces of Deadlock utility may very well be. Because you've got to give yourselves some good favor on this attacking side as DRX now dropping that bonus round that should have been yours.
Well, it's one across each side, but currently not spotting it out yet. You've got those stars, pesky stars all around as well. DRX are not able to find a safe duel. RB also looking to clear and confirm information.
Yeah, the 0 point should probably be destroyed, but you can just throw it at the bottom now to remove all their abilities. You're in as Hyunmin.
Oh, and that's a fantastic kill off of the back of that flash from Freeing. With the Stinger as well, at this range, might be able to wreak more havoc, but no, it's not going to happen because the rest of Nongshim are here. Showstopper in, blows up in Freeing's face. Mako and Flashback left, stuck inside a hookah and garden, and Persia just looks to mow them down. They know where the last one is. Francis marking the back, Mako no escape, and it's Nongshim back to full form.
That's some good fundamentals from Nongshim in this round, actually. Get the idea that nothing's really happening over at the A site. You move your pieces over and you don't use any of your utility too early. Good timing on the 0 point to come out from RB despite losing his life on the site. Makes things a little bit more sticky for the side of DRX. And then they're just trying to find it all, but it's Darby with the paint shells, with the splash damage of the rocket and the quick TP. Good usage of the damaging abilities from Nongshim in that round as well. 4 in a row on the trot. It brings out a timeout from DRX.
Just recognizing everything. DRX, though, I mean, caught a quick glimpse of it. I believe they do have the way layout as well as the Thrash.
Yeah.
We'll see if they're able to, I guess, cook them together.
Yeah, you can certainly start to scale up, you know, half of a site, right? You split it in towards 2. Convergent paths over to, you know, let's just take the A site, for example. If you want to go for a bit of a shower split, you throw it up through towards lamps and everything if you want to do it that way, or you can get your Thrash to go through there. There's a lot of different ideas that DRX can cook with this combination of ultimates too. We've already started to see how they've wanted to scale towards this B site with the early Trailblazers, starting to gather some information through Hookah, for example, so even if they want to go over there. Lo and behold, the point is that they've got a lot of tools in their kit going in towards this round, Quack, that, well, they have to use, right? Because they're roundless. They have to use.
They have to.
They'd be silly not to.
Get one round on the board, DRX. We're waiting for it. But I do think one big obstacle that has been plaguing them is often, you know, the Viper, you got the deadlock that you mentioned, those sonic sensors, right?
Yeah.
By now they should have figured out that there's one always below Hookah.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Yeah. It's very common, and that's why I'm kind of saying, like, if you're Hyunmin, are you just dropping down there and using it? Meanwhile, right now, no. He's over towards Lance. They're dumping a lot of this utility. There's the Thrash.
GrabNet for Saturate. But yes, Thrash out from Baths, and it does give DRX a lot of space, but at the same time, ooh, he's kept them trapped!
Yeah, they're all in spawn at the moment, but it's you can't go and take this fight, right? You just have to focus on getting the plant. This is a 5 versus 5 plant situation. This could be post-plant craziness.
It's enough time, I think, for Estrella to possibly pick that Thrash back up. At least waiting for it to come back online. There it is. So it's a lot of post-plant utility they can work off of.
Don't forget Wingman, Dizzy, Incendiary. Good here for DRX too.
The full belt. Nongshim's not going to back down.
Thrash.
The Thrash is already strung out, and Nongshim have shut it down. Estrella just confirmed the position, though, and continues to buy time off the spike. Dizzy out, Wingman in. Ooh. The rest of the team looking to spray as well, but DRX has a good hold over this. They continue to spray and slay everyone down.
Quick, you missed it. They defused!
All the way through that fight?
They defused!
Oh my god!
You're looking at all the battles that are going on the map, but they defused!
How on earth did that happen?
Roll it back! Roll it back! Let's look at all of these fights going on forward, because
noses.
You have so much damaging utility coming out. A Wingman goes there as well, but they're just getting on the defuse. I'm wondering, where is all this utility? You had Snakebite, you had Incendiary. That should be an unwinnable situation for Nongshim.
It's right on the edge of the Astra Smoke. Oh my god! 5-0 thanks to the defuse.
I think we need another timeout. I think DRX has to call a second there. Just everybody needs to reset at the moment, but no. We'll settle down a little bit here. That's actually a pivotal reveal coming through from RB there. That's going to stop DRX's tracks from potentially scaling up quickly towards this B site. Make them funnel back towards A. We've got a little bit of showers control from Ivy here. A big deterrent if you need to as well with Francis on this Viper's pit. So this is actually kind of the best that Nongshim has been looking in quite a while. Even against Talon, right? They were struggling for ideas on this very map.
Yeah, just a bit. But right now, at least with its new composition, looking so clean, so good, so simple. Right clicks on towards Mako as well, who is rather low right now. Ivy could very well get more kills onto this round. Dambi will do the trick with the paint shells, but here comes Ivy. Gets the read on the flashback. Not quite the swing, but of course RB will be here to clean things up. 6-0.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good for Nongshim at the moment. Got some legs on this one to try and push us over in towards Lotus, but now in this 6-0 situation, does DRX have enough to get around on the board? They're starting to figure out that Nongshim are actually moving a couple of their forces around the map as well. They're starting to actually just fire and frag. Again, this deadlock utility is something that they're just going to have to keep contending with, and if they can snuff that out, well, then maybe they're going to start to be able to go forward and hopefully not get rattled by that round in number 5 that should have been theirs. I told you, Quack, that there should be a second timeout coming through from DRX. If this isn't DRX and this is Nongshim, I'm wondering, okay, why? You're giving DRX some breath. But it is DRX's. There you go. I was right on the money. They have to call a secondary timeout. They have to settle themselves and really get some good ideas flowing now on this attacking side.
There we go. Good job, Komodo. We got to pay attention to your predictions because you always get a lot of these right. But for now, I mean, still, DRX are having a problem. They're having a tough time because a lot of time it's these executes through the flash as well as the dash from Waylay, but to no true avail.
I still like the fundamental ideas though, right? There's a lot of things that they can kind of do to get Hyunmin out in towards the site. When you think of a guiding light, when you think of the Dizzy as well, these can all go out in combination to be able to get some quick pops to get him in. But the biggest thing that I'm seeing at the moment is Nongshim's expected readiness for these fights. They're not playing in open angles, really. They're dodging some of that utility, or they're at least having 2 players around the utility to then peek on out. Ivy's been, you know, despite 3 kills, sensational with his utility placement around for the team as a stalling tactic as well. It's just looking really good for Nongshim now. Looking to rinse DRX at Fountain.
Just pushing all the way out this time, not allowing them to set up their game plan. Saturate does catch one at least, so Hyunmin happy to take up the 2 kills, but has to run back to pick up the spike, and that costs a bit of time.
Yeah, but he's just going to light speed up because they know they have to take advantage. You've got an orbital strike here as well, but look at this one. The big factor is they've just beat Nongshim here. They can get this plant. Where does that go?
Onto the side,
it gets Hyunmin out.
Anti for the spike plant, but yes, Hyunmin. So spans the refract, but still able to collect onto another kill, possibly the 4th, because they know where that Annihilation shot out from.
Yeah.
Mako did quite a bit with the Molly as well, didn't he?
I think more importantly, the fact that the refract was online for Hyunmin to get out of that one. If that cocooned him, it's 2 versus 2. It could have
safe call.
Turned the other way.
Okay, but here goes Ivy. No utility, just looking for the angle. Spots out the slight shoulder, but not quite able to connect into the wall bang. DRX keeping range, keeping distance.
Golf claps for DRX. They get around on the board after that timeout now. Kind of still a bit of an abysmal conversion rate there. They did technically get the one over on Icebox against Nongshim's timeout, but the fact that they've used 2 within the 7 rounds here to only get 1 round on the board, maybe this is the pivot where they are able to figure out what's working and tie us up at 6-6, but they're going to have to just see a lot of chop and change to come out from them, because this one, they actually weather a scrappy battle over towards B long, right? And the Saturate works wonders to come out from Hyunmin. They can't escape this one, and then they do get into the site, right? So it's not a repeatable scenario for DRX in this sort of instance, I don't think. But more importantly, the fact that they're getting around on the board here, you know, it's just the necessary situation right now for them.
It's a good boost of morale. Let's say
yeah.
that, yeah. Because especially you don't want them to go too far off the deep end and then go into the map 3 with a bad mental. So coming up, starting things off with the Dizzy, doesn't really spot anyone on the other side until Persia shoots through. Trailblazer as well, though.
Yeah, maybe you do get a little bit of the repeatability here if Nongshim want to take this fight, but more importantly, I see RB with the flash drive over for the Showers control. They wanted to try and peek there and dispatch a flashback who's lurking in the wings.
Ooh, here goes the double flash, Saturate as well, and it does catch onto Ivy, but he goes through with the teleporter. Persia left to hold the angle and the sight by himself.
Problems for Persia at the moment. Do you fall back and use a Cosmic Divide in a retake when you've got a null command as well? I think you kind of have to.
Thinking about it, but even if he did, they might just rush through.
This stalling at the moment is superb. DRX have been shut down.
Opted for the Nebula instead of the ult, so it does hold enough, deters enough from DRX.
Good timing on the null command. That is just going to stall out DRX yet again from being able to do any sort of explosion in towards this B site. And unless Flashback is able to find something in heroics over at this A site, this round should be Nongshim's. 30 seconds now.
It all depends on this burst possibly through the smoke as well. But oh, that's 0 points.
Just got one though.
And it is enough as well for the utility information. Orbital strike burns away. It's a bit of a fake as they go through the teleporter. Spike planted soon enough, as well as the pit that will extend DRX's life in this round. Persia even getting caught off the back end.
Talk about a little bit of a tight line in a round like this one, but okay, DRX. They're looking to take this one, Quack. That might even be the save call to come through from Nongshim. They cannot contend with a pit when they don't have any scoping utility to come out here, right? No boombot, really, that you could throw into the pit as the only item. You could try and grab it and flash yourselves in there for sure with this composition, but in this sort of scenario, just take it for what it is. DRX, they'll win this round. You'll remove their pit at the cost of a null command of your own.
And Nongshim are okay with this as well. Cut your losses wherever it is. 2 to 6, not too bad, not too impossible to retain their lead from. Meanwhile,
early rotation from Nongshim, right? From that A site, a little bit too early. Great patience from Flashback, just not seeing any over-aggressions from Nongshim to reclaim some information over at A itself, so he's actually found his timing nicely.
Orbital was pretty lovely from Mako as well, and that's the DRX that we all know and love slowly coming back in together. Off of that one little timeout, that one little round win, and you start to see the effects off of it. Boosted morale.
The thing is, though, DRX no longer have any timeouts that they are able to deploy to have a conversation, right? So now it is up to the team to try and figure things out, unless Nongshim give them a timeout to start to cook again.
Okay.
That's actually what happens here as well. Nongshim feeling a bit of pressure, can come out with a couple of ideas, because you got to talk about a team, right, that is playing on this momentous streak in this map. It's their map, it's Bind. It's the map that we've seen overtime chaos played from them. We've also seen against Talon a bit of lacking, right? Gasping for air at times to try and crawl back in towards it, caught off guard on a couple of unorthodox angles that the Talon members are playing and going aggressive against you. DRX is such a different pace towards Talon on this map. So it's good to see that Nongshim had a brilliant start here, but feeling, and rightly so, that they could make this, you know, a 10-2, a 9-3. They want to get back in towards a comfortable scenario now.
Stretch that lead as much as possible. Everyone's still doing pretty well. It's just a slight fake and they got misread off of it, but otherwise, you're still seeing strong utility coming up from the Nongshim core. Right now, early info gathering phase for DRX.
Just back towards their slow stylistic defaults as well. Majority force towards one position of the map, not looking to go together too hard. Confirmation of information as well towards the showers, right? Guiding light that finds a spotto on towards Darby, but Flashback delivered a dirty service there.
Yeah, tried to sneak through the toxic screen. Francis is used to it by now.
Speaking of Francis, by the way, back towards the Viper too. Maybe he is looking to be the new common for Nongshim. Timing on the wall too towards B long by a good amount of time as we see DRX start to pivot towards this B site. You've got RB here with a full kit of utility as well. They've got the right numbers at the right spot here, Nongshim.
It's pretty good timing.
This is gorgeous.
You love the pop flashes. There it goes. The kills coming through from Ivy. Great shot from Estrella, though. Does get the first and answers right back as he spots out Ivy on the swing.
It is only RB here, though, and the fish ult is gathered. Is he going to look to just swim around in towards the site? Do they find RB, who snuck in towards the sky smoke? Now back towards a position just cleared.
How intelligent, but here comes Mako. Wingman to clear as well. Estrella doing his due diligence. Time running out, possibly. We'll see the paint shells do anything. Estrella just sticks it all the way through. Damby has to do everything here if they are to indeed stretch that lead. He dives for it with the blast pack. What security? What a flick! Onto Estrella, no chance in surviving. Nongshim up to 7.
Oh, that's damaging to come out from Darby, isn't it? That is a situation where you've got a great plan for Nongshim to reclaim that little pop space over towards B long. The flash, I thought, was gorgeous from RB. It's the word I use. They were all blinded. They should have been dead to rights. But the fact that he just gets real nothing on the back of that initial peak. They go back for the challenge as well. A saturate. Eventually, you got a floating Ivy down to the floor, but you had advantage there. Blinded kills to come on through. I mean, as unlucky as that is, DRX come on back after that ult, clearing the corners, hitting the shots. The 1 versus 1 damage done from Darby's paint shells to finish off his prey at the end of that one. And from that timeout, Nongshim get another round on the board.
Well played. Well helmed, I think, by RB as well. I mean, just being able to read the timing of things, going in for that check towards B long, next round coming up. And we're back to being able to prevent some of these lanes from coming online for DRX. They're left to explore A once again.
They should be aware of the fact, though, that generally there's been some showers presence. Now confirmed that Darby is stuck in a position. He can get bailed out, use his satchel as well. This is where I want to see the rest of DRX start to scale up with this standard wall.
Ooh, but if you have baths, might be tricky. You gotta take lamps for sure. Flashback tries to eliminate the bath's control by taking down Danby.
Does he expect a second, though? Look at this one. This could be huge for Francis.
Oh, Francis, what a swing back. Eliminates Flashback, so retains control over this half of the site, but still trying to get that plant through. The snakebite deployed and freeing around his teammates. Look to get a tap in. Getting out the reactions, getting those sprays, getting those reloads in, and then the peek out from Hyunmin. Play on slight timing, and he repositions as well, taking down Francis. He was always still lurking around. Now the question is, where are the rest of Nongshim?
Well, Persia's on the flank, gets one.
That would be enough. Ivy in with the grab net as well, off to Lamps. Just Hyunmin to do it all, and that will be enough off of the ult. He finds everything he needs.
Yeah, Hyunmin's played that one perfectly, hasn't he? Just in and out of all of the brimstone smokes going on down from Marco, making them sing for him, finding the Nongshim members looking at the wrong locations. Thought that Francis was in a pivotal spot. He has a Viper's Pit that he could potentially even throw on down. You've got that Cosmic Divide that comes out from Persia at the end there as well, but it's just not used. He's not really been in a situation to be able to deploy that for the team. Looking to just hold it for the next half at this point. It kind of feels like at the moment, but a necessary round for DRX nonetheless. They reset the economy of Nongshim, and they go hastily in towards this new round. I say they, it's Nongshim with the showstopper. Darby, how far does he go here to try and find this hunting kill? No dice.
Maybe not, but it still is a lot of space. Now he has to play tricky around this tunnel. I know it's a classic, but it does buy some time and pressure off of the rest of his teammates' backs. I mean, off of that one little play, take a look.
Yeah.
Francis has snuck up in towards this position on A short now.
All DRX need to know in this situation is that their spawn is dirty and they can start to scale up. They don't see any of the early utility from the deadlock over at B long, so they know that it's a bit more of a gamma stack to come through from Nongshim. They'd be right in assuming so.
And RB's getting a read for it too. Look at the rotations back from spawn now. A lot of trust in Ivy's utility as the deadlock.
Yeah, but also just the fact that Darby is left with his own devices to try and find what he can.
Oh, but here comes, look at that, dash in for the saturate, stuns them out perfectly, Mako in for the spray, as well as Wingman on the plant too. So even though RB got the read, unfortunately without the firepower, is not able to put up a hold. Darby gets sniped out. All you've got to worry about now is just the players on the front. Francis, though, sneaky from behind, might be able to find a couple with his Sheriff. Off towards Hookah. Tapping the spike. DRX trying to triangulate for these final positions. Snipes out onto Francis, and it's just RB left. Clean as it is, DRX, after what seemed like a rocky start, they have come back into this game.
Yeah, a bit of a recovery at the tail end of this one for sure. 4 out of the last 5 rounds, just that one coming to Nongshim after their timeout. Not too off-put by the utility in this one, right? The space that Darby finds with the showstopper that nets nothing, so you don't have that to be able to access into the last round of this half now. We'll see what this one is going to look like for DRX as well, right? When you consider that that Thrash is back online. But I'm looking towards what's happening over at A short. It's looking to be a little bit more aggression with a combo of utility. If they want to, it's just a slow creep up of 3.
Yeah, Nongshim with all these multiple strategies pushing out from all fronts now, and DRX are caught off guard completely. It was Flashback with an op as well, and he does not expect them to push out on these other lanes. Might have some sight lines though and tries to scope in for it, but Francis gets the drop on him.
You hear that sensor as well, and you know you got to hit that first shot and hope that there's going to be no trade. So it's all on to Estrella. See what he can brain in this round. Position noted as well from the Dizzy. The Thrash will come online, but you're just going to get backstabbed here, you'd think.
Oh, Persia, he swapped over.
Got him.
Catches. Wait, he's shooting him out of it? What's going on? What are you guys trying to do? The round's done. It's over. Ivy has gotten the kill, and we will end this first half with a strong 8-4 start for Nongshim.
8-4. See how much more this is gonna look like for Nongshim in their endeavors to be able to take us to map 3. Gotta say, Quack, the defenses on this half for them, such a strong start. Just good utility timing and rotations and shots to come out that we were really missing from them over in map number 1. And I am glad as well that it wasn't DRX just falling over in this one. They do start to figure things out after their second time out. But again, just to highlight, right, they no longer have coach intervention for the rest of this map if Nongshim don't give it to them. So now they transition onto this defensive side, and they do have to just figure it out together as a team.
At the very least, we could say they have recovered from that round 5. So not too bad. We'll see if DRX can continue to play without that coaching intervention. But on the other hand, the thing that does excite me quite a bit for the second half, I mean, this is where you get to see the Nongshim patented deadlock. This is where it's made its claim. I mean, yes, on the defense, you see how strong the utility is, but on the attack as well, they've got some decent lineups that can really come into combo, especially with Dambi on his movement.
Yeah, and I think for me in this one, right, that's going to be a little difference for Dambi going on towards this Raze as opposed to the Neon. In this current look for Ivy, his utility has been finding greatness with the GravNet too. You also have to remember last time the abilities weren't swapped over, right? So it was the signature of the wall, the barrier mesh. So there's more options now for a couple of continuation combos that can come through from Nongshim on this side of attack. And that's you know, quite tantalizing for me, to be honest with you, how RB's kind of going to navigate that one with this team.
Tantalizing, titillating. Let's see how Nongshim starts. Currently all positioned towards this A site, but there we go, already off the rip.
Yeah, the 0 point just going to confirm that Hyunmin's over towards the showers, going to dodge over the GravNet, but this is looking to be a little bit speedy from Nongshim now.
Yeah, almost, but this is the quick pace play that we are all used to. Straight in towards lamps with the blast packs, and now with control over this area, it's much more difficult for DRX to try to play around. They try to set up with the Dizzy, but Francis just goes in for the kill. Triple on the board. Mako even firing right back, but that won't be enough. Hyunmin is way too low to make anything happen, while freeing is way too far off.
You say that, but there's no shields for any of these Nongshim members. Sharpshot could do the job, but no dice on towards Persia. He's rolled the 1, and now for freeing. Oh, see what you're going to be able to fly in and find.
Maybe he can fly something in, but I don't see how he can hop over this barrier mesh. A little bit unfortunate.
It's fading.
There we go. Going over. And ultimately still surrounded. Right click from the back. B hops over. Francis, knife at his throat.
Yeah, he's just going for the right clicks on the classic run out of ammunition. And, well, there's a reload to even come through from freeing there. So why not? Just go for a bit of the backstab. You already, you know, managed to remove Team Secret last time. And we know for them for being the funny knifers. So, sure. Let's just go with that. Importantly, though, here, Quack, that's the secondary pistol to come through for Nongshim on this map. So they are really starting to set themselves up for that potential of map 3.
Which will always be very welcome sight once we do head over onto that. But for now, there's still a chance, possibly, for DRX dodging the lineups for now. They've done their homework.
Audibility as well goes a long way. Will the classics, though, also be able to go a long way in this one or not?
I will take a gander to say that Nongshim are being a lot more cautious.
Yeah, and this is where I'll throw it back to highlight as well.
Icebox.
That's kind of what we feel that RB is bringing to the table in this one, right? A bit more slower pace. And around such as this, it's fine. You want to scope if you're running in towards a full stack. So you get the idea. But I still think you want to see just the Nongshim aggression and balancing that up with the slow pace and the fast pace.
Otherwise, still carefully scaling upwards.
I wonder if Flashback saw Francis go for this lurk at A. Oh, he did, but he just gets dispatched off by the Ghost.
And that will be rather unfortunate. Meanwhile, getting the read onto the B site as well, but again, firepower not on their side. It will be Nongshim decimating all the rest of them.
And there's the 2-0 to come with that pistol and the second one. So let's see if DRX are now going to be able to get on the board here on Bind, or if we're going to have another little Corrode-style performance come through from them, where it just feels like the map is severely lacking. I love, by the way, when players jump up in the saturate and they just float down.
It's
just a fun dynamic.
Yeah, a little graphical thing that we get to see, not happening too often, but still. Lineups once again for Nongshim.
Big round for DRX though, hey. 3 players on this A site. See this utility, see the bodies, confirm what's happening at the moment. Darby doing what he can, Hyunmin gone.
And ultimately the sprays in towards short as well, but still hidden. It's going to be Flashback trying to ring things back, but it's not going to happen. Nongshim with the executions finding successful hits. Barrier mesh towards the back side as well. That means you only have to worry about the very top heaven. Mako slowly inching forward. Does go for the swing now. Dambi though, flashback for safety as well, and he's just too darn good. Locks everything off. It's Nongshim up to 11.
Love the aggression to come out from them in that round as well. Completely catching DRX off guard. Darby doing what he does best, shooting in the chaos right there, and just the rest of the team behind him as well. When you get into that post-plant scenario, I'm thinking to myself, where would the sensors maybe be? You've still got the molly, because when you've got that faster pace coming through from Nongshim, there's not a lot of utility that they needed to use as well. They would have had such a damaging post-plant if they decided to really play back as well. There was just no way DRX were getting back in towards that round there. So a very heads-up play from Nongshim on the bonus, and now kind of feels like that curtain's closing on this map unless DRX with this full force up here is going to be able to get the job done.
The show's not over. That's what DRX wants to say. Currently trying to, or needing to, get a good read across the map. Spots it out, flashback. Will take down the first, but just as that happens, Dambi
gonna grab the orb, as well as that kill. 2 away from the showstopper. You've still got Persia lurking in the wings, so there could, of course, be an angle for a teleport here for Nongshim later on if they feel too hot under the collar at this B site. Confirming Gecko presence and Brimstone presence, I believe, as well. That was spot out earlier, so it wouldn't be the worst idea to potentially try and cop a rotate here, depending on what Persia can find.
All right, full 50 seconds to work off of. Meanwhile, DRX making all the movements, all the reactions on the B site. So clear enough. It's going to be a full rotations through the teleporter onto A site where there are only 2 left.
Oh, early saturate. This is going to stall for a good amount of time here, but the rest of DRX going to rotate over here to help.
Oh, well, nonetheless, it will be good attempts from Hyunmin. He does do his deal with slowing them down. But then the barrier mesh, just quick enough, blocks off Mako's route. Oh, he looks to get a couple of wall bangs in, but ultimately no kill. Needs to go back up to heaven, or at least break the mesh for more mind games. Meanwhile, slow flank coming out from Estrella. Does he find the timing against this opponent? Persia marks the angle like a hawk and gets a couple of bursts in. Doesn't need to confirm the kill, just plays around the time of the spike. RB blocks lamps off, and Mako needs to work against this obstacle. It doesn't happen. Just ult onto Estrella, or it's gonna be map point. He has to back off. It's a save.
Not doable. Just not doable. Another great play from Nongshim. The pivot around towards that side. I was, thinking to myself, this TP, it's looking like a TP play. And Hyunmin just left the A site a little bit too early. It's a good saturate for him for sure, but RB just comes out, leading by example with the shots through. I'm even looking at the tail end. Ivy was placing his sensors when he was getting sprayed by Mako on that Bulldog. He still had a grav net as well. Just a very sticky situation for DRX on that A site. And that's going to be now map point for Nongshim. And my oh my, they got a lot of them. 8 map points here.
So much padding to work off of. And even then, the economy for DRX, they've had this double initiator composition to work off of, but haven't quite been able to get a good read for what Nongshim wants to set up for. These combos have been destroying them so quick, but here goes. Light speed into refract, and they get slight slight information, just Francis spotted.
I'm surprised there wasn't a secondary flash to go through to be able to assist on that one. Doesn't really matter though, because look what's happening around site Alpha at the moment. Darby with the showstopper, Darby with a second. Quack, this might be done.
We'll go for a slight transmission while the spike gets planted. But otherwise, great opening from Danby. The rockets into the site. All the utility has been spent on his kit, sure, but his teammates are right around the corner. And as well as Francis on this lurk. Doesn't even need it because Danby is online for an ace. He tries to get it down, but Hyunmin on the saturate slows him all the way through. 2 kills up front, but you don't expect the one coming from behind. Francis, what are you thinking? He clicks at the very end, and that will be that. Just as soon as Icebox ends, we go over to map 3 with a 13-4 scoreline on Bind.
Oh, the crowd wanted that ace. I heard him sigh, and just unfortunate stuff to come through from DRX. Oh, you got to feel for them on that one. But hey, for Nongshim, if you're a fan of theirs, which we've got a bit of a split crowd from what I've heard here as well, Quack. Hey, happy days, 13-4 on Bind, completely turning things around from the smacking they got over on Icebox for map number 1. So the series indeed does go to Lotus. I'm getting some vibes from our Japanese show last night, right? 13-1 versus 13-1, trading map picks, and then you have a bit of a better performance at the final map. Maybe we do get another play of that just in Korean style.
Ooh, maybe. I see what you're doing there. Slightly different style for sure, but at the same time, it's just lovely, lovely Valorant. Whether you're in the Nongshim camp with RP returning or in the DRX camp, you have to admit, this is explosive. This is beautiful Bind before we head over onto Lotus. I mean, both teams are showing their return to form. Whether or not it's the age of composition swapping around as well.
Yeah, maybe a bit of a risky pick to come through from DRX with how they were actually looking. Is it another scenario where they haven't had enough time to really just flesh out what this specific comp looked like here? Whether or not they want to continue to run with the Waylay, I don't think there was a lot of value.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on that if they do play Bind next time. But for now, we're going to toss it back over onto our desk because Nongshim are doing pretty good.
I never doubted Nongshim for a second. Obviously, they were going to come back on Bind, and they did it in a very convincing fashion, even with DRX's crazy new comp with Waylay.
Yeah, they crushed him, honestly. It was a beautiful outing for Nongshim. I would say combining like some new stuff with some of the stuff that used to work for them with the Deadlock. I think Deadlock is very strong at the moment with the grab net. Very, very impressed with their overall structure. They had a lot of great setups on defense. They had a lot of great attacking rounds. You can see 4 out of 4 post plants. And I just want to say cherry on the top for me is Danby having a great game on the Raze.
Yeah.
We need to see Danby playing more different duelists and be able to actually, you know, see him have consistent performances on agents that are not Neon, and that was one of the more impressive games on, you know, an agent that's not Neon in quite a while. 300 ACS really did his job quite well.
Yeah, look, very comfortable, but I think everybody did across the side of Nongshim. This is their home ground. This is where they have historically loved to take the vetoes. I agree with you. I really like the little wrinkles that they're adding to this comp now. Overall, it's a similar style from what they were known for, but I agree with you that it's a sort of modernization of it. They're kind of adding a little bit more stuff. We're seeing that KO come in, and, you know, of course, still that Deadlock for Ivy, which you have to love. I mean, this team on Bind, very strong.
I was interested to see DRX running double init. I feel like double init's falling out of favor quite a lot in the meta right now, and DRX still committed to it, mixing in the Waylay into the comp as well. So you know, there was a couple of nice looks. They opted to start out on attack. There was a couple of cute little moments from the Waylay, but overall, I think Nongshim dealt with it very well, and they looked very comfortable playing around it.
Yeah, I know there are going to be a few people out there in the audience. I don't know how many, but definitely one fan who's really happy that Nongshim ended up winning Bind, and that is, of course, the William Cho or Chobra.
I just want to say, I wasn't planning on being on the desk, which is why I'm wearing shorts, right? I would have worn jeans or slacks if I was going to be on the desk.
It's a lot of knees.
It's very It's very humid. It's very hot in Korea. I just listen. I'm not trying to disrespect the audience.
Cover this up.
Thank you.
This is
all right, here we go.
Decent broadcast. Thank you.
Here we go. We gotta get some extra donos, man. Showing some extra skin here.
But anyway, can I just say, I would like the apology forms for everyone who was calling Domby a Neon 1 trick, all right?
Yeah, I never said that.
No, I'm not looking at I'm just saying.
Okay.
I wasn't just saying
Those of you at
that
home.
he played very well on Raze this game. I was very impressed by that. Look, I'm not apologizing for anything until they win the series, by the way. I'm just putting that out there. But that was a great map.
Did you know Danby was not a one-trick Neon?
Yes, I've been trying to tell people that his Raze is really good and his Jet's pretty good too.
Okay.
And I've spoken with him as well, and he actually is sick of playing Neon. So like,
really,
I'm just.
Oh.
Yes, he said that he's been wanting to play more like Jet, Raze, other things because he's been
Waylay?
playing Neon for so. Well,
Oh, God.
I don't know if he still wants to play the Waylay. I don't know about that. Let's hold off on that one.
Well, we do have some highlights. Morgan, do you want to take us through the first one? Was it you with the defuse?
Yeah,
and
I
Will,
felt like they stole a round. I feel like in the first map they got rounds stolen off them, and then we just see this defuse get stuck. I mean, I think it was from this point where I knew that this map was wrapped up. I mean, DRX, you're not coming back after that when you're just letting him stick on the defuse. I mean, everything's going exactly right for Nongshim, and it's continued into the rest of the map, Pilski.
This was a very neat setup. This really reminded me of how you play CS, and the way you use flashes, and RB with his background in that game showed exactly how strong it can be to fight with flashes above your head and just scale out B long, and you see it a lot on defense coming in for retakes, things like that. You know, it is something that can be quite strong, and I think is underutilized in Valorant actually, so I'd love to see some more of that. But this is the Danby highlight reel now. This is Danby on Raze.
This shot was good.
I'm sure you were very entertained by all of this.
I'm going to be honest, I thought that round was over. And then Domby friggin' proved me wrong, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, no, Dom really did an excellent job that map getting them through.
Except for that weird ult where he just sent it all the way into Swan.
on the eco?
Okay,
but how much space did he create on that round, though, right? Like, he got so much map control in that round.
They still lost.
I mean, they only had classics, man. What was he going to do?
But yeah, we have to highlight him. Just honestly, very standout performance. And this is what Nongshim need. This is how they got to the league. It was on the back of this man right here. Don't get me wrong, the meta has changed, things have evolved, but now it's nice to see signs of him growing and changing with the times, being a little bit more modernized, because that's what this Nongshim team need. Set Danby up for success, and that's how you can win games.
I mean, it's not even his first time playing the Raze. We've seen it in the past. It wasn't terrible before. It didn't wow me like it did this game, though.
What does it take to wow you?
This.
Okay.
This was great.
This is good enough. Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
Fantastic.
I just wanted to know.
I was just talking about previously, because they have, I believe even in kickoff, maybe they would have played the Raze. I remember Nongshim, Danby did pick up the Raze before already in Pacific.
Well, the question is, as we go into our third map, what is Danby going to be playing? Do you know, Chobra?
I don't know. But I'm going to...
He's acting like he doesn't
know
what he's going to play on Lotus.
Listen, I'm going to guess he's going to play the Neon, all right? Like, I don't think it's a big secret here.
Ooh, bold guess. Risky move there from you.
I know.
This is why they picked him up on Nongshim. He's really on the inside.
Yeah, spicy takes. That spicy ramen there. But this is a map that both of these teams are very experienced on, with different kind of results here. Pilski.
Absolutely.
Are you feeling confident about your DRX prediction?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, DRX have played pretty much everybody on this map, both domestically and international competition. They should be feeling very confident in this as a third map decider. They can play pretty much any comp, they can play pretty much any style, so the world is really their oyster. But at the same time, I could see this going Nongshim's way. This is a map that they are also very familiar with and have played a lot in Pacific.
I mean, we saw them look good in it in their last outing, right? You know, I think they looked very dominant with this deadlock. And of course, Danby back on that signature Neon. I'm feeling very good about the Nongshim prediction, to be honest. I'm definitely leaning their way as we head into this. I mean, you know a little bit more about this team than both of us. So how are you feeling for the Lotus?
I just want to point out also all the Korean casters mostly picked DRX as well. So
yeah, I mean,
please make a case for
they're stuck in the old times, you know, like as they usually are. They're kind of stuck in the past. It's all good. I understand. But I think especially with them now gaining the confidence on Bind, I think Lotus, my biggest concern is individuals on DRX, like Flashback. If he can really just anchor down, hold that site. Hyunmin's now coming online. If he starts kind of pulling like an old Buzz and being like, I'm going out and getting frags, that's risky, but I think the pacing on Nongshim, I think, is actually an advantage against DRX's style.
Oh, that's a fantastic point. I think right now, as a Nongshim supporter for today I'm Team Nongshim.
For today? All right, we'll change that later.
Yeah. But I really like what I'm seeing coming out from DRX right now. I think Bind, it looks like they're experimenting with a new comp and didn't know how to press back against them. But on Lotus, I'm expecting similar comps, not too many changes.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I expect them to play something pretty standard here. The world is really their oyster. Stylistically, they can lean a lot of different directions. I expect Nongshim to play the same comp they stomped Secret with, though. They're going to mix in the Deadlock here. It's really quite similar to what they used to play as well, with the solo Fade and Dambi running around on the Neon. Like, this is very much their quintessential style, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is very much, like you said, the Nongshim style of throw Dambi in there, we figure it out afterwards, we cause the chaos. And again, I think stylistically, that really puts DRX a bit on a back foot.
Yeah, Nongshim, of course, taking that signature composition that they're known for. Ivy sticking with that Deadlock. No changes across on their side, and this is what I want to see from them. They looked very good in their last outing of Lotus, and they'll be happy that this is the map 3.
Yeah, DRX playing something very standard, freeing onto the Fade. You're going to have Estrella playing the Viper, very comfortable playing that Agent, going back to RRQ times, and Flashback going to be a player to keep an eye on the Vice. Going to be a little bit more difficult to just shove into the sights with Dambi.
I also just want to remind everyone in that last round, Mako couldn't get a kill with the DRX Classic, but I mean, Nongshim got a lot of kills with their Nongshim Classics on Bind, so just a reminder if you still have a capsule.
What about Icebox? Freeing was making that Classic look pretty good.
Dude, are you stuck in the past like the Korean capsules? That's map 1, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you should just buy both bundles, but this is a very important match. We want to collect as many championship points as possible, especially these two teams. We're going to send it back to the casters. Thank you so much, Chobra, for your time here. Quack and Komodo, please take it away.
Gonna take it away. I think they were doing a very good job at bringing up the sales for the entirety of the VCT Pacific teams, but apart from that, yes, we do have some interesting compositions, maybe slightly default. It's familiar, to say the least.
Yeah, well, speaking about sales on those things, Team Secret have had some good sales, and we saw Nongshim just absolutely bring the wind out of their sails in the last installment of this map. 13-3, if you did miss that one, by the way. What you might have missed also is that we're into this round already. It's a 5v5. The Spike is planted at B.
Yeah, DRX have already made their passage into sight. Breaking the door as well, just to hold extra space. Everything's been smoked off for now, but surely after it dissipates, we'll get to see Nongshim's turn at moving. They have utility to work off of.
Frenzy in this close proximity can be quite damaging.
Persia as well. Omen Flash lined up, and it goes in perfectly, but here comes Hyunmin marking down the backside. He has that Frenzy for close-range duels. Looks for the next one as well, while Persia tries to take the initiative against him, but it doesn't quite happen. Onto the Spike, and it's just Dambi with a Ghost. 2 players to eliminate. He's done quite a bit already, but he needs to get an ace just to bring this all to a close. It doesn't happen. Estrella, the numbers, all going down, and it's just DRX taking a triumphant win in the first pistol.
I guess scrappy at the end, though. 5v5s always get a little bit fun. I'm going to use the word fun in these ones. Everyone's just trying to shoot what they can, and you forget that a little bit of utility is there. The C's in towards Breakable Room as well doesn't work out, but the flashes and the rest of it does. Good work for the side of DRX to claim the pistol. I'm actually intrigued by the fact that we have a change-up of agents on Nongshim Red Force's side, by the way, here. Quack, it's maybe RB not feeling the Sova, despite them winning the 13-3. Going for the Fade. So we'll see how that difference is going to look in the depth of this map.
2 Prowlers over 1 drone and 1 bolt, so maybe happy with that little difference. Other than that, right now, just controlling both extremities of the map.
Yeah, something that we've got to see DRX be proficient in as well on this one, right? Just making sure that they're getting some early reads, not allowing a lot of this defensive space from Nongshim.
Apart from that, at the same time, just DRX. I think in this round, they've put on their straw hats. They're taking out the pitchforks. They're farmers.
What was Chobra talking about, the classics and everything? That's 12 bullets in a Prowler.
Who knows? But I'm happy to see DRX taking things slow against a round where they don't have that much space yet. Picking up the ult orbs, taking more space now, scaling up towards A.
Prioritizing the ult orbs on Hyunmin at the moment as well. Wise idea. Get him closer up towards that showstopper. Little by little, though, inching forward towards the choke of A.
30 seconds left.
And there they go.
Go, go, go.
Flash up, marching into sight, especially with the Spectre and the Phantom. Snakebite to block off any potential angles that might hit them in the back. Smoked up towards Heaven as well.
find you.
Just see if these pistols can really do anything at the moment. Remove a body, remove a gun. Francis eventually will make his way over here. But all in all, secondary round going swimmingly for DRX. They can hold on to these guns as well into the next round, Quack. It'll be quite the doable bonus round. Give it a good crack.
Or possibly 1 or 2 exits, making as much noise as possible just to lure DRX towards him. Dambi gets the first pick. Well, there is a trade as well for DRX, not dropping their weapons just yet. So Nongshim, decent with the couple of pickups that they have, but otherwise DRX keeping that ball rolling.
Yeah, this is the time that we'll start to see what their attacking side has to look like as well, because we didn't really get too much of anything from them over on Bind. And I remember, you know, last stage where we start to see a lot of this Lotus play come through from them as well. Teo was picked up a little bit here and there. They still kind of did shy away from it. We've seen some double duelist plays from them, but this is a DRX that, again, is still trying to revitalize a lot of what is working for them and how they just operate in the server itself, right? Chopping and changing players here and there. Need to see some stability in this new double controller shift. A lot of Omen and Viper plays. You know, same parallel for Nongshim, right? Persia on this sort of secondary pickup. Francis just kind of primarily being a Viper at the moment.
4 out of the 5 matches he's played so far in Stage 2, he's been on Viper.
And Harbor on the other, so loves the walls.
So far so good, eh? I mean, right now, a little bit of mental conditioning as well from DRX as they stream back into Seaside for the first time. Through the Sonic Sensor, Hyunmin gets above it, takes down Ivy. Francis, though, whoa, gets a good little spray transfer. Mako right back into the fray. Ultimately, DRX has the site, and it's the onus on Nongshim to retake.
Persia on this flank doesn't have a shrouded step, so he's going to have to trip the shear. Now they know. Is it going to eventuate into anything, though, Quack? Because RB's gone. It means Dambi and Persia for a retake.
Dambi, at least he's got the full kit, maybe aided by Persia with a smoke and a flash. Gonna have to try to cook something up, and here comes the fast lane into the stun, but Mako lands the shot anyway. Persia out from the back, gets a decent one onto flashback, but into the smokes. It's easily read by Hyunmin. It's DRX with a bonus.
Yeah, it's great for them as well, actually. Just on the precipice of blowing in towards the C site, and they just open it quite easily, in my mind. They force the hands, right? The difference in a Vice versus a Deadlock at the moment, if you're going to have a very quick Hyunmin getting on in, the sensors aren't really going to do much as opposed to what the shear, the stalling, and the Vines might do if they're at the right spot. If he's so quick, he's just going to shoot you. Great extra utility to come through from the rest of the DRX squad, I might add as well. It goes a long way to have a good paranoia come out and a good post-plant set up for the rest of the squad too.
Otherwise, Nongshim trying to play around their smokes as well. Oh, Estrella getting the spray. It's a triple. Persia off to the side. He finds a couple back, but Fring continues to march up front. Just Francis, who's so low and ill-equipped through the sheer wall as well.
Now it's a 1 versus 2. Francis is always running a marathon, it feels like, at the moment, in a different postcode to where the action is. But in this 1 versus 2, afforded a gun. And now they know where he's going to be coming from at least, so DRX can start to shift in how they want to navigate this direct post plant. A C is available for freeing, and flashback with an Arc Rose and Thorns on the site. It should be an untenable situation here for Francis.
Still sneaking in. The angle on flashback, though, might just give him the one-on-one. Goes in for the stick. It's the wall bang from flashback. Everything set up for it, and DRX now 4-0.
Just good level-headed play when they get in towards that post plant at the moment there. They shut down Dambi nice and early as well with that overdrive. They had a haunt, I believe it was, early on as well, reveal a little bit of information. And you see DRX kind of trying to hide a little bit, but they do navigate it quite well. 4-0. At this point in time, it was where DRX were losing on the last map. There was a timeout called from them to try and bring a little bit of potency back in towards their play. Nongshim opting to shy away from that, so you feel like maybe it is okay and more valuable to use them later on. Did note a couple of donuts still for some of the Nongshim members as well in the kill department. Want to see them start to activate at this stage as well, Quack.
needing to. DRX, though, happy to sit back and hold, watch for what utility comes their way. Barrier Mesh quickly deleted, and for some pressure towards the B site. Nongshim thinking about it, they have 2 players floating over across the map.
Feels like it's going to be a play when you've got this mound control at the moment to get Hyunmin in with the showstopper and freeing with the Nightfall. You could use both, you could use one. They are in fact gonna use both to get on in, and it's just forcing Francis to scurry away.
That's just classic DRX mind. Oh, they got him too! Keeping Nongshim on their toes. Quick entry into sight. Spike plant coming through. He also got the smokes up as well. Nongshim close by at least. Maybe Danby alongside RB looking to initiate something towards the back. A hunt to go through, but DRX just evacuate the site.
Ivy's just used his grab net as well. It is a post plant for Mound.
Gonna have to find those angles towards the mound area. Danby feeling the need to slide over, but DRX just gets the read on towards Ivy, who gets a good spray onto Mako as well off of the Tracer rounds. But nonetheless, the spike not quite getting diffused this time. The pink shell's in from Hyunmin onto the quad kill! 5-0 for DRX!
Glorious shots to come through from Hyunmin there. It's always a bit of a risky spot when you do completely get out of the sight in these sort of situations. Where do you think Nongshim might be able to defuse? Generally, the more protected one is up on the ledge, but just not afforded that ability there with all the spray just contained into the one spot. Notice a bit of the awkward play from Ivy in that dark cover there as well, just kind of sitting pretty, seeing what he could spray through it, and eventually dispatch off by Hyunmin. Kind of everybody removed from the equation by him there. 5-0, that is enough for Nongshim to be bringing out a chat timeout opted for, because, well, we see a lot of greatness from them over on Bind, and we see, you know, it flipped over for DRX on Icebox, right? This is a map that we're expecting to be a little bit closer, right? We've got a lot more gameplay on this map from both of these teams as opposed to Bind recently and Icebox for Nongshim too. So I'm thinking to myself, Nongshim should be coming into this one a little bit more equipped. Just very slow from them so far.
Yeah, have been playing catch-up against DRX. I mean, that's why DRX have opted to start on this attack, and true to their style and fashion, especially with the coaching staff. There's so many mind games where, unfortunately, even with RB as an addition to the team, they haven't quite been able to find the legs needed to win this race. Nongshim, again, we talked about it, we're bringing it up. It's the ascension points. The fact that they need to make it to playoffs. Their opponents in the rest of this group will not make it simple, and they need as much as they can.
Oh, going into the eco now for Nongshim. May very well be a 6th for DRX. Spearheading on this map. Feel like at the moment as well for RB, not seeing too much weight behind this change from the Sova to the Fade. Right, a comp that they used to run with Margaret on the roster. It was Margaret on the Viper actually, and Francis over on towards the Fade. Remember against Zeta Division they had a great closer for the last week of play in last stage. But not really feeling a lot of the same sense of confidence on this one here with this composition. Especially so when you remember that they just did wipe the floor with Team Secret too, right? We're just seeing a lot more gusto from Nongshim in that one. A lot more better reads. Currently reading wrong a lot of the time.
Different opponents this time. Meanwhile, DRX, wow, just staying on top of everything. Saw the smoke from before, played it safe. Rotations into A now. Decent shots though, RB and Ivy. Firing back Daffy as well. Out from B, off to the races, trying to pull off a flank. DRX, they've dug themselves into this site now.
You might have to see a straight up pop a pit if they want to try and navigate this round back. Are they going to look for Persia? He's on the cool angle.
Needs one shot, but the swing. Too smooth, too fast. 2-on-3.
Got a pit here, and he's moved from the Outlaw to the Phantom too.
Danby with the spray as well, just to flush them out of comfort positions. Oh, RB. Trying to get some verticality in this duel.
Oh, he's just got the horn.
Might be able to allow for a coordinated peek with the rest of the Nongshim forces. Danby, way too close, but still gets the shot. Saw the tracers. Francis, in for a pound, in for more. Estrella trying to clutch it up, but RB will take it down. Nongshim have found a round in this first half.
He was on to 4 HP in the decay when that comes on through. Even highlighted at the end there by Estrella, but he just cannot find the lasting frag. The bullet whizzes past his head. That is such a steal of a round to come through from Nongshim, and they just do have to steal themselves as well going forward now. The timeout conversion going their way again, but I just can't help but wonder what the game plan actually does look like for them now on the rifle round, that you would expect that timeout to potentially be navigated towards here. Darby on an operator, wrong side of the map for now.
Still trying to get at least a single lane off of DRX's list of options. DRX now in towards A. Gotten a rubble. I believe Persia hears all of this.
Wouldn't mind an opportunity for a flashback to be picking up the Steel Garden here too. Currently playing on a wing by himself. Rest of his team in this 4-stack of rubble. Power line from Darby as well. And hold that operator spot for as long as he wants before ultimately just running around to help the rest of the team.
Prowler check around Pillar.
Oh, Darby's getting so much information at the moment too. And now it's just confirmed that Flashback should be by himself.
Right, he's trying to hold this forward space as much as he can. Has the Nightfall to deploy into A if he needs to. But right now, revealing his location might be DRX's read to push into B.
Good pit. Removing one angle of approach from DRX to pivot towards B for a bit of a crunch.
Or not. The pit here. A little bit too troublesome to deal with. So back to A.
If the door's open as well, they can pop out of that pit from a couple of different angles, and it is as well. I'm looking towards what Francis is cooking here.
Nightfall, there it goes. Francis in for the double kill as well. So as soon as Hyunmin steps in the side, he's getting taken off board. Mako just trying to trade back. Finds a bit of a double, but will it be enough? Way too much ahead of him, and he puts the smoke up, gets a second shot onto Francis. Running out of ammo though, and Dabby slides in for the shorty kill.
There you go, the operator, not necessarily the weapon to do the job for him, but will retain it to the next round. Lion's share of the heavy lifting, Francis with that pit. Great recognition that that door being broken, actually, as I'm mentioning it, right? He can get in towards the pit and pop out at a different angle. When you've got that in combination with the Nightfall to come out from RB, well, they're not going to have any extra health or information on the back of it. It was actually after the kills did come on through, but still great item thrown in towards the round for the rest of the squad of Nongshim to just clean up around Tree. This is what we need to start to see from them, some good ideas. But when you look at the outset as well and you think, yeah, there's ultimates invested in them, you don't have them often, right? This is now where this DRX timeout actually kind of works a good favor for Nongshim to figure things out as well when they don't now have access to those ults.
Which makes you wonder what this timeout will eventually do as well for DRX, trying to extend this lead as much as they can, similar to what they've done on Icebox. So far, so good, but Nongshim, having some setups, were able to turn things around.
I mean, I look towards this one right now with how DRX are playing it as well. A bit of a classic DRX style, right? Slow, deliberate, dangerous. They want to go back towards that little play at the moment. We've seen a bit more aggression from Nongshim on this defensive side now, right? So maybe play a little bit more back, expecting an operator play to be there. They're going to have to scope out where that is potentially lurking around, and it's actually not Darby who's holding it right now.
Meanwhile,
RB on the operator.
I do love that we've got some young fans in the audience as well. The question is, do they support Nongshim or DRX, like the OGs?
I just hope they support good Valorant.
That's what everyone supports, Komodo. But yes, RB onto this op. It's a slight off angle into B as well, but DRX taking things slow and steady. Like you mentioned, the 3 Ds. What was it?
Bring them down.
Deliberate
and dangerous.
Okay, we're taking a second to think up of it. Back into it. A lot of B presence made known, and RB falls off of his line. Thinking about the A area as well. Flash out, crunch play from Francis. And that's one player gone. Not just one, it's a specific controller.
Marco gone. Good little bait play to come out from Nongshim there. Paranoia in for the frag, so you'll take that as a trade. Now you're funneling DRX towards this A side. A little lopsided shot from RB there.
Still confirming the information. Mash was quickly dealt with, so DRX continue to scale up, but into the side, it's Dabby, it's Ivy. They've got the grab net, they've got the stuns! What a lineup! Unfortunately, Astray just walks into that cross line.
Yep, I call that being accidental. And now for flashback, well,
I'm just flipping the sign. It's 0 days since we have an accident on Lotus.
see if he can pick up the spaghetti from his pockets that has fallen out, but with only 10 seconds to go, not really going to happen there. So a good taste of what Nongshim have to throw our way on this defensive side yet again. And they will convert another round after a timeout in the map. Doesn't matter if it's theirs or their opponents. This is looking to be quite the success rate from them.
Specifically this one after DRX's timeout as well. Really scratching my head for that one. But nonetheless, it's Nongshim doing a fantastic job at controlling the map. You've got the op now. You're keeping them for another round.
Yeah.
And at the same time, this crunch play outside of Mount.
It's some really good plays against how DRX's slow style is at the moment. So I'm hoping DRX do recognize that they need to get a little bit of pace. But as I say that, Nongshim are actually turning it upside down. They are steaming ahead, and Darby, he's, well, just folded.
Yeah, Francis, good backup. But DRX trying to pick up the pace as well. Straight into the A side, but still wary because of all this Sentinel utility. Traps abound. It's the Nightfall that supports them, and Hyunmin will be able to eliminate Ivy. Persia, though, backside, back line, still lethal. The Prowler confirms his position still. He hasn't tried to step away, but Hyunmin needs to get the kill if he sees to find anything. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite happen. As I get tongue-tied, it's now freeing, and Mako left. Haunt out, RB, and the rest of the gang trying to peek off contact.
Good bait swing.
Single kill into possibly the final one. Mako, no smokes available. Has a kill, could even maybe try to step away, but chooses to go for the peek instead, and Persia gets him down.
Oh, Persia was playing the most potent lines of play over at drop there. He was not biting off more than he could chew. He had RB above him for when needed. There was no full commitment from DRX to go and dislodge him from there either. That's really level-headed play from Nongshim, and I even like the little bait and switch play at the top of the rope as well. Just these little micro pieces starting to work a treat for Nongshim. The operator too, I mean, still looking to be valuable for them, but it is the rifle work and the tandem plays that is coming out that is just looking a lot better for them now. This 6-0 that was looking to be the situation for DRX, and that eco thrifty comes on through. Now we're seeing Nongshim potentially doable for a lead at the half as well.
Yeah, might just be able to string 3 more rounds together, especially with this half buy from DRX now.
We say that though. There is a showstopper for Hyunmin to get into the site with no deadlock utility towards C as well. He'd have some free territory to find for Flashback to use the Steel Garden.
Makes you think to what Nongshim's plan is currently. Trying to get a read for the swap around across the map. Now it has to be a full rotation in.
And they only see Francis with no deadlock utility, right? So they know he's the only one there. They don't have to rip the Steel Garden early. They can hold, they can wait, and this can buy so much time.
Which could give DRX the 6 that they're looking for. And Ivy has the Annihilation as well, though, but there it goes. Time being bought away. Trying to create some space off of the threat of this ultimate. Dambi stringing himself in. He does have the shorty. Ivy hops over onto stairs. With the guns out now, it's going to be the flash from DRX to try to keep things in their control, but until it's RB who swings out and finds a lot more as well, freeing close range with a stinger, trying to do it all, but time is running out for RB. Goes for the tap. Oh, he's got him around the edge of the spike. He finds a knife headshot kill to no true avail. Still the round handed over onto DRX.
Oh, it's entertaining, don't get me wrong. But the round still goes DRX's way from their initial game plan. As I said, the showstopper in, they're going to flush Francis back, but he actually gets splash damaged by the ultimate. Showstopper allowing entry in, and then you start to see this retake looking good. I got to say, the quick 180 frag that goes on towards Mounds, that was very nice, but just no time in the end to seal the deal, as DRX will find round number 6. They'll at least tie up at the half now. Guns are plenty still for Nongshim too. No operator though. So the standard rifles and Darby with an overdrive if he wants to pop that one and keep up the electricity that we're seeing now in this server.
Just to keep the score.
Would you have it any other way, though, for DRX to go back into something slow after going very fast in the last round? Persia playing Spotto. Needs to be very careful that his head isn't removed off his shoulders here.
I think he might have just gotten spottoed by that Prowler. Well, Boombot into sight. He's calling for the rotations over. Meanwhile, Ivy pushes up.
Yeah, I love that as well. Had his teammates behind him to get a trade at worst. Or maybe best, whichever way you do look onto it, but you've removed Estrella from the equation. It's a call from the Beyond now for DRX. How they want to still look to finish out this round. Big investments of Util towards C, they're gone in.
Kunmin has been good on the entry so far, but he's going to have to pull off a big one if his team is to find this round. Nongshim surrounding the site. Just trying to get things covered, especially with Mako's utility. Now that the spike is planted, they will back off.
C's for freeing, one away from a Nightfall. If he gets that online here, huge.
That's why he's playing around the site. Especially with the angle out from defender spawn, but here comes Gravnet in with Dambi's movements. Green gets the kill, quick off the rip on the Nightfall, and then knocks him out from the back though. Francis Ivy out of nowhere. Mako tries to play sneaky around it, cancels the TP, gets the first kill, but not the transfer out the second. Good attempt, but Nongshim come out on top.
That would have been such a smart play to come out from Mako there when the squad on his opponent's side is all deafened by the Nightfall. Reposition, but not to play post from the mound. Just narrowly behind enemy lines to try and find them. Valiant attempts, you understand the idea. Just the execution at the end doesn't come through. And Nongshim will hold on, they will answer back. Good lurk late to come out from Francis. A necessary kill onto Flashback there. If he doesn't find that one, round may even go the other way to DRX. But now, to the last round of the half here, Quack, you're not got the greatest weaponry for the Legacy squad here. So we could see a 6-6.
Got the annihilation for Nongshim as well. So just trying to keep as much control as possible. Stick to that game plan of preventing DRX from coming online.
If they want to go towards this A side as well, and you see the barrier mesh thrown down, I think that kind of disturbs you a little bit. An annihilation, a scary prospect here.
So flushes DRX over and straight into the crosshairs of Persia.
Job's done.
Well, the spike's down, and the round very well might be as well. Francis down for the count. Gets another for his troubles. Dambi wants a slice of this pie as well. Estrella trying to play close range with a stinger, but unfortunately without the range, without that firepower that was so desperately needed, this first half will end in a 6-6.
Great recovery from Nongshim, I gotta say. I was very worried for them in the early beginnings in the 5 in a row that we come through from DRX. When we consider as well, folks, if you don't know the situation state of the Ascension spot for Nongshim, right?
Yes, please.
They've got to get to playoffs here, essentially, to confirm back to an Ascension play. They get towards Champions, they stay in Pacific. Great, gorgeous for them. The problem is at the moment, right? They were looking worrisome in here. They got the victory against Team Secret, so that's going good for them, right? We know that they've got to get victories into playoffs. They've got to get top 4 in their group, yeah? We've seen some miracles from a team that has been 0-3 before in Paper X, don't get me wrong, but I think there's a lot of different weight when you think of a name like Paper X and Nongshim, right? So the fact that they've bested Team Secret, we look to DRX here. If they can get a victory here, I mean, absolutely, they should be going towards playoffs in my mind. RRQ after that, and then they'll finish with GE and Gen.G. If Gen.G keep going the way they are, that's a struggle. But hey, the point in play is for Nongshim right now. Okay. I was worried in the beginning of this map because they were 5-0 down.
Okay.
They've come back to tie, Quack. What do you think of that?
That's what I want to ask you. I mean, you're calling it like it is. I love it. And Nongshim, they do have tough opponents ahead of them. But final vibe check, because it's a 6-6, where are you?
Vibe check?
Yeah.
Do I go with my initial prediction or do I betray that? Because I've always been a fan of the Ascension
Ignore
teams.
the prediction. We're staying in the moment. What is the final vibe check?
In the moment, I think DRX going to this defensive side should look a bit better. But Nongshim on attack? No, I'm not going to betray my prediction.
So
DRX.
Come on, man. You were hyping your stuff. I got excited for nothing.
I've got to keep people guessing.
And that's why they're going to keep watching for you as well. But here we go, back into the game. It's DRX, like you mentioned, on defense. And in typical DRX fashion, it's the full control. It's the toxic screen. You've got the Vise as well. No Sheer for now.
The thing for me, though, is Nongshim under RB's leadership at the moment has looked to be a little bit slow to start, right, on this attacking side. So we'll see if they're going to be able to convert that. Team Secret, I think, a bit of an outlier series in that one.
You never know. Maybe even the slow plays from Nongshim this time might support them. Case in point, Francis holding the angle, finds an unsuspecting Mako.
Great shot. You can get a couple more of those. The pistol would go your way here.
Now it's telling movements, just a bit of presence into A. Pulls the rotation over, which leaves B open. C as well a little bit. And that's where Nongshim want to go.
Good call from RB. If this is the right one. Of course, they only needed the 4 to close against Team Secret on attack. If you're starting off with an attack round here, that'd be absolutely great for you.
30 seconds left.
No, we got the Thorns tripped up though. So it's just one person outside 4 now. Not quite yet spotted. Persia does fire off the shot. Estrella trying to dance around with them. We're going in for the tango. We'll see who truly leads this dance. It's going to be Nongshim. Straight into sight. Spike planted soon enough.
Oh, 10 seconds though. This is the hunt that DRX want to get into to try and deny that, but they're not going to be able to.
Not for now. Sonic sensors set up as well. Oh, what an angle though. Off towards the back, they find vision into stairs. Nongshim now trying to avoid it.
Paranoia from Persia.
And got the smoke up as well. It will push DRX back just for a second, and it allows for Francis to find another kill. Close range is RB with a Nongshim Red Force Classic. Gunman trying to deter or destroy that as much as possible, but unfortunately it doesn't really fall into disarray. Nongshim still under control, will pick up the pistol.
Very nicely done from them. All starting with that sharp shot in the very beginning, wasn't it? Calling the audible for the rotate towards the C site, where I'm kind of questioning as well for DRX, how are they going to be moving the Vice utility around this map, right? We saw a lot of fluidity from Ivy on the Deadlock, which had its moments and it didn't really have its moments as well. I think Vice, you know, you're just seeing a different play where a lot of teams will spot where the Vice shield is, and you're baiting that first before ultimately exploding in, right? If we see that from Nongshim, that'll give DRX some good ideas on how they want to play their bait traps around it, is what I'm kind of expecting. It'll have to be a bit later on after this round, though, when you consider that, well, this is just the anti-eco, right? These are the pistols for DRX. They shouldn't be finding too much here.
Probably. We've seen it happen once.
Exactly, yeah. That's why I kind of hesitate a little bit. But it should be Nongshim finding this one, and they're off to a good start. Francis with another opener.
Again, it's the same, I guess, protocol of making some presence on C. Francis continuing to hold, and unfortunately, this time it was Fring's head who got taken off. Estrella with the peek out, though. Francis in with another. Dambi sliding forward. Now A side is open.
Estrella's found that from pretty much down yonder, by the way. Back of Mound all the way to, if you look at the radar, with the classic, yeah.
Sick shot. Still, though, his flank presence will be noted, should be noted by Nongshim.
It's the only opportunity, I feel like, for DRX to pill for this round and see if Estrella finds something on this flank, but now confirmed.
RB with a Sheriff as well.
Toxins going up.
Got some toxicity to work off of. Unfortunately, to no real avail. Flashback close by, looking for as much of a tag as possible. But oh, it's Francis with the outlaw wallbang.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Francis is somehow able to hunt for that kill, he'd be ever so closer towards that Viper's Pit as well. He's just done some great work in that one to be able to...
he's got like 2 or 3 wallbangs by now.
Yeah, to be able to close the deal on that one. So you take out those 2 first rounds for Nongshim. Now you're getting in towards the deeper territory. Now you're getting in to see what DRX have to throw our way.
Yeah, hopefully.
Because if you do think about the last map, right, it was the pistol, the second round, the bonus, and then you're looking to just close. Similarly, over for map number 1, this is where they can look to break the continued streak of just second half successive rounds.
Yeah, even Sukuna was surprised by that, but here we go. Francis once again lurking, outlaw noted. So trying to condition DRX around this.
It's a risky peak to come out from the DRX guys, actually.
I know, that's why it's just playing footsie.
That's both Prowlers gone from freeing too. Real early in the piece.
Meanwhile, Nongshim spread evenly across the map. I mean, RB has options to kind of pull as much as possible over onto C and then slow scale into B. Spike not yet fully committed, so Nongshim are in a pretty good spot.
I would say so, but you just got to remember they've got to eventually choose where they want to go. Are you playing on the back of this Francis lurk at the moment? Are you wanting RB to sniff what he can scope in towards B and then ultimately pivot towards the A site? There's that shear that he would have to bait on out. And she does so successfully. Now it's go time in towards the C site for the Nongshim guys.
Yeah, trying to pull off as much as possible, right? Now just Dambi in, but DRX should be getting a good read for this. RB, though, still trying to do as much damage as possible. Gets the first shot. It's a good seize as well. Low HP. 2 kills, maybe the third! Shut down by Hyunmin at the final end, but here comes Ivy with Annihilation!
1-on-1 now when that Cocoon takes him into obliteration. Marco's healthy.
And he sets up the traps as well. Mako with a single smoke goes for a wide swing. Oh! Unexpected from Ivy. Mako takes it downtown.
Oh, that's a bit of a cracker to come out from Nongshim. I gotta say, they gave that one an effort, didn't they? RB, I thought he should have been dead to rights when he pulled out that seize. I don't know how he's managed to just wriggle that Sheriff for more damage. Such a close round at the end for that bonus round of Nongshim. Just not able to get the job done against Marco. Damage done though. It's delivered, right? DRX are going to look a little bit more woeful in this next round. Unless they cut a couple of pieces of utility. A Bulldogs, a Guardian, a Judge. It's workable, I'll say. You also baited out that Annihilation of Nongshim too, so I think you're okay with that. But then you got to contend with Francis, one away from the pit. If they pick that up, post-plant could be problematic.
Judge concealed as well. So Nongshim really going to have to be cautious in this round. RB got utility, goes in off of it, but the Judge, oh, close range. Ivy gets the flick.
And now he's just got to sit and probably use his utility for the team, not go in early at all.
Go, go, go!
Playing on the deadlock as well. Shouldn't phase too much.
Happy to hang back, scout out even more. Meanwhile, DRX starting to feel anxious, moving pieces across the map too on towards B.
I am liking the little layering of utility that DRX throwing around the map as well, spotting out things here and there before ultimately going towards this A site. Paranoid, a flush off Hyunmin, Marco as well, trying to do what he can. Spotted. Down. And that round quack is just crumbled, hasn't it?
Just as quick. Tried to wrestle for control over the areas, but ultimately Nongshim come in with padded utility onto the site now. Spike planted.
You just kind of feel like the Bulldog save as well here isn't really that valuable. You want to try and upgrade that gun somehow, but you got to remember that your team didn't really go into this one with the greatest buy as well. You can't really wrap all the way around to rubble to pick out the guns that are being pinged.
Guns out of reach.
You're going to have to just take this Bulldog, and unless you find RB, if he is going to consider just continuing on for this hunt, that could be a workable way, but Nongshim, they drop the bonus, they pick up this one in convincing style. I got to say, they are kind of on track with the way that they want to be working this attacking side so far, I'd say.
Love to see Komodo theory crafting as much as possible for Flashback, just to see what he could possibly do. But yes, it will be a 7-9. It's a great lead for Nongshim to possibly close out this map.
I mean, like we kind of saw with the Gamble, I wouldn't say Gamble, with the A-Short collective pushes over on Bind, right? You could go up very aggressive together as a team with a pop, with this Showstopper. Darby's done great work on it with the Showstopper. Sorry, Hyunmin's done great work with the Showstopper on that attacking side. And that's what he's got available now for defenses. Do you want to go, though, very aggressive and hungry with it on this defensive side?
I think if this was Nongshim of old, maybe. But now, because
I reckon
Nongshim
would, but DRX...
Yeah. I mean, depending on the read, because now RB is really taking things slow for the whole team. Nongshim are happy to once again watch out for all these possibilities. Hyunmin is trying to inch forward, but knows he has to keep his distance. Francis is once again holding this outlaw towards A. Meanwhile, presence now made known.
Inching forward little by little, though, as Nongshim toward their intended target of C, you would assume here. Just Estrella playing back down there. And Francis, he's going into a trap here.
Freeing might be within range of possible Nightfall. Hyunmin goes in for it anyway. Great kill onto Francis. But it's an outlaw that he will pick up.
Yeah, the rest of the team is going to be a little bit away from the territory of C that Nongshim are looking to call home for this round now. Freeing with the Nightfall actually could be incentivized to use this in a retake.
That's what I was wondering. Meanwhile, utility on the side of Nongshim. It's just Persia in with a possible paranoia. Watching for the angle sound, but here goes Freeing. Nightfall is good. Great decay allows for a singular kill into Haunt. It's scaling up into even more with the Ghost, with the Bulldog. Just RB left.
Are they going to flawless this?
RB.
There's nothing he can do.
It's not safe enough. Holds all the way to the end and even gets shut down. It's a Thrifty. It's a flawless. It's DRX 8-9.
A flawless Thrifty. When you look at the momentum possibility of Nongshim to hit the double digits in that round, that one hurts. I was questioning whether or not the showstopper play would actually come out. Not the way that I intended it would, but hey, it works a treat. The Nightfall as well. That's a round stolen that you are absolutely happy with for DRX. And I wonder if it does, yeah, spiral a little bit of thoughts for Nongshim to have the timeout here. That it does.
You certainly have to wonder.
Oh, it's DRX's timeout. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Not getting too ahead of themselves. Picked up the round. I mean, it would be fair to assume that it was Nongshim's, but still, DRX.
Yeah, give themselves a little bit of the reset coming in towards this next round as well, in a very pivotal juncture in this map, right? You get the next one, you're tying it up, you're looking to break the economy of Nongshim as well. That certainly is the spot to look to bring things back in your favor.
Was it possibly noted something as well? You know,
yeah, I mean,
the 4-1 splits.
You have a chat with Termi at the moment, and you could definitely, you know, remember that he's coached RB. He might have a little bit of an inkling in towards what he might be thinking in these sort of states. It's, don't get me wrong, it's been a couple years, but tendencies is something that DRX has been able to pick up time and time again in the history of their players, right?
Yeah.
So you can certainly see some tendencies in the course of this whole series right now for what Nongshim are wanting to do.
Wouldn't that be fun / poetic? Still, it's DRX now, playing slightly more aggressive. Oh, Mako caught out with utility. Hyunmin thought about it as well. It's Nongshim going way too quick for DRX's comforts. Hyunmin in with a double kill, RB to trade back. Viper's Pit is set up.
Frames early though.
Streaming around the corner of the pit, spraying blindly into it and actually catches his opponents. Just Francis left. So Hyunmin, despite all of Nongshim's troubles, the lengths they've gone to just to get the spike down, they find themselves in a position of no comfort. Hearing the door as well, Francis feeling claustrophobic. Peeking back in as well, a couple of shots just to try to bait out the reaction, but Estrella has him triangulated.
Not enough math for the angles of safety there in the end, unfortunately, for Francis. Job done for DRX to tie things up on the back of their timeout as well. The rapid approach from Nongshim too, right? To be able to try and get in towards A as quick as possible. Just got to give props to DRX on the quick rotation that they were able to get out here from Flashback and then Freeing to drop out as well. And yeah, the fact that Hyunmin's able to get a multi-kill from there really does bail them out of a more problematic situation than it could have been. Tied up scoreline 9-9. The economy now of Nongshim in question. What do you want to do? Do you force? Do you save? Do you eco on the back of potentially finding a Thrifty-esque round yourselves? You've got options, don't get me wrong. And the options, oh, they're superb, aren't they? Look at that, 2 in the opener. Make it 3!
Francis with a shot, but Estrella lines them up, sprays them down. Dappy in with the Bucky! It's an explosive round, and one that gives Nongshim possible control. He kicks it into overdrive, tries to get the electrifying beams up, but Freeing prevents it from coming online. Now, where is Francis? Freeing goes and hunts! He finds it! It's a Red Bull clutch to put DRX up on top!
Oh, Nongshim, you had it all on the plate. and it's just been pulled out from you. You will not get your desserts and eat it in that round. I thought it was great how they're rapidly going towards C. They're hitting the shots. When's the last time we saw Darby on this Bucky? Just the other day. He always does so much work with that one, but Estrella's timing to be where he was needed when it mattered the most. Lining up 3. Yeah, you can laugh for that one. That's warranted for sure. DRX take the lead here with 10. And at least for Nongshim, they're not out of this round without any instruments. They do have the guns.
Yeah, pace slowing down now. Let's all catch a breather off of that one. Meanwhile, though, for DRX, looking to break Nongshim's bank and put themselves into a comfortable spot on this map's scoreline. Things are smoked off for now. Sheerwall has been swapped up to a different position. Nongshim, they've got some scouting work to do. And at this point, it's going to cost you quite a bit. Minute left on the clock, and they're scaling up A.
The operator, noted now. Position towards the A side at the moment. Francis has one, by the way, as well, just watching and keeping in check things over towards C. A different look towards this Vice utility too, towards the A side. Darby's just going to get ahead of it.
Nightfall in as well.
Oh, he's blinded!
Just not able to get the shot onto the crouched player. And with that, Flashback will put up a bastion on this A site.
What a flash to come through, actually, from Flashback. Keep us in a bit of equilibrium now, too, in the 3 versus 3. A wasting ult for Ivy on the Annihilation. RB, mind you, used the Nightfall there as well, so we're in a bit of a reset territory with sub 30 seconds to go. The spike to make its way into this B site.
There it is. Nice monologue. We got the Sonic Sensor set up as well, and now, Estrella close by. Flashback shut down. Not too many options left for the DRX core. Trying to get a good peek up over from heaven, but RB knows. A little bit telling. The Gravnet catches onto Hyunmin as well. Unless you crab walk all the way through, you're pretty much dead.
That's just a slow death there for Hyunmin, unfortunately. But it will be the 3 surviving for Nongshim here.
I'll find you.
Straight to bow out. The credits, not a worry for DRX. They'll have another crack at it in the next round, but of course so will Nongshim, tying things up 10 to 10. This is where things start to get fun. These are the moments as well where decisions made can make or break a map in this late stage in a best of 3 especially too. If it was a best of 5, I mean, you'd have a lot more pressure on that one. But still, I think the pressure is here for Nongshim with the Ascension run that I mentioned earlier, and for DRX as well. If you're starting off 0 to 2 as DRX in this group, that's a bit of a worry.
That's what I mentioned. It's status and DRX being such a legacy team. You can't let this happen. They've done such a good job at taking the lead, but now they've lost it. It's an even score, and Nongshim are within range. Back into A.
Brian, didn't expect Persia to be that close up. That one's personal.
What a shrouded step play into corner.
And in Solitude freeing, we'll have to think about his mistake there. Talk about him as well, right? These are the moments that can make or break certain situations.
Stay in the present. Nonetheless, still, Nongshim having this much space, this much of a foothold around A lobby. They could rotate over, but Hyunmin with a sudden spam catches onto RB's helmet, and he's gone.
Balanced out again. A showstopper being around this point of A as well makes things a bit more precious for DRX to keep him here despite Nongshim's presence. Of course, you want the bodies around there when you've got that showstopper available.
Oh.
But do they consider going to A? It's too much. It's to B. Early bit from Australia at C, actually, too.
Going into B would allow them to bypass a lot of the Vi's utility until Flashback gets a great shot, that is. Davi a little bit too ahead of his team. And that will be now Nongshim trying to get the spike down as much as possible. You have a snake bot as well. Nongshim trying to keep themselves into sight. The judge firing off a shot. It's a bit of a warning. Ivy trying to set things up as well. He does have another Gravnet to work off of. Meanwhile, you gotta worry about a Link, and it's Francis here with an AWP of all things, not the best weapon, and he loses his grip. It's just Ivy left onto the side, dug deep into the ground. round, and that will be DRX once again wrangling that lead right back.
That's a pretty clean retake to come out from them as well there. I feel like in the middle of the round, though, they lose a little bit of that confirmed information, right, with freeing going real early on. That Viper's Pit being popped from Australia just in case there's a little bit of a late alert to come through, or if it's a later play rather to come through from Nongshim. So I do feel like there's a bit of a gap in the middle of the round there for DRX. And I wonder if that's a position that Nongshim recognize that they can exploit later on. I think maybe not in the tail end of this map. DRX will reclaim the lead here, and I look towards the timeout territories as well. Nongshim have one to still be able to draw upon. They don't opt for it here, which means DRX can find map point, or Nongshim can tie us up to 11 apiece.
A lot of possibilities, but it all comes down to these moments in the game, and it's Hyunmin once again, the Phantom spams.
Yeah, the Vandal, right? Trackable, traceable. He's done it again. Different member this time. Francis has been such a linchpin on this map, I feel like. So the fact that he's gone at the moment now, super early. Nongshim opting to go for the silent approach. It's just one on this A site.
A lot of movements now as well. Oh, quick enough to catch freeing on the back.
They can set themselves up for a good post plant here as well. Get that utility down pat.
Okay. Early paint shells from Hyunmin to try to prevent someone from hiding inside a back site, but still not quite enough. Ultimately, the bear mesh getting broken now draws attention over.
There's a seize and a grav net here for Nongshim.
Meanwhile, it's quite paramount for Mako to get in a good spot to send out his paranoia until RB gets the spam over. Slight gap for Mako to slip in, but the Sonic Center catches him! Dambi now repositioning. Gravnet catches onto both, but still, Nongshim have tree in hold. It's the spams, it's the shots, it's Nongshim up, tying things. Piece 11 to 11.
Such an important piece though, isn't it? Ivy with all of his utility, the fact that they go a little bit more rapid in towards the A site, and he's held it as a premium for the site, for the post plant, instead of for any sort of later flanking watches when you consider that Francis is down, right? He's been the one to lurk around, he's been the one to find the information around those sort of positions. It's just a full focal point for Nongshim to get in towards the site and set themselves up swimmingly there. They do so brilliantly to tie us up 11 apiece. Here's that timeout I was talking about though, Quack. They were holding on to it, right? I was saying, is it going to be 12 to 10 or is it going to be 11 apiece? Well, if you're an Nongshim fan, it is the latter here. Full rounds of regulation will now be played on Lotus.
At the same time, DRX could very well make use of this one. Trying to think. Nongshim will come into this with a game plan. Ivy is fired up as heck. This has been one hell of a series so far. Question is, which team's going to be the one to deliver us the end? Right now, Nongshim climbing back up.
This series really gives you a bit of a spiral to think on what the form of DRX is looking like when they get blown out by Gen G. And when they have a map that's great and a map that's horrible against Nongshim, and then the final one is on the knife's edge. It could go either way. Really goes to say that DRX's form may be checked, properly at the moment. But for Nongshim, I think this is the best opportunity for them in this run toward playoffs in the early stages. I mean, we're still in this Super Week 1.
To keep themselves either in Ascension or in this league.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, DRX scrape up a bye. And they will not be going aggressive, just a 3 hold.
In the timeouts as well, you got to consider, right? Risk versus reward sort of scenarios for DRX. Do they choose to just play what they normally do, very passive, very defensively on the back of information, or do they take a risk here wanting to take the lead?
At least for now, once again, we see Francis on the lurk.
Yep.
Nongshim watching around this B area.
Oh, freeing. He's just been spotted.
Prowler, screen back up for safety, and Estrella getting a spam through the door. Or just around the edge of it.
Removing RB is actually great as well because there's no more scope ability in towards the front of B, right? They have to respect the shear that's still there, the toxic screen. They cannot flush freeing out. Things go a little bit more problematic for Nongshim now. 40 seconds to go. The lurk of Francis has permitted them entryway towards the A site here, Quack, but they have to actually get into the site. Now it's called by Hyunmin.
That might be their only option anyway. Dambi quick enough, takes down Mako. That could very well give them the round, depending on how Hyunmin plays. Still freeing, coming back through. You've got the Nightfall collapsing onto the site, and it forces Nongshim into disarray until Persia holds things out from the back. Oh, but the swings are still too darn good. DRX, in the blink of an eye, they have reached map point.
Flashback was just so silent in playing from the site when the rest of the squad of DRX was so noisy coming out from the breakable door. There was a later flank to come out through the spawn wrap as well. Really nicely done from DRX to be able to get that one, and I consider another situation where Marco's caught out switching between Paranoia and Gun. Saw it in the tree earlier on, get the better of him by Darby again. He's kind of getting his number a little bit, but now map point to DRX. Otherwise, it's into overtime territory again on Lotus, a map that Nongshim knows very well when it comes to overtime. Remember the 20-22 for RRQ.
Very well, all too well. Superbly familiar. Nongshim needing to even just make it to that point. It's a bit of mental conditioning. Now they're back over onto C, where Estrella is holding the angle. Just for info.
Darby would love to get this overdrive into play. Or maybe you rather favor Ivy getting it for the Annihilation, but a Judge. All right, they're going for the Annihilation instead. Can get him a gun upgrade if they play it now. Get somebody.
Darby loves his shotguns.
This is true, and Australia's low.
Oh. Trailing off.
Francis has not seen anything over towards the A site. False sense of security with the haunt that goes out there, but a brilliant, and I can't underestimate that enough, a brilliant spot check from Marco with that from the shadows. But hey, this is a hook, line, and sinker. DRX are rotating away from A.
Oh man, fantastic value, but
the fact that Darby just goes back and makes some audible noise. Marco's in a rough spot here.
Yeah, doubling back down into it. Narrowly dodges the Annihilation, but still feeling the heat onto the site. The grab that comes through.
There's 20 seconds!
Checks the back line. Persia.
They go B!
Yep, Nongshim straight back into B because Dambi has the space. Intention was to cut off the rotation from before, but why not make it your site? Flashback though, with the read onto it, picks up the double kill, enough for Hyunmin to stream it as well.
There's no time!
Spike down on the ground, the round is gone. It's Hyunmin to pick up all the final kills. It's DRX to close this out. No OT. Final scoreline 13-11. The Legacy team continues. They bring themselves back into form.
DRX, that Titanic Force team that in this league currently we've been wondering, are they treading water or are they sailing into an iceberg and sinking? I don't know if it's the most convincing series that comes out from them here to keep them afloat, Quack, but my oh my, it's surely one needed from them in this journey to re-figure out what works for this DRX core and the identity of them with the supporting cast around. 13-11 on the final map here on Lotus. DRX will claim victory.
I mean, it's the calling from both sides. We see parallels between, well, Dambi versus Hyunmin, who is back to form, but at the same time, for Estrella to be able to string all of this in together with the help of the coaching staff, of course. But you can say safely for now that DRX have repaired their hull. They will be sailing off to possibly more games, maybe even more wins. But at the same time, I want to think about this. You know, the fact that the scoreline has been this close for both teams. It's spicy Valorant, it's great Valorant, and there is a lot of talent, Korean talent here in Pacific. We're going to toss it back onto the stage to take a peek into the minds of players.
The win goes to DRX. Congratulations. 승리 축하드립니다. 마코님 저와 함께 하시죠. 안녕하세요. 또 뵙네요.
안녕하세요.
DRX의 마코 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다.
감사합니다.
been a while since you played against your long friend RB and you took that win. It was a very intense day for us watching as well. Well, how was it playing against your longtime friend? RB 선수와 한솥밥을 먹다가 오늘은 같은 무대 반대편에서 경기를 하면서 승리까지 가져가셨어요. 오늘 경기 승리 소감부터 들어볼까요?
일단은 다행히 이겨서 너무 좋고요. 확실히 상민이 형 좀 많이 까다로운 것 같습니다.
I'm glad we won, and hey, I am sure RB is a picky opponent. And you guys took a quick win on Icebox, but that bind didn't really go your way. How were you guys able to recollect your thoughts and the comms to take that Lotus win as we closed out? 아이스박스는 되게 손쉽게 풀어 나가셨는데 바인드에서 좀 답답한 순간들이 꽤 있으셨을 것 같아요. 근데 어떤 이야기를 해가면서 로터스를 이렇게 승리로 마무리하실 수 있었나요?
사실 바인드 같은 경우에는 저희가 어제 준비해서 온 거라서 뭐 저도 괜찮다 약간 이런 생각을 했었지만 뭔가 좀 아쉬운 부분은 되게 많았던 것 같고 세 번째 맵은 이제 저희가 열심히 연습 많이 했던 맵들이어가지고 뭐 그냥 하던 대로 해가지고 잘한 것 같습니다.
Well, Brian, we started prepping it on yesterday, so we were pretty okay with the fact that we might be able to let that one go. And as for our Lotus, we have practiced a lot and we were confident, so I think we just did what we had to do, and that is how we closed out today's win. And we noticed that today on the coach cam, instead of Coach Flo, there was Coach Argency next to Coach Termi. We were wondering, what is the coaching staff arrangement like? Is there a specific map order that you guys play it by? Well, so let's hear it from Mako. 오늘 코치캠에서 항상 뵙던 터미 감독님이랑 글로우 코치님이 아니라 오늘은 아진시 코치님이 함께 해주셨어요. 좀 그 듀오를 정하는 기준이 있나요?
저도 잘 모르겠어요. 그냥 하는 것 같은데요.
오늘은 그냥 오늘은 아진시 코치님이 함께 해주셨군요. 네, 알겠습니다. Marco doesn't know, and it just kind of happened, and I guess it's the coaching staff that works it out with the musical chair as well. Alright, congratulations, Marco. 감사합니다. 네, 저희는 여기서 인사드리겠습니다.
Nongshim fought tooth and nail to try to bring this over the line, but DRX proves how much their experience is going to carry them forward. Now, how are you guys feeling about this Lotus to end this first series of today?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think Nongshim, definitely a winnable game of Lotus for them, could have caused the upset in the series overall. I think they played a fantastic game, definitely exposing that DRX's bind is looking a little bit shaky. They've got a couple of gaps in their map pool right now, and Nongshim definitely benefiting, like a lot of other teams, from being able to prepare for this stage of Pacific, specifically while the other teams have been a little bit more busy. But for DRX, honestly, they got the win today, but there was definitely some mistakes and some shaky moments. I'm not sure it was in the fashion that I would have wanted for me to be confident about their prospects going forward in Pacific this stage.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. If I'm Nongshim, you've got to kick yourself here. You know every win is so important in this group stage, and they had the chances this map 3 to manage to close it out, so it really does have to sting knowing just how close you were to beating an absolute titan here in Pacific. That is DRX, but you know, close but no cigar, I think you have to say. They really had the opportunities, but just not managing to get it across the line.
Yeah, I do like their bind, of course, and how they performed on it today. So it's really such a shame. I can only imagine the disappointment Nongshim is feeling right now. I think it hurts a little bit more when you're that close to getting that championship.
Yeah, their bind, I mean, it reminded me of their level of execution that we saw in Ascension. It was just such a clean game. Everything was going so well for them. This Lotus game was anything but. You see that round on C site where Free is able to clutch that one up. You saw rounds where those last 2 rounds, DRX were up a man and their A player was asleep and just died to Danby for free. Like, there were so many very wonky rounds in this game where I'm looking at 2 Korean teams playing each other. Usually all the ducks are in a row. Everything's very well organized. It's a clean game. This is a game that got very messy.
Yeah, honestly, like I said, they had every single chance. I think that round on Seaside is the big one where Danby pops the ult and rushes just a little bit to try and close it out, where if you're just managing to be that 1% cleaner, I think they take the win today. So honestly, it stings to be a Nongshim fan right now. Stings were predicted for them, but you know, there is a lot to take away for them. Like, they should, you know, take confidence from this game in a way, moving forward into the rest of the group stage. But yeah, you just got to get past a little bit of pain.
I think overall this is a much more promising performance than we saw from them just a few days ago, from Nongshim. Actually from DRX as well, to be honest, but especially from Nongshim. I know that while we did predict Nongshim, a lot of people were a lot more confident in DRX coming into this. So they really pushed it really well. And our MVP, did you guys pick Hyunmin? I know we had a... Okay.
Yeah, picked Hyunmin. I mean, he just had a great day today. He's actually been, you know, I would say a little underwhelming. He hasn't been terrible or anything like that, but Hyunmin, you think back to kickoff, you think about, you know, some of his rookie debuts here in Pacific, he has been phenomenal. He's had, even when DRX have had their struggles, Hyunmin has still been carrying. In stage 1, I remember, you know, DRX was looking a little bit shaky and Hyunmin was putting out some carry level performances. He'd been a little bit slower lately, but actually in this match, I think he was back to his usual standard, and he was a big reason why DRX were finally able to scrap their way all the way through a hard-fought series.
Yeah, I mean, he did his job, especially in this map 3, getting DRX across the line in such a close game. This is exactly what you need from your star duelist. So in my mind, he is the well-deserved MVP of this match, and yeah, full credit. It's really nice to see him looking a little bit stronger, a little bit back and forth.
I think Bind as well was a good performance on the Waylay, actually. Even though they lost, he was kind of the shining light there. So I think that's a big boon for DRX. If Waylay is now looking a little stronger with the buffs coming in, I think that if he's comfortable playing Waylay, that's going to give a little bit more flexibility to DRX in terms of their duelist choice.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is very promising going further into group stages for DRX. And how are you guys feeling about your build diff now? I know you like to map it out. Did you happen to do any of that?
I didn't do any of that. I think I'm feeling okay. I think it really comes down to DOS9 now. Yeah. The boom pick for a lot of us. You've got Shiro. I know that I think Mika got Berserks. I picked DOS9. Did you pick DOS9 as well?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it really comes down to the boom pick now because Buzz, we've all got Buzz. We've already seen this game go the way that it's gone. So I'm really watching Boom next series to see how they perform individually, I suppose.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that will be the next series of today. It will be Boom versus T1, and I think we're going to have a lot to break down when we come back from this very short break. So, ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far away because we got one more match for you.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Level up. Be the champ.
Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ. I'm a big man with the big role. I connect it, make some big throws. I'ma roll hard, make some big dough. I'ma show you what you're coming in for. Make it hit hard, never quit though. With my jaws on the lock like a pit bull. I'm the highlight, got my mind right. 20/20 eyesight when I got my vision on the go. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah. Take control, take the chance. Level up if you wanna be the champ. Take control, take the chance. Level up, be the champ. I'm coming for the big man. Gotta level up, gotta take the big chance. I'm ready for the big bang. I don't take a second cause I wanna be the big champ. I'm coming like a big man. See, I'm coming here to write a different plot. I don't have no questions, I'ma give it all I got. I already loaded, so I'm taking all my shots, yeah. Level up. Be the champ.
Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm Victoria, joined by Pilsky, and big time, we're going to go into the second series of today. We've got Boom versus T1. Now, both of these teams were very promising at the start of this year, and Boom, especially going on the super huge win streak, returned to Stage 2, getting absolutely rolled by Talon just the other day.
Yeah, Talon looking very promising. I think for Boom, I mean, they're going to be playing a throwback match. This was the opening game of VCT Pacific this year. T1 versus Boom was the very first game in kickoff, and Boom looked like they could have definitely taken it over T1. I mean, we're a long, long way from that now. I think Boom, they're definitely on a downward trajectory. You have to say, if you look at the playoffs form from Stage 1 going into the game against Talon, they're probably feeling a little bit sheepish, but they need to pick themselves back up and try to have a crack at a T1 who has definitely been looking beatable since they came back from Bangkok.
Yeah, and we know this Boom team have so much potential. You know, if you look back to that group stage of Stage 1, they really managed to pull some big upsets here in Pacific, but as you say, they not quite look the same since coming back, especially in that opening match, looking to turn things around, get that ship back on course today.
And I definitely want to break more of that down and potentially why that is happening, but they are facing against T1 today. And, you know, obviously these guys won the very first trophy of the year over in Masters Bangkok, but they've been looking a lot shakier ever since. Is it the Masters Trophy curse?
It might be for T1. Honestly, I think that was it was a miracle run, let's be honest. It was very entertaining to watch. There were so many moments, like so many of those games they could have potentially lost, and they came up clutch every time. But at least as far as we're talking about map-wise here in VCT Pacific, you know, T1 is kind of barely cracking a 50-50 win rate. Pacific is a beast in and of itself that you have to conquer, and they haven't really been doing a fantastic job of that looking back to Stage 1.
Yeah, even if you look across into Stage 2, right? That opening match they had against PRX, in my mind, they should have won. It was the perfect storm for them to be able to win. PRX have no prep time. T1 have all the time in the world. They have a big veto advantage, but they don't manage to get it across the line. Both of those maps, did go to overtime, but they just weren't able to close it out when it really mattered.
It is the top team in the competition, though, and you're taking them to OT on 2 maps. If I'm T1, I'm framing this positively. You know, I'm thinking to myself, look, we didn't get the dub, but the rest of the group should be a little bit easier for us. And
True.
look at DH. I mean, this is his rookie debut against Paper Rex. He's putting up numbers. This guy's a shooter.
He is definitely a shooter. I think this was a great addition to the roster, but they lost on Haven that they picked against Paper Rex. I don't think that's a great sign for T1. What are you making this going into this match today against Boom?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sold like you are, Pinsky. To be honest, in my mind, that was their game to win. I don't care that it went to overtime. I have to say, because it wasn't the cleanest looking Paper Rex that we've seen. That wasn't the Paper Rex that just won Toronto. That was a tired Paper Rex. Toronto.
It was so good at Toronto, guys.
Toronto?
Look, he tried to put on a Canadian accent. That's okay. You know, you gave
Nice
it a
try.
crack.
Nice try.
Nice try.
Oh,
Oh, man. Yeah, look, T1 is on a losing streak at the moment, guys. We're looking at a lot of L's across the board going back through stage 1. Back-to-back losses against Paper X, unfortunately, who did knock them out of the lower bracket of stage 1. So, unfortunately, they were not able to get their revenge. Lost to DRX, Talon before that, RRQ. Look, to be fair, a lot of these teams were pretty strong in stage 1, but when you're making it into the playoffs, you better be bringing your best game against the best teams in Pacific. So, I'm quietly optimistic about T1, especially looking at the rest of the competition in this group. I definitely think they can make it through the group, and I'm hoping that they can start to recover some of their form.
Well, they should certainly hope so too. But Boom, they defeated both the Masters Shanghai champions Gen G and the Masters Toronto champions Paper X. And a large part thanks to this guy, Famous.
I mean, at the time, yeah, you see that on the left side of your screen. Those were the good old days. Wow, group stage 1. This was free farm from Famous. He was topping every statistic. He was topping the op kills. He was even playing Phoenix and making it look good even when he was opping. Then we went to the playoffs and oh my god, the fall off was real. He went from the top rated player by almost every metric in the competition to literally the lowest rated player by every metric in the playoffs.
I mean, the big problem with this is that this almost wasn't a surprise. This has been the story of his career. Everybody's known he has insane potential, but can often struggle under that pressure. So I really, really hope that the coaching staff, the people around him, have put in a lot of work, because we know he can be a fantastic player when things are going their way, but now it's about how do you perform under that pressure. That's what I really hope that they're able to crack this time round, and Famous will continue to be a beast if they're able to make that work.
Now for today's map pool, I don't think it's going to be as obvious as the other day for both of these teams in terms of the map draft, unless they suddenly bring back a sunset. How are you feeling about this?
I'm not sure. Again, we've seen some maps change around. These are both teams that have had the time to prep, the time to work on things and to incorporate the newer maps into the pool. So this is where you could see them get a little tricky with the veto and see both of them leave some of the newer maps and the new entry addition into the pool maps in the veto and see which one of them are going to bite on it, I suppose.
Yeah, I definitely like to hope so. As you say, there has been a lot of time for both of these teams, so I will also expect them to be very up to date on the meta now. You know, I don't want to see this kind of old school style coming in. T1 tried to upset Paper Rex in that veto, picking Haven. In my mind, I'd be surprised if we see them pick Haven again, especially after losing it. That felt like a targeted plan where I don't think they'll be able to target Boom quite as easily.
Yeah, I think, look, T1, I've heard they were doing a boot camp in Europe or something like that. The benefit of that is you can't really hide what you've been working on from the domestic competition. You're not scrimming the Pacific teams, and you can really work on some of the newer maps. T1 taking out Bind, Boom are going to take out Icebox there. Ascent is the pick from T1, a map that they haven't won on. They recently lost to both GE and PRX on this map, but they're going to pick it, and Boom was pretty good on it previously until that Gen G game, and Boom, look at that. That is spicy there.
Corrode time. I want to see what they've got prepped. Now, I trust this coaching staff. I do think that they should have some good ideas heading into this new map, and that makes me very excited.
T1's picking attack, though. You know, we've seen this be very defense-sided. They've chosen to start attack here. What do you think about that?
I mean, in all the Corrode games we've seen, there's been a Sage, right?
A lot of them, yeah.
So
at least
here
half
in
of them.
Pacific.
Yeah.
So I'm very curious about that starting on the attack side. I'm very curious to see if Boom will want to bring out that stage. But as you say, it has looked sort of defender-sided. But I do think that is also important to it being a new map. Understanding how to attack is in general more difficult than understanding how to defend on these newer maps.
I'm feeling a full series today, my gut. Like today is just like full series, both of them. This is one of them, and Sunset's another map I'm gonna have a lot of question marks around, given both these teams haven't shown it. Now, starting on Ascent, like you said, T1, this is surprising.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe not.
This really indicates that they've worked on things a lot. They've boot camped, they have flipped their map pool, and they're going to be bringing something interesting in. You can see the meta comp. Actually, since then, they have played double duelists with the Jet and the Yoru. So we know that T1 has the personnel to play double duelists, and I think although Izu gives them the flexibility to play some different styles, I think that does really fit them. For Boom, we've seen them go from the Phoenix in the group stage, which looked really good, to the Yoru, which was unfortunately part of the 0-12 on attack versus Gen G incident where they got knocked out in playoffs. So I want to see if Boom's worked on things on Ascent and changed up their comp. They will get to start out on defense, so hopefully a little bit better than their attack against Gen G.
Yeah, I hope that they're doing something more fun, more interesting. I don't want to see this default boring Ascent comp, to be honest.
You've gone for Boom.
Of course I've gone for Boom. I'm not gonna.
Do you remember there was a time when you guys used to scream "boom" together?
I remember.
Do you still feel
I
that?
remember.
I'll give you 5 big booms if they win today.
Look, in my mind, that first game against Talon from Boom was an outlier. I don't think that's how they're going to perform the rest of this stage. I think they just had a slow start and a tough game against a sharp-looking Talon. I think they will be fine, and this is now their recovery.
Are we both T1ers?
We're both T1ers.
Okay.
I'm feeling good for T1 today. And even if it was a 0-2 against Paper X, it is Paper X, hot off the international train. With that, we're going to have to wait and see. We're going to send it down to the stage and welcome our two teams, Boom versus T1.
Let's fly.
Boom Esports.
Two teams. Our best performers at the start of 2025 started stage 2 with a total of 0 map wins each. Can Boom redeem themselves? Can T1 redeem themselves today?
I mean, I really, really hope so. I'm expecting a good game from both of these teams. Boom, you know, we saw them in that stage 1, so dominant in the group stage. They got so many fans, won so many hearts, but since then have struggled, and they're looking for that grand return because much like Nongshim that we just saw, they need to get through this group stage. It's so crucial for them.
Now, Pilsky, we both ended up predicting for T1 today, despite their performance the other day against Paper X. Tell me how you feel about T1 and why they're going to be winning today.
I mean, they pushed Paper X right to the brink at the end of the day, all the way in the OTs. I know that Paper X has been fresh off the international stage, but you've got some proven winners. You've got big name brand behind this team. And honestly, there's a lot of opinions floating around, but I honestly feel like they're a little bit underrated at the moment. I really think T1 can do some damage in stage 2 of Pacific here, but they need to prove it here in this group stage. And if they get banged out by Boom today, then that's all of my faith gone.
I remember in kickoff when you said they were overrated. You said this is no super
now they're
team.
underrated.
Wow.
We've gone full circle. You're still predicting for Boom though. You're nothing if not consistent.
Yeah. Hey, I love Boom. I love the guys on Boom. I think they've got it in them. You know, I think this T1 team is still overrated, I have to say. I mean, I think the names are good, but I don't think that they really have what it takes to upset the Goliath of DOS 9.
Well, T1 did make a little bit of a change. We touched upon DH earlier, and I think he had a great performance on the Omen the other day.
Just another Korean team that's bringing up a player from Academy and doing damage. You had Ash, you had Flicker with a little bit of an international debut for a second there, did pretty well for himself on a couple of those maps. Now you got DH coming up on through and held his own against Paper Rex. He definitely showed that he could handle it here on the Pacific stage. So this is where you want to see him deliver even maybe a little bit more against a team like Boom. And Ascent will be a map where, once again, he can just keep playing the Omen, I'd imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm very excited to see Crowd again. It's still our brand new map. The third time we're seeing it here in Pacific. But of course, we're starting with the old classic of Ascent. The question is, are they going to change up the meta? You know that Big Time likes anti-meta stuff.
I think both these teams will have modernized. They've had enough time. I'm going to be shocked if I see Sova KO on either side here because, you know, what year are we in? People don't do that these days. Ascent is a fun map now. Everybody knows that.
That's
so
right.
You can get excited, viewers at home. I mean, you don't have to turn off Ascent.
You don't have to. You never had to turn off Ascent. I love Ascent. I think it is very interesting nowadays. Do agree there's a lot of different approaches that kind of mix some older styles with some modernization in terms of the agent pool and the choices. And we'll see what these two teams will be bringing. I mean, Boom used to see a little bit of the Phoenix mixed in. For T1, though, I said they just did a European boot camp, guys. This looks like a BBL Fnatic comp if I've ever seen one.
Oh, yeah.
Us on the Chamber. Izu's going to be on the solo duelist of the Yoru, and Meteor rocking the Vice there. I think that this could be a very interesting comp for T1 here.
I like it.
I have to say, though, they did boot camp in EMEA, and we know that is not the best region.
Okay.
So... what do you guys think?
Boom's playing the NA comp though, so who won this game?
Cypher Deadlock on the side of Boom. Honestly, I really like this composition on Ascent. Expect them to dominate the mains, and on that defense, look to hard hold those main chokes.
Well, this is going to be very exciting. Both of these teams are desperately looking to redeem their names, to make us believe in them once more. They started so well at the beginning of this year. We were screaming boom. We were doing wolf howls in the stadium. And T1 winning another trophy for Pacific. We want to see a better performance by both of these teams. But I think you're both right. You're onto something here that maybe what had happened the other day for both of these teams aren't completely reflective of the potential that they have right now.
Oh, definitely not for Boom. I mean, they've seen better days in the groups before, but we'll see if they can step up today.
Yep, that is the question. And to take us through this series, it's going to be Quack and Komodo.
A lot of potential, but ultimately we want to be entertained. But at the same time, I always have to remind everyone about this Ascension, the whole thing, you know, Boom's opponents, that this pressure cooker is cooking.
I mean, I think about this as the Masters winners of Bangkok looking to send Boom back to Bangkok. But it's a stepping stone, right? Because they got to get the win to at least get there first. Because Boom, need the wins to even consider getting back to there. Because it's playoffs first that they have to find. If they don't get there, then they don't even go to Bangkok, Quack. They just go home.
Feels bad. Feels bad. I don't know if their home is in Bangkok, but yeah, somewhere in Southeast Asia, Indonesia. But at the same time, just so many obstacles. T1 is one of them. Let's see if we can do some damage at the same time. T1, you have to admit, that was pretty decent form against Paper Rex.
It was a great comeback, I'll say that. But a Paper Rex that is, was sleepy. But put it another way, it is what it is. But yes, looking at these comps on Towards Ascent, it's not the stable meta that we have known and come to hate. I didn't really like the 7-5, but, it's fun. T1, see what they got on the attacking side here. It's Boom opting to start on the defenses, and already, Shiro, find a 2.
A lot of trades. Stacks actually finding it back also, so that's not too bad already. 3-on-3. A lot of open ground now with those 2 defensive players down in the ground.
Well, it's not the Phoenix comp that Boom ran. No, sir. But it is a lot of fights that they're still looking to contain and win. Berserk's is low.
Shadows traveling. Yeah, because T1 is currently contacting every single little spot now through market, possibly through, I was going to say stairs. Okay, back to stairs. You got to close the door first. DH doing his due diligence.
Yeah, it's one of Big Time's favorite players in DOS9. Boss9 going up against the newbie on T1 for DH. An impressive stat line in there in his first series in T1. Spotting both.
Flash out as well. Ooh, gets a good shot. Wall banged. Needs the one headshot against DOS9, who closes in the distance. Out from the back, it's a right click. It's Boom with the pistol.
Yeah, unfortunately just reading that one wrong at the end there. As soon as DOS9 hears that reload going for the charge, you understand that. Now, we got into this one pretty rapid snap. Something I want to kind of little highlight going into this anti-eco round right now is the Boom versus Talon game, right? We think about that one, we think about Boom really kind of underperforming in that one. Berserks and NC Slasher having a bit of shockers, but I look towards this series, Bind and Icebox were the two maps that were played there. Both of these have been banned initially in this series. So I start to get my head around things and I start to wonder, all right, Boom, well, Bind has been a map that you've generally liked to play. What do you actually feel confident on these days, right? Coming on the back of that great stage 1 playoffs shambles.
Right.
So they take it to Corrode. That's going to be really interesting for this one. And for T1 going to Ascent, I think it's fair, but I also think it's flaky. So for them dropping the pistol here, not off to the greatest start, but I mean, it is too early to tell really what T1 are going to look like with this Fnatic style comp.
Yeah, it's only the second match that these two teams are playing right here in stage 2 for now. But at least currently, Boom happy to take contact. Famous, Op or Marshall, he's happy to click away on this weapon. Close range, looking for the musket shot straight onto Izu, where there is now then a judge lying in wait in the hands of NC Slasher. Just no entry at all for T1.
Flawless round to come through from Boom. Wondering where is Famous? Is he going to be here today? Well, it's not Name and Lights, but he started to walk the path. That is for sure. 2-0 start for Boom Esports. Now we start to see what things will look like for T1. And it's not like they're playing this new composition of theirs and no one's playing in sort of comfort roles, or we've got one player or two players off role or anything like that. I look to them being very comfortable in a lot of these agents right now, trying to just put all the pieces to the puzzle together. So I see great value in what T1 can come to the party with here on Ascent. Map that's been around for the pretty much inception of VALORANT, right? So want to see what chopping and changing they're going to be able to do to bait out Boom, who, meanwhile, in this fresh round, are taking the space in towards B main. Having the sheer wall here is very common when Vice is played on this map. You can sometimes see it a little bit deeper in towards main as well if they want to go for a little bit more forward play. Good start, though, as Izu finds NC Slasher.
Yeah, forward play already a little bit asterisk on that, eliminated, because NC Slasher was noted from the previous round. But here we go, into the angles. This is an opening then for T1. Note at the Guardian now as well, so you can only assume that they would be rotated over onto Generator, trying to get the spams in Buzz and DH. Pretty good. Famous, though, getting a sneaky shot onto DH in that little fight.
Yeah, the Cypher Lock utility around the site not really providing too much for Boom in this deficit retake.
Yeah, but at least now with the spike down, they will be able to hold the angles. Noted that it was a clone as well, so still, for now, twiddling our thumbs, waiting for Famous and Shiro to descent from heaven. Still looking for the angles, though, depending on whether or not Meteor makes a slight mistake, but ultimately playing it safe. No kills found for Boom in this end of the round. Buzz with a triple to pick things up.
Yeah, T1 on the board, nice and early as well. The way a bonus round should go. It's not flawless for sure, but it is retaining what you need in towards the next round. Bit ambitious, I'll say, on the line for NC Slasher to peak, but you got to give credit where credit is due. It's a very sharp shot immediately to come on out for T1 as well. So if they are already just making sure that the crosshair placement is good in this map, they're potentially, not going to see themselves in a 10-2 deficit at the half for the opening map and have to really come through with a comeback.
Certainly shouldn't be, but now we have an op in the hands of Famous, his signature.
Yep, signature gun from stage 1. You know how impactful it was, but I just feel like it went haywire.
Against that Talon.
Against Talon, just absolutely not allowed to sink. So I'll see if T1 are going to look to just off-put that when you consider Buzz on Chamber. He should know how these operators get played.
Buzz and Famous is a very strong parallel to draw upon for this map, but still, for now,
yeah,
quite safe. T1.
Predominantly all this deadlock utility over towards the A site. There is that deeper Vice wall that I was talking about just before. Gives you a heads-up play if they are going any further for orb control, or if you need to also just be there a little bit more wisely. The bait play at the moment, drawing out what they can over at B. Meanwhile, the pivot towards the A site, if they want to continue with this one at the moment, could go in towards the deadlock utility, but NC Slasher going to be the first point of contact.
Yeah, noted the clone as well, falling back into, I guess, common position, but we'll see if Famous' op will ring out. No! Buzz! What an entry! Anticipated the first one on the generator.
I say
and then the next DOS9 as well, though, able to get the wallbang back through.
Good load to come out from Meteor actually here as well. You can see that Berserks is kind of aware of it, but just the time and the affordance in this situation, he cannot go sniffing for it.
Not too much. You know who is going to go sniffing? Buzz. Oh, okay. Now it's really iffy. He's getting wallbanged all the way through. Shock dart to close, clear close range.
Yeah, he was sniffing the end of his life, wasn't he there? 5 HP.
At least B-hopping into a safer spot then might be able to still do some damage. DOS9 though, Shroud steps into a safer spot, but still the kills going into way of T1, happily holding the angles. It's just DOS9 now, who doesn't have much time left, trying to get as many kills as possible. Buzz is low, but the jumping right click gives Buzz the 4K.
Up with the spike, but you'll take the round there for T1. Some sharp shots to come through from Buzz, already being online this super early is going to bode well for T1, I reckon. Talked about NC Slasher being the first one to need a dispatch of, removing all that utility, but the fact that Famous just doesn't even look like he reacts with that operator against Buzz there gets a little bit unfortunate. This is a Famous that really needs to step back into form for some success on this Boom squad.
Wow, what a way to put him in the, the hot seat.
I think
we do, yes.
The thing is, though, Boom are in the hot seat right now, right? They are a team that a lot of other teams have put as their most feared team in this group, Omega. And if they're coming away with a loss against Talon, if they come away with a loss against T1 here, we start to question, where has the Boom of Stage 1 gone? Where is their ferociousness?
True dat. They had the first 2 rounds. He did have some good rounds with that Marshall of his, but now onto this op, yeah. Even though it's not, ringing out or shooting, sometimes it's also the positioning that goes through. I mean, T1, a lot of teams have now begun to anticipate how Famous likes to position himself around this op. Granted, Ascent is not a map that they played too often, but still.
Yeah, and that's why I kind of look towards this veto as well, and I do scratch my head a little bit on how this is going to go, right? Maps that Boom were once feeling quite comfortable on, they're looking to not be comfortable on it. You also think that, when you got Split gone and Pearl gone for T1, I start to think as well, where are they actually going to look to pivot a veto? Haven, they probably don't want to go towards there either. So the fact that Ascent comes out, you're expecting them to be pracking it, which evidently they should have been coming out with a composition like this.
Composition or not, for now, just trying to do what they can with what they have. DOS9 able to take a shot off the contact that was found in B main. Buzz, though, answering right back with the Outlaw. Scary peeks because Shira snuck up from behind. But the shot's not connecting. It's easy with the spray. It's Buzz with the Outlaw kill, and T1 with 3.
Has his choice of target, but he makes a meal of it. That is unfortunate there for Shiro. Just the eco round to come through for Boom, however, though. Full rifles across the board, and now we start to see the ultimates be gained up, right? I feel like they're going to have to just not rest in this map, not rest in these rounds. They're going to have to try and find some info nice and early on and just figure out the game plan of T1, because if you're going to allow T1 to command some space in mid specifically, that's where they're going to really get the better of you with their splits to A that they're always so confident in. Here the operator out for Buzz, tour de force in play.
Not quite the duel, still with a shot rung out. It's DOS9 who unfortunately suffers defeat.
Yeah, DH getting the Sharpie trade out. I say trade of a missed shot from Buzz. Meanwhile, I talk about the mid pressure that Boom need to start to explore. Well, they're here, but T1 are aware of it. Stacks, you cannot beat him in the mind game, and Famous is down.
Even though Stacks is low HP, yes, that is quite big damage felt on the side of Boom. At the same time, right, it's a 5-on-2 now. You're thinking to save. You're backing towards B. At least you've eliminated Meteor.
But what do you look to do now? T1 have scoped out the whole situation. They got a dimensional drift on Izu. If they need to pop this one to refigure out some extra information. Now, apart from that, Stacks, you can just fall away if you want as well and play with the Hunter's Fury. If they don't play any of these Quack in this sort of round, that can be an absolutely devastating round to come soon. And just by given the situation here, Boom have to save.
Huge ultimate rounds to come forward next, you'd assume. Boom are going to have to try and find that next one. It's precisely that. Both teams very aware of what they do have, hence T1 marking towards the back as well, while Boom looks for exits. That will be that for this round. T1 with a happy 4-2. But what we think of the next one upcoming, Boom has their work cut out for them. Okay, decent exits. Buzz getting taken off.
Shiro one away from the Hunter's Fury, if he can get that online, but finding stacks here, that would actually be even better for Boom in the next round, but dropping the gun. So they get both of them.
Wow.
That actually turns a round next that was coupled with a promise of 2 guns and some extra utility to dimensional drift in. Maybe you're getting some blind plays and some trap plays with the Hunter's Fury as well on a Cypher Lock composition that can do these sort of trap plays on defense, to now having to actually eco that. That's for Boom.
Yes, Komodo.
If you're saving, save.
No. They got robbed. Ay. Well, T1 happy with that result. They've got their guns. They've got the Outlaw back in Buzz's hands because they want to play like slight anti-eco. DOS9, though, what is this?
There's no recon on the back of it. You see a lot of these pop plays, your old Vision Striker-esque plays coming through from a split of mid and a crunch in towards B.
Well, yeah.
Can't believe DOS9 has just done that by himself. And I think I'm more gobsmacked by the fact that he's managed to get out scot-free.
And that's one of the things I was thinking about as well, right? The comparison between DOS9 and DH. DH slots in the team very nicely, but plays rather conventional. DOS9, on the other hand, you know, that's his whole thing.
Yeah, DH is put into a role and a position in a team where he knows his role, right? He knows what the expectations are coming in towards this team, where DOS9 feel like you've got a lot more to do, right? When you look at the names, when you look at the play styles of these two teams, I definitely think that the controller of T1 doesn't need to do as much heavy lifting as DOS9 does on Boom.
Hell yeah. We love those plays from DOS9 for sure, but now we'll see if his hero Phantom will be able to do that much. He's getting marked by Izu, the Hunter's Fury, forcing him to dance. The footwork is good, but Shiro does get one as well. Izu now coming in, takes out DOS9 and Famous.
Disgusting.
Now the rest of them just streaming into sight. Shiro as well as Berserks. Just one of them close by.
Stax is just happy enough that the rest of his team was able to find the frags. It doesn't really matter that he lost his life towards the counter-over in Shiro on that Hunter's Fury, because Izu got in, right? You allowed him to get in on that dimensional drift. You supported his play.
It's perfect combo, perfect set. Meanwhile for Boom, still, again, kind of catching up. Granted, this was a slight half-ish buy, a thrifty round, if you will, but they're not finding too much off of it. Berserk's just trying to get as many picks as possible. Has picked up the, well, more kills, a couple more kills until Meteor sneaks up from right underneath. 5-2.
Oh, T1, generally a great macro team. When it came to the Paper X game, yeah, it leads up to being a little bit more question, and you need a little bit more individual micro play to contend with just the chaos that Paper X throws at you. Seemingly not really fazed by it too much since that game here, because the ideas that they're coming out with on this attacking side is looking pretty good. You remove the pistol round and the secondary one as well. Things have looked just, I would say, normal for T1, right? With what we're kind of expecting from them. A situation, though, for Boom. Pendulum swinging back in their favor, hopefully here with the operator back out for Famous.
Kind of narrowly missing each other as well. Both of them on ops. Mid control quite paramount, but T1 sneaking past it.
And Boom just taking this B main space yet again. Berserk's removed, and so is Shiro. Meteor. That's a cracker of a couple shots coming on through from the shadows from DH as well. And as soon as Famous has lost his life, this just goes really wrong for Boom.
Crikey. That's the off gone. Now, 2 guns left. Can't even really save too well off of it either.
Need another timeout, I feel like, for Boom.
Necessary.
And if you're dropping 2 in the first half as well, I mean, it feels horrible, doesn't it? But then you do have to remember, that's what DRX were pushed to do in our last series on Bind. Didn't work out for them. Nongshim still take the map, but at least they came out with some good discussions to start to figure out things immediately. These situations for Boom, you still got access to 4 of your ultimates. Famous has not done anything with that operator yet. And your B play from Shiro and Berserks as well is just
cleanly removed by Meteor.
I hear what you're saying. Harsh but true. Harsh but true. NC Slasher, consolation prize. DOS9 maybe also with a Stinger at close range. But nonetheless, it's T1, and they are doing a good job at playing things safe, running the map. And also, somehow Meteor just being able to pull out those lurk kills again. Boom, on the other hand, needing to step up so much.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this sort of situation, and you're not really even needing to see Meteor go on any tangible lurks right now. He's just with his team, doing the job. Everyone's hitting the shots on T1 at the moment. Got to see a switch up come through from Boom, or maybe, and this is very unlikely, see a huge mistake from T1. Good grab net.
Spots out DH, but the whole team of T1 is right behind him.
Yeah, a bit of overzealousness from DH there, but it'll be some growing pains with this one. They still get the trade in the end.
Which ultimately does favor T1, given the fact that Boom will have to reposition off the death.
Yeah, but I'm looking at Shiro and NC Slasher. You've been given the responsibility of these primary rifles here, right? You're holding on to them. You have to see them come away with the goods. NC Slasher, of course, holding on to that Annihilation. Berserks is not going to be able to use the hat to get the reveal over on the other side of the map, because you need to see some information gathered by Boom soon. Everyone is just being very stale in their positions currently.
Yeah, given the guns they have, so conservative makes sense, even though it might not be the best option. But meanwhile, for T1, playing ahead of this, right? Reading the A split once again. Boom, they have stacked up the rifles in the right spots, but the spike.
T1 have just closed so many spots of play, and Shiro's just caught blinking.
30 seconds left.
Quick on the pre-fire check. NC Slasher, though, trying to pull himself out of this dire situation with the Annihilation. Goes for the wide swing. Buzz TP's it. What the heck? Headhunter pulled out immediately. Famous was not able to come online, but still NC Slasher firing off quads onto another one. Buzz, close range, tries to get the snap, but NC Slasher will bail his team out with a thrifty win.
I said I can't believe I'm saying this if T1 make a big mistake. And there's a couple of mistakes in that round. Time being a little bit of a potent one. They use a lot of it to clear a lot of the corners, which you do understand. In the 4 versus 4 situation, it looks like they're going to get a bit of a good hold back on towards this A site, right? But it's NC Slasher with the ultimate, the Annihilation that I highlight there, used to great success. And if he loses his life there against Buzz, I mean, is that situation redeemable for Buzz in the 1 versus 1 from Berserks? I mean, maybe, but it doesn't happen there. A lifeline at least given to Boom now as they look to try and tie things up.
Finding that confidence now with the peak, but yep. I see that disappointment on your face, Komodo.
It's just Famous again with the Operator. He is being dealt with so convincingly at the moment.
That's Buzz on this chamber as well, reading the situation aptly.
Meteor
instantly propped up.
Meteor has access to the Steel Garden as well. If you want to go for a play with that, you absolutely can. You hear the drone, though, starting to go over towards B, so you know that Shiro is there. Berserk's usual utility is towards Bravo as well, but it's the alpha play to come through from T1. This is the priority play from then into the B site.
Yeah, looking for that crunch. Shiro starts things off beautifully. Decent one from Berserks as well. Stacks will trade, gives T1 the site. Oh, but numbers, Buzz all of a sudden still hangs around a little bit longer than he wants, and that's Shiro gone off the board.
3 versus 2. Superior upline. Obfuscate the vision with the dark cover, but still, what can you look to do? DOS9 with a Paranoia. NC Slasher, Gravnet.
Maybe catch a couple onto this site, get a good flash and swing off of it.
Ah, but they're not swinging off of it. That's the problem.
Just a blind Paranoia, and that's it. They're just holding on to the other side, but not really finding too much. Buzz, meanwhile, just waiting for the right time to click. Not finding it. Stacks, though, happy to hold down onto lane. DOS9 feels the pressure, goes up against Stacks, but at this point, the round is done. 2 kills to his name, and that will be it. Yeah, I'm just waiting for the dark cover to come back online for DOS9, which is why the paranoia goes a little bit too early, you know. I'm a little bit surprised that NC Slasher didn't try to throw that grav net out early and they paranoia towards the sites, try and just open up an opportunity for him to start to get in for a retake. If the intention was to have a timeout in the round after, maybe best option would have just been to save. You know, as heartbreaking as it is, you would have had a couple extra guns coming in towards this next round. You still got the ultimates building for the ones that have used it. A couple still available. As T1 claims 7, and the remainder of the Boom Boys as well at the tail end of that round. Now that timeout, as I mentioned, comes into play from Boom Esports. And really you start to wonder, 3-9 from T1 on an attacking side of this map. Boom opted to start defense.
Right. Well, it definitely is a position that does not feel comfortable for Boom. We'll see if this tactical timeout can dig them out of this trench. The other thing to think about is just how much pressure could be mounting on their shoulders as well, thinking about their upcoming opponents, or even the fact that they are possibly going to get relegated. I mean, we kind of had a slight discussion about this, right? How the Southeast Asian challenger scene looks right now, or maybe even just challenger specific overall.
Here. I wanna throw a memory back to everybody.
Memory lane with Kodo.
Boom on this map against Gen G was 12-0. Boom didn't get a single attacking round, and that's where they go next. That was the last time they played this map, by the way. So we really need to see a huge switch up come on from them now for the 7-5 to give themselves as much opportunities as they can on that switch up.
Class placed.
Okay. Off the timeout, T1 expecting plays, playing it safe. Drone checks pizza, doesn't see much.
And just little by little, the scaling starts to come into play for T1.
Front destroyed. Piecing the puzzle together. Famous though. He's hungry.
It is the pistols though. Berserks and Shiro are the ones with the rifles. They're not at the current point of position where Buzz is lurking up mid. Rendezvous at the ready.
Slowly scaling forward. Not much supporting him though, so this could be dicey. The rest of the team up towards B main.
I'd love for them to just leave him here and focus on getting in towards the site, and that's exactly what they're gonna do. Izu goes in, but Buzz, head removed.
Great decision from Berserks.
30 seconds left.
Now the weapons getting picked up, smoked off as well right at the entrance. Shiro with the triple. Izu then trying to pick up the pieces. Spike retrieved, but that is quite telling as well. Into the site he goes, but so will Boom. They are chasing, they're hunting, but what is that? Microflicks! DOS9 in the one-on-one after his two teammates just died.
Oh.
Digs himself deep and will dig his team out of that one.
Oh my lord, what a valiant attempt to come through from Izu there. DOS9 with 7 HP. The patience from Boom. It's like statues waiting for T1 to pop the pin, waiting for T1 to get in towards that B site, and they start to do so, right? Izu on the dimensional drift goes in, starts to scope out just what he can find for the team, and they start to get just peppered down by the spray of bullets coming through. A thrifty from Boom on the back of that timeout that they come on out with. I thought to myself as well, where is the neural theft to come out from Berserks? It's not really needed. The team was shooting, but the 1 versus 3 attempt from Izu, he's even given the huge opportunity at the end there. He knows that that was so winnable. Nevertheless, Boom. They will take that round for the 4th on the board now as we move into the last of the half.
Good moment by DOS9. That's right, next round continues forward. Let's see if Boom can actually string another round in together with this. Famous having some ideas towards the middle with that hop of his once again. So far, it's been 0 kills.
Just got to remember as well, these isolation rounds that Boom have been able to find, right? Slow to react to the different styles of play thrown at them. It was a bit of an Achilles heel against Talon. Now it's proven to be the same against T1. 5-7 feels like a necessity. 8-4, maybe still manageable. It'll be such an important round at the moment. And if T1 continue to go where they are at the moment too, into Famous's operator.
What a line to hold. Unfortunately, with the flash, he has to TP away. DOS9 to relay forward. Oh, and then steel guarded propped.
Gonna start to go in as well. Hunter's Fury out from Shiro, catching some damage, but is it gonna catch any prey? NC Slasher, gone.
Then the side smoke propped up by DOS9. Famous looks to get ahead of the fights, but look at that as well. T1 already swarming. Spike not fully planted just yet. They are waiting for Boom to peek out, and Famous, even though he finds one kill, that is all he writes. Berserks to do it all, and it's looking near impossible. Works off the one bit of information that he does have, but then the peek from Meteor. T1 closes out this first half, 8-4.
I don't even know if Berserk's used the neural theft at all. I'm scratching my head to consider if it was thrown in there at all. Just rip that one and provide your team some sort of extra information in these sort of situations. Either way, Boom, they tried to flood early before the plant situation could go down. You got to see the contingency plan of Stack still having a Hunter's Fury at the end there be very viable to bail T1 out if Boom started to mount a successful retake. Exchanging of the halves now. Boom Esports to the pistol round they go. Pistols, pretty good for them, right? They've been very successful on collecting time and time again, but I do start to wonder, after those pistols, what do the rounds look like, right? Because T1 have been doing so much better here. And I also remember T1 losing the pistols against Paper X, but still pushing it into overtimes, losing the bonus as well in some circumstances, right? Their rifle rounds are starting to be built up brilliantly. Makes me worried for Boom here, Quack.
As am I. It's a far cry from what we've witnessed in Stage 1. That was the greatness era of Boom, surprising everyone with all these up plays, insane smoke movements and moments as well from DOS9, but now it feels as though most teams have started to catch on to these little tricks and antics. T1, on the other hand, so far on this map, especially on their attacking side, have been just running around with their own game plan while Boom tries to, I guess, catch up onto it.
Oh, look at that one from Boom as well.
The numbers.
Currently last in pistols. See if they can turn it around here, though. They picked up the first pistol, of course, in this map. So to be able to double down, one foot in front of the other. Got to also contend with something that they've not really played against when it comes to Ascent. Chamber plays from Buzz. Rendezvous, again, ripe and ready.
There we go. Info gathered as well, but look at that. As soon as Berserk tries to peek forward, gets sniped down, but
okay,
the rest of Boom will happily trudge forward into A site.
Got to capitalize on this now, though, as Boom get that plant down.
Shock darts and everything over, and it's the utility that blinds Boom. Spike almost planted it, but unfortunately falls off. Just Famous left looking for sheriff shots against the Ghost in a Classic. Even at range, Meteor, calm and steady, will take the shot.
Oh, Boom have just misread that play to come through from T1. That's honestly what that one is there. You got one player down in Hell looking to set up some utility. Believe that was DOS9. You've got the plant attempted from Shiro, and it's just denied. No one is protecting him from the jump down from T1. NC Slasher has done some God's work to get in towards the site there, but yeah, Izu, he's just thrown in there by the team to go and get the damage. And they revolt. T1 do not want to give Boom another pistol in this series. They want to close this map convincingly.
Run it back on Corrode, but here we go. Smokes up. Boom looking to flood.
All the information already for T1 and what's happening in this round. Mid from Izu, B main from Meteor. T1 know that this is a play towards A.
Yeah, Izu even TPs towards the back just to support his team's back line of fire. Bulldog spammed forward through the cages. Boom just continue to walk past that smoke and straight into these crosshairs that T1 are holding.
Yeah, Stacks will pad some stats as well in that round. Didn't have the most successive kill collection over on the attacking side.
Damn.
But it's not really his role in this squad, is it? So it'll just be some confidence at the end of the day to meet with the team. A team of which on T1 picking up those first 2 rounds now. Are they going to be able to collect upon a bonus, or is this where we're going to start to see Boom find some depth in this server, find some weight here?
Try not to die.
NC Slasher is one away from the Annihilation. If they go towards A, well, they can pick that one up. Should be no contest of play for that orb by T1.
Come on, Boom. Ooh, Buzz beginning to peek out, gain control over B main. Berserks is hearing it.
Now what do you want to do as Boom? Spread across the map.
Sound sensor up.
Buzz, oh, with the bailout?
Well, he actually just hops away. Okay, now he goes in for it. That's the shock dart baited out too.
Yeah, 51 HP, you hear the Bucky. Do you still want to go over towards this B side? That could be a bit of a trap play.
Just a wee bit of utility baits Boom forward, but good shots from Shiro ringing out. That stacks down.
Yeah, if you can find these little isolation frags, you'd be right as rain as Boom here.
Pumping the brakes, thinking that it would pull the rotations over. Famous continuing to hold inside of A main, and he will secure himself a kill.
Yeah, this is the point in time for Boom to just collect all together and look to go in somewhere together as well. 40 seconds to go. It's going to be the A site. See some movements start to shift from Izu and Meteor. They have some primary rifles that they have got in this round.
T1 grouping themselves up as well. Concerted effort into the, well, spike denial possibly. Izu, what a timing on the first flash. The second one as well, but unfortunately the repeat not afforded. Meteor shut down as well. Just Buzz with, well, he's got some stuff.
Izu a little bit ahead there. Had the decoy, had some teammates, wanted for the second bite of the cherry with the flash. Didn't work out. Understandable, have a nice day. Just the bonus round. Boom will be collecting their 5th here. Shiro as well will get ever so closer to the Hunter's Fury. So that's better from Boom Esports on this attacking side here. They do better than their last installment as well on Ascent, courtesy of Gen G, leading them for a 0 attacking side at half. But I know that T1 are not a team that are going to let you play default time and time again and find these individual pickings. They're going to come out with different plays. They're going to come out with some set strategies that they would have been practicing. You don't pick a map for a silly reason if you don't got strats, right? Operator is out for Buzz. Currently poised up towards the rafters of A, where Boom are looking to go again.
Flashes out as well. TPs going in to check the Warden, the Watchtower. The shots, unfortunately, not connecting this time. Boom finding success on the site.
Might even be the call to come through from T1 here. That's just a convincing execution in towards the site from Boom Esports. Set up behind the dark cover. Flash in.
TPs as well.
Annihilation, expunge, but sure, you'll take that. You needed a way to get back in towards this one as Boom. So they will double down on the round count, follow up the bonus with what could be a flawless round. Unless Meteor has something to say.
Camera taken out. Goodbye.
Anticipates it, but Berserk's a little bit quicker. Happy to see Boom starting to write things up for the rest of the team.
Could even see an early timeout to try and stop any momentum building on the Boom side. Wouldn't mind it from T1. Yes, you give the affordance to your opponents that, yeah, they can have a conversation again. But what have you really seen from them? 2 rifle rounds so far? Could be early enough. There's going to be, no access to an Annihilation again, for example, in the next round. You see these sort of flash and drone plays come out again. You start to wonder, is it real, is it not? This is the opportune time for Boom to even potentially consider going for some sort of fake play.
Start to really get that snowball rolling. T1, I mean, that was, granted, it was a round where they had a pretty good setup on A as well, but Boom dismantles it. Could even run the same thing again. But taking things slow. Berserk still.
Yeah, Boom are holding back, waiting to see if there's any difference in play from T1 in this round. They've saved an operator. They could be on a forward line. They could be going for a bit of a set pop play for that information as well. So you'll be having to see a drone invested over towards A main, you'd expect. That's exactly what Shiro is popping out at this current point in time. Very standard Sova things on this map to reclaim some territory that you have lost. little bit more with the progression util coming on out, but it'll keep T1 interested at this A site. This sort of utility is what I'm talking about, Quack. It's the...
Yes.
It's baiting out T1 to over-rotate for an expected play that you've done a couple of times.
Show a tiny bit of presence, let T1 play into their own minds.
Yeah, building that consistency, baiting them.
We'll see, though. T1, with time elapsed, now beginning to rotate back. Stax doesn't feel happy being alone on the site, so let's see if Meteor can provide him some assistance with that Sheriff of his. Otherwise, Boom, just marching forward. You got the wall up as well. It's not too simple.
Oh, that's a missed wall, actually, to come out from NC Slasher. They had to wait for the dart that went out earlier as well.
Oh, Stax. Good for one at least. But as I was saying, that's right. It's going to be a tough round for T1.
Yeah, you got to choose if you want to invest the dimensional drift or not.
I mean, would you?
How else do you get in? You got to remove that trap wire that's blocking you currently. You send in the clone for that first, and now you go.
And just to try a guess. Still considering the firepower. Buzz with the off goes in. Close range, point blank, not happening. Famous clicks and holds. Now the rest of them just spamming forward, playing off contact in each other. Berserks looking to close it out. Oh, Meteor, another shot. Maybe even a third, but not quite happening until NC Slasher comes through. Boom. Going to pick up a couple more rounds here, closing in on this gap.
Yeah, starting to revitalize a little bit here, Boom Esports. A couple rounds in play. But are they going to be able to continue on, or are T1 going to start to realize what the little tells of Boom currently are, right? Waiting for Famous to get these pop plays out the smokes. Bit of combo GravNet utility. The drone last time was a couple of tell components. Now they change it up. A big bait, actually, right? I love the fact that all this conditioning that Boom do throw over just in the bonus in the second round after that is enough to give T1 some thoughts of concern that it might be another A play. So it's not like we're seeing a Boom without ideas, for sure.
And hey, credit to Shira for that as well. I mean, he was that Sova that did all that work, so pretty lovely to see with the adjustments coming over from that previous game that they had. Boom still definitely a potential force to be reckoned with. T1 then in with this timeout. Certainly will have quite a bit to say.
Well, if T1 pick into Ascent and they manage to not come away with it, gives still a bit of more concern with the nature of this roster at the moment.
I'll leave you with a bitter taste in your mouth.
You got to think what they've got up their sleeve for Corrode as well. Newest map to be added to Valorant. Already
exciting, but we'll see. For now, still onto Ascent. T1, 3 away from possibly closing out. Needing to get the read on it though. Boom, going in with a set play. Hunter's Fury straight into sight.
And Dimensional Drift to start to piece things together as well. Meanwhile though, NC Slasher removed. Izu, Stax. Oh, this is just falling apart. A misread to come out from Boom. Their layered approach. Hunter's Fury netting nothing. Dimensional Drift as well. Wrong dimension of play to come out from Famous on that one, you feel. And Shiro just pinged up. Flawless answer from T1 after their timeout.
Damn. And it all happens at the start of Buzz's operator as well. I mean, intentionally positioned off towards top mid, but with that position able to rotate back forward. As soon as that Hunter's Fury rings out, you can expect them to be streaming through this smoke, and that's exactly what T1 does. Stacks as well. What a hold.
Right pieces at the right spot for T1 in that round. Now, a couple more chances for Boom to get closer. One to keep T1 off map point here. They've got some credits to back them up for sure. You still got to kind of also think that Boom have to have a little pass mark in this round to hold on to a couple of weapons. Hunter's Fury off the rip from Stax. The second bolt doesn't connect to Berserks. So it's just the 80 damage on a player that has generally been playing Lurk anyway.
Slightly inconsequential, which then Boom.
Yeah, you're not going to read into it too much.
Looking to scrounge up something towards this ace site. DH is ready though.
It's the normal play that we see from Boom, right? They'll get their Paranoia at the ready from DOS9. The Flash is ready from Famous as well. We see this time and time again. There's that drone.
The key timings of it too. Fake TP, and it's quickly read by T1. The reactions from DH here as he swings over to the side. Still though, Izu not quite connecting onto the shots, then that allows for the rest of Boom to flood back in.
Yeah, that one looks a little bit scrappy to come on out when you're in the grav net as well. Now a retake attempt to come through from T1 if they want to. Buzz and Stacks. Recon Dart would be a long time coming. So you might need to go a little bit ahead of that.
I'm too far. Gotta check all of these corners, especially the one into Generator. Shearer's pretty darn low. Stacks trying to get ahead of it with the shock dart, but oh, Boom! Able to steal themselves and find the 2 kills necessary.
Yeah, it feels like it doesn't really matter if T1 have the inkling and the read that that is the play that's going to come out yet again. Boom, get in and hit their shots. Do start to question a little bit, is this the one play that they have with this comp to get in towards the A site? Is it always the drone, the flash, and the grav net? Or are there, you know, a couple more different iterations that they do have possible? Taking T1 a little bit of time to figure out a way to shut that specific play down. But you see it a couple more times, and I think that they'll have a really good way of contending with it.
Can go a little bit back and forth. T1 currently at least. We've got some ultimates to work off of, and Izu looking for info.
Well, he will confirm it. Mid is exploring, or being explored by Boom.
Hence the rotations back over onto A site. Hearing a lot going off over by Tree.
I did just mention before as well, is there a different approach towards this A site that Boom have up their sleeves? The answer is yes, it would seem. Everyone going through Tree there, but with no progress actually made, forces Izu to bring out the Dimensional Drift and just refigure out where everybody is. Confirm again that Famous is mid. They've locked out of mid, so you've got some time to settle as T1. Reset, they could come back towards A, and that they do.
Yeah, 50 seconds. Bear Mesh out as well. Now hearing more footsteps, so back into A we go. That Bear Mesh might slow things down a little bit on the rotational side, but that means it all comes down to DH Izu.
Perfect timing from Meteor there on the Steel Garden, locking Boom out. They have to wait before going again.
30 seconds left.
A little bit more time bot. Will it be enough to give them the foothold they need? DH, great on the shot. Meteor as well. The trades have been found. Berserk Shiro.
He's got a neural theft. He needs the information, surely.
Not quite sending it out just yet. Zone's too hot, but ultimately pulls it out at the final moment. Spike gets planted out and he confirms positions. Buzz looking for a couple of wall bangs, but still it's way too close. Stacks pulls out the recon just to give his teammates some urgency as he pushes past Heaven, but spotted by Shiro. It's all down to Stacks now with a Phantom. Nothing else in his pocket. Goes out for the swing, gets a good flick onto Shiro, but still missing onto Berserks in the initial. And that will be Boom closing things up. It's 9-11 now.
Yeah, Shiro hitting some sharp shots in that one to bail them out of a sticky situation. Gives some good praise towards T1. I thought the way that they were doing their timing on the utility was pretty convincing that they might be a show-in for this round, but no. Boom managed to get out through the tree, the 3 versus 2, a little bit early from T1 when that neural theft comes out, because that 2 versus 2. They make some good work of that in the end. Timeout to be deployed from T1. As they do feel the weight of what is happening in the server right now. Boom are starting to figure out what they need to do on this attacking side to get the better of you. And as I said just before Quack as well, feels like it's only a matter of time for T1 and ergo T1's coaches to recognize what a lot of these normal tells are from Boom. Might be the time that they've figured that out to put a nail in this one.
And that's the thing, you know, you're coming down into this moment where you're deep into the second half. Boom are still showing off so many different looks. T1 needing this help from the coaching staff. You've seen it, the deadlock Bear Mash and how much it can provide, and at the same time still playing around.
Gives a bit of time though for Fields to start to cook as well over on Boom's side, right? Yeah. He is somebody that is really, really smart when it comes to his anti-plans. And so I feel like right now in a situation where things are getting, you know, to the nth hour on this map, having another chance and check in with him there for Boom, very important to listen well.
Crucial round now. At the same time, you gotta admit, you love to feel the electricity in your veins. Boom, what a journey sheer wall in their faces now.
Bit of information confirmed. Boom. Love their explosive plays.
All in together. Stacks holding the off angle for dear life. Actually catches two! Shiro answers back. Meteor out from stairs.
Uh-oh. Annihilation. Wasted two.
And that does it not bode well for Boom. Meteor repositions and gets the drop on Berserks. NC Slasher, a little cut, but it's Izu that closes out. A thrifty picked up by T1 to give them map point.
That is the player that comes out from Boom that I immediately think back to their Phoenix composition. They love to get control in B main, they love to walk up, and they love to explode. With Famous getting out those curveballs, the team layering with the extra utility too. Very copy-paste with a little bit of difference for the Cypherlock comp that they're coming out with here, but just the execution not good. Doesn't work out, gets shut down by T1. They thrifty them to get map point.
Might even have been slightly unexpected, but you could tell T1's quite prepared and quite elated with the result. Boom then opting for different approaches now. They have to. Back towards this A default.
3 chances for T1 to close out their map pick here, Quack.
Oh, you got all that deadlock utility. Oh, excuse me, Vi's utility swapped around as well.
They just got to spread around the map at the moment. Thorns towards the entry point of both extremities.
So far, it has just been Stacks and Meteor on the B site. How lucky are you feeling, Berserks? I don't know if lucky's the right word, but...
I feel like you need a little bit of luck in the play when you go against Meteor, though.
50-50. You go in for the duel, you hope to get it. Good check so far, though, with the shock darts.
I mean, you've already used your drone from Shiro. You've got a recon. If that doesn't scan logs and you overlook it, Meteor could absolutely just rain on you.
Really? Boom setting up for another explosive hit.
Would you expect the same thing twice over?
And it's a different sheer wall this time. It's gonna catch them off guard. It keeps it trapped. Oh no! Worst possible case scenario for Boom. They have to pick up the pieces now. Great flash from Famous, but still the wall bang from Stacks.
And he can fall back towards the back side if he wants to. 15 seconds. Boom have to force a plant here.
Holds back, holds the off angle. DOS9 carefully clearing, meandering forward, but it does not happen. Buzz getting another shot as well. The responsibility on Shiro's shoulders. It's overwhelming. It's crushing. Buzz delivers the final blow. 13-9 after the longest second half. Boom attempted at coming back, but T1 says the dream's done.
Yeah, Boom don't fall over in that map after a bit of a rocky first half, won't lie. They come out with a couple of good clean rounds towards the A site, but you do start to question, is that all they had really on this map here of Ascent? Things weren't working otherwise. Really, T1 getting some good reads, some good crossfires, and I gotta say some really great timing on a lot of their utility. I think that's something that I really take away from this map for T1. You're wanting to see how DH is integrating towards this roster, slotting in quite nicely. I'm wanting to see how the team is working the map, and I think for T1, it's a breath of fresh air to at least take a map here with this new roster.
Oh yes, you can definitely see all of it. I mean, Meteor as well coming back into form. Stacks finding more frags as well. Maybe not the most, but definitely impactful for sure on the reads. Buzz also can feel a lot of it. I think for Boom, they're starting to catch up to some of these plays, but at the same time, it takes them quite a bit of, well, time.
Yeah, a little bit behind the curve, so to speak, right? But we need to see some exponential growth start to come on out for Boom, especially our Ascension team that's come in towards Pacific alongside Nongshim Red Force. Currently not in the greatest of standings. 0-1 here. If you go 0-2, well, you start to consider that you need to have a bit of a paper-esque run as last stage provided for them.
Yeah, so that definitely feels what it is, but we'll see how the next map will shake up. For now, we're tossing it back over onto our desk. Let's see what happened on Ascent.
Well, T1 definitely proved themselves on Ascent here, starting off real strong against Boom. I think there were a couple things lacking from Boom's side, and those adjustments were made by certain players. This could have been a very different scoreline.
Yeah, look, Boom, I think, as a team, well-rounded, did kind of turn up to this game. Like, I felt like everyone kind of had their moments. I think Famous, a bit of an underwhelming performance. He's following, unfortunately, the same trajectory that we saw in the playoffs, playing that Yoru on this map, and then, unfortunately, in the debut of Stage 2 against Talon, he was okay, but definitely not up to the same standards as when he's really popping off. But honestly, the rest of Boom all had their moments. Shiro was quite good, a couple of good rounds from NC Slasher. You always expect DOS9 to pop off, and Berserks was looking pretty sharp. Like, honestly, I don't think any of those guys were particularly lacking. I just think Famous is continuing to not look very comfortable on this Yoru.
Yeah, I really, really agree with you. I think something isn't quite clicking for them on this map, but I do think T1 bringing out this composition with the chamber definitely caught them off guard a little bit. But, you know, this is T1's map pick. You can kind of write it off, and I'm happy at least that they warmed up into the second half of that game. Now we're moving towards your own map pick. Things have to change. You have to be more awake. I do think that was a better showing than we saw against Talon, I would say, but still not quite there yet.
Yeah, I think for T1 that definitely worked out well for them. Did see them kind of lean more into a European style. Buzz looked well and truly in his comfort zone over there on the chamber. You've seen him try to play that on a couple of different maps. It hasn't always worked out well for T1, but I think at least here on Ascent, I think this comp fits their personnel very, very well, and they've played a great style.
Yeah, I mean, I take back my little jab at EMEA earlier. It seems like it served them very well for T1.
Yeah, honestly, if we take a look at a couple of these rounds, we can kind of break down the playstyle a little bit, because it is a very slow, very methodical kind of EU-esque playstyle where you do have this A main control, a dart, and as well as a dart cover in towards A main to secure control over here. DH is able to take that, and then you have them start to work back towards mid and default, and time again, they were consistently turning this into slow crawling rounds where they're picking players on short. They're turning it into very nice A splits, which you'll see here in a minute. DH is able to creep up A main and set up a beautiful paranoia over on right side of site, and the rest of T1 just scales straight up gen.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is what this comp can do really well. You often see this short dominance, putting that chamber drop. Apologies, the chamber trap down on short to win that space. That's the key. And we know we see them to have a little different take on this. Different lineups, different recons.
Yeah, you see this recon from the other side of the map. It's going to secure A main control once again. You see Buzz actually committed over there, dropping the trap off inside of A main, and then they're going to work back into mid control later and commit the drone there. You see the smoke towards bottom middle as well. Mid trap attempted by Boom, doesn't catch anything because T1 is playing so slow, and again, they're going to go back, work their way up short, really take their time. You can see Boom is starved of information because they don't have any control of A main, they don't have any info over on B, and unfortunately, without this information, they're not able to position themselves well enough to be able to defend these A splits time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, the deadlock is very good, but only at those kind of niche things. You need to stop them in the chokes, you kind of have to be in the right place, right? You know, the default kind of comp is, of course, using that KO where you just have a lot more information than you do on this deadlock. So I think T1 did very, very well to be able to slow the game down and still get ahead of that double sentinel.
You can see DOS9 tries to contest this, and unfortunately, although Buzz TP's off, DH is there to swing from the corner and punishes Boom for trying to make a little bit of a play over A main there. So I think Boom, unfortunately, not quite able to deal with that style. And this is the thing, some of the other Pacific teams, they played internationally. They played against your slower style Fanatics. They played against, you know, your other EMEA representatives, your Heretics, when they play a little bit slower as well. They know how to change the pacing and adapt to this style, but not all of these teams in Pacific, especially your Ascension winners that haven't had the chance to go international yet, have been able to adapt to some of these slower styles.
Yeah, I mean, that's a fantastic point, and I think that definitely counts for a lot, and why we are seeing the teams who have had international experience, or even players who have international experience, come in and just have a very different kind of showing. The experience definitely shows through. But there was something else you guys wanted to highlight.
Yeah, I mean, Boom had a couple of interesting plays here. I mean, they definitely had some ideas. They had some individual players performing quite well. See, in this round, Shiro is going to set up DOS9 for the TP play to try to scan Izu and get a pick there. And later on, I think he even counter old stacks with the Hunter's Fury and snipes him. So Boom definitely had a couple of interesting rounds for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they have put work into their ascent, right? They do have nice ideas, but ultimately it's just not as good against what T1 are bringing out, and I think that's the big thing. To me, it looks a lot more like they weren't prepared for what T1 were bringing rather than a lack of preparation for Boom themselves.
I mean, this round is shocking. You're committing the... this was post-timeout for Boom. They commit the Dimensional Drift and the Hunter's Fury into a B-side execute, and they're unable to even get a pick, and they get wiped completely 5-0. Like, yeah, that is just unacceptable. You need to be able to actually convert that attack round.
Yeah, that's an execution issue. That's not a prep issue, so I do feel like a little bit slow there in the server, but I really hope they're able to warm up for map 2. Izu is our map MVP here, putting in a great performance on that Yoru. A pleasure to watch. You know, his Yoru was a big reason he even got picked up to T1. I remember Autumn talking about that in an interview last year, so nice to see him back on this hero. Sorry, Agent, what is wrong with me today? Hero?
Wow.
Hero? Dodo in a second.
Wrong
Tell me about it.
stage. Get out of here.
He's doing a very good job on the Yoru. That's what we have
He
to say.
was kind of a hero.
Yeah.
And you know, it's so interesting seeing him since last year and how much he's grown actually with this team, when he used to be really upset when they won that kickoff, or didn't win that kickoff last year. And Buzz, I'm so happy to see him back in form. I think in stage 1, he just wasn't performing like how he normally does. So seems like he's back in form.
Yeah, good to see him on the Chamber as well. I think T1 can continue to lean into double duelists. Izu's played nothing but duelists. He's on the Neon, he's on the Yoru. You can see Buzz flex into Chamber. That is definitely a good pick for the map. So I want to see more from T1 and more about what kind of styles they're going to be bringing, because I really think what direction you flex in this current meta is really important. I feel like double init is dead. That's gone the way of the dinosaurs at this point, and you really got to go into double duelist, double senti, or double controller at the moment, and it really depends on the personnel you have in your team. And obviously Izu is a great flexible player, but if he's playing primarily duelist, then it's got to be double duelist, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Little shout out to Buzz's Chamber TP straight into the Headhunter. That was sick.
Oh wait,
you remember that?
Famous whip.
Famous with his crosshair on the... Look, sometimes the models are weird. You know, they come out of the TP and the model goes... And you can't shoot him, so like, what can you do?
That hurts if you're famous in that moment.
Yeah.
Like, you don't get that kill. That's a head in
The Omen
hands
TP
moment.
is the same, like the ult and the shrouded step.
Yeah, you
Legit,
get like
the
a little
model
step,
is crazy, bro. You can't hit that.
I mean, still, Buzz looks cool doing it. I mean, we won't talk about famous, or you did, but I think Buzz looked cool doing it in style. Now, Corrode is the next destination. When DRX played Corrode, picked Corrode, they failed miserably.
Yes.
I don't think that's going to happen with Boom.
You don't think so? I mean, they're going to get the start on defense. That's the good news, but that begs the question, why have T1 selected attack? We've seen this map be very defender-sided thus far. You know, a lot of teams have done quite well on the defense, whether they picked it or whether they didn't. Usually when they didn't pick it, like Gen G, we see them start defense. We see the Sage get picked a lot, or you see some of these disruptive agents. We've kind of theory crafted that maybe Deadlock would be quite good, or Double Senti would be quite good on the map, especially if it gets picked against you, right? Because if you start defense similar to Split, you can lean into these really defender-sided comps, and if teams have not fleshed out their playbook enough on attack, or don't have a deep enough understanding of how to play the map on attack, then they're just going to run into problems and run into a wall, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I do think you can kind of get a little bit cheesier on that attacker side. I don't mind if T1 bring out double duelists here, you know, if you want to start on that attacker side. But I do think equally there are so many options here. But I think it should be about enabling Buzz and Izu. They have the personnel for double duelists. They have the personnel for high fragging potential. So I don't think they need to get too fancy here in the Asian composition. I think I want to see them play to their own strengths. And, you know, what these players are really good at, that's the direction they should lean in my mind.
Now, we were mentioning that they have been boot camping in EMEA, T1 has. Do you think any of those influences will be coming into Corrode as well?
I feel like we've already seen the influences come into their gameplay in Ascent with this slower style. It really did feel like I was watching one of those EMEA teams. For Corrode, I don't know enough. I haven't seen enough officials. I haven't been keeping as many tabs on the EMEA. I know you watch EMEA. Have we seen much Corrode over in EMEA? Or is that just kind of getting thrown by the wayside at the moment? Because I haven't caught any games over there. At least here in Pacific, we've seen already 2 or 3.
I don't
This will be our third,
But it's I'm not sure what's going on there in and the meta over there, because all the regions do tend to have quite different meta reads, as you were saying in Ascent. You know, we don't really see the chamber here. We don't see teams playing that slow. Pacific as a whole is a region of pace, of speed. That's what we're really known for here. So personally, I want to see them lean into some speed. Give me something fast. I get it, you were boot camping in Europe, but that's slow and boring. That's not why we're here. We're here for fun Valorant, people.
I don't think I've seen anyone play fast yet on Corrode, to be honest. I feel like I've seen everyone play this crawling pace on attack, and it just hasn't looked good. So I'd love to see some pace as well, personally.
So what kind of agents or heroes would we need on Corrode to make that happen? Hero plays.
In what kind of heroes would you be seeing over there in Toronto?
Yeah, maybe some Canadian Toronto heroes.
You're having too much fun with this. Can we focus on the game, people? For me, I want to see Yoru. I think Yoru is a very, very natural fit. He's already shown us that he can play it, and we know Famous has been bringing this out. I would like Yoru on the map. I think it's a good fit. You're able to rotate.
Neon,
yeah, I think Neon works. I think those two agents as the duelists work, especially because you can rotate really, really fast, and the rotation paths are really, really long here. So you need that kind of speed to be able to reinforce each site. You know, that's definitely the meta right now from what we've seen on the defense, is it's about stopping them at that choke. So having an extra player that can get across there fast is really helpful.
Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I think Deadlock's really strong just in general at the moment with the refresher, the grab net, and we've seen a lot of teams be quite successful with the Sage as well. So
yeah, that's right. Well, I'm glad to see a lot of teams working on Corrode or allowing Corrode through. Like you said, Pacific is the fun region. We want to change things up. We want to keep it exciting, especially with Icebox eventually leaving this map pool. You gotta nail down Corrode.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what the take is for Boom and T1 here on Corrode. For T1, double controller. Astra Omen looks kind of like something like FPX will be playing, or some of those Chinese teams. You do have the chamber for Buzz and Izu once again on the Yoru. I do like Fade as the solo unit. There are so many tight angles and different positions that you have to be able to contest.
Yeah, I like that Astra Omen gives them great power on the strong default and good hold of the chokes. Across on the side of Boom, they are sticking with that Deadlock and the Viper. This is clearly the style that they want to lean into, with Famous on the Neon, so still pace there.
All right, well, we are going to go into Corrode. I'm so excited. We're getting it 3 times this week, so we're going to send it back to our casters. Komodo is absolutely delighted right now. All smiles, and he's casting with Quack.
Oh my God, Vic, he's like bouncing in his chair, he's vibrating. I'm feeling a little bit afraid for my position.
I like this map. I like this map.
Okay.
But
why?
I'm gonna go along with what Pilsky was actually saying there. He thinks that this agent composition to come through for T1 is like FPX style. Actually, Boom are running a comp right now, and this is very, very fresh information. I'll have to hold it because this is quick into the B side.
Oh, with the GravNet as well. But look at T1, they're happy to hold around it. They hear it coming, and they're just watching.
They're too fast. Too fast with this one.
Slow slicing pie. Famous hatches the shoulders, but DH actually will be the one to take the frag.
Yeah, and what can you do for Berserks now? You've already used the Grav net, scoping things out with the Prowler, though. This is just forcing Boom back a little bit right now. They'd have to get risky with it.
DOS9 saves the day with the smoke as well. T1, they could just wait around this smoke to watch it dissipate as well.
Yeah, you do have Buzz overlooking mid to see if there's going to be any forward pushes here as well, but currently not. So really, this just gives Berserks enough time to re-get out the Gravnet as well. I'll add Berserk's first time on the Deadlock. Usually we do see it for NC Slasher, so we'll see how he's going to fare.
Yeah, trade the flash for a Grefnet, but still T1 are able to walk past it. DOS9 springs out from his little corner, but Berserks is the one who lands all the shots. 3 kills under his belt, and Boom have the pistol.
Okay, Berserk's on Deadlock, pretty good, not gonna lie. Good shots to coming out. No, what I wanted to actually highlight coming in towards this one, and I know it's gonna be in parallel right now, so a lot of people might not have actually seen this just yet. Corrode being a new map, a lot of teams are taking their time to figure out some different agent comps and everything like that. All gamers, yes, all gamers over in CN have just come out with Corrode against Wolves.
Oh, yeah.
They ran this comp that Boom is running as well, right? So they've both got some similar ideas. I'm expecting, because it's first time, they probably don't know each other and how that's going to happen, I would say. They're 13-4 Wolves.
Yep.
So it might be a strong comp.
That happened very recently too, so it
like
really
an hour ago.
could be. We'll see. Famous, quick to hold inside the smokes. This valley of death through middle, not one that's safe to Well, pass across, so T1 gonna have to lick their wounds. Back into A main while there's a slight lurk from Meteor, as an Astra, by the way.
Yeah, also the first time Meteor is actually picking up the Astra, I do believe, so we can draw some sort of similarities to how the Viper play would be from him. A lot of autonomy is going to be quite powerful, but this map is definitely currently a you know, double controller type variety.
Yeah, a lot of areas to watch out for. Famous just gonna lock things down towards the middle, sees the spike as well, and Meteor to, I don't know, just do as much as possible. He's got a classic, Shiro swaps over to the Sheriff and just takes away at his head. Flawless round, boom, 2-0.
I am interested to see what T1's take is on this map as well, because we got an extract from Autumn that he reckons the best comp on Corrode is a Yoru plus a double controller style variety, right? So if they're saying that, and I'm looking towards the side of T1, well, that's what they're going in, right? Izu, comfortable on the Yoru. Buzz, well, that's comfortable on the Chamber. That's not what's mentioned there, but DH, new player, onto the Omen, normal. Astra is interesting for me as the secondary controller that you do pick up, though.
Compared to Viper, so I really do wonder how that's going to look. But right now, you can see they're working around the stars a lot. Blocks off mid. Boom takes advantage of it, though, to kind of scale forward.
Yeah, it's going to be the bonus round right now for Boom. See what damage they're going to be able to deliver. DOS9 in towards mid, hoping that somebody wants to go up there and try and connect in towards Link, but I do like the placement of the Sonic sensor from Berserks too, so it feels like Boom have been a bit prepared on this map. Of course, picking it. Very ambitious to get out the new map real early, but it's not like they're the first installment of it, right? It's their first play, but they've seen a little bit here and there, you would assume, from the other teams across the regions playing it to pick together a couple of workable ideas and maybe some what not to do's.
Still is T1's first play of it too. And right now, T1 being very cautious, wanting to hold on to their guns. They've noted quite a bit now. And also spotted, yes.
Yeah, Shiro confirmed the shoulder up. Gonna put himself in a spot where the Stinger can sing.
Wall up soon enough. It's a very good spot for the Stinger.
Yep, 30 seconds left. Provide himself a little bit of a pocket.
Oh, do they check it though? That's the thing, new map, they don't know yet. Prowler does go in, but it's a little bit too late. Izu has snuck behind, but DOS9 comes in too. DH now streaming forward, but you've got Famous inside of the smoke. The time is basically gone. Meteor still pushing up front and actually has saved the round. 14-1, they get the spike in, and it's Berserks with a Marshal for the retake.
Luckily,
oh no,
on the timing there. See what Berserks might be able to do. Not a shot, unfortunately. So a bit of a tight line that T1 are walking in that round with the time. They do manage to find it successfully nevertheless. Boom will get their buy up. I saw an Odin purchase from NC Slasher. You know, on this map as well, a lot of these walls are very thin. That's why you're kind of looking towards your fades and your Sovas being very commonplace on this map, specifically on that A site. You get rotations coming over as well, where you can just spam under the HUD at B. So I can see some very large value coming through from NC Slasher a little bit later on, currently positioned in mid. You got the standard smoke to go top mid, or bottom mid, whichever way you're calling it.
Oh wow, he's just going for it.
Crazy, that's crazy. I was going to say, a lot of spam potential through the walls there as well, but
he saw Buzz perched up on top from before, so must have kind of gotten a read from that, and then Famous just to block down the line into A main. Tough entry for T1 at this point. You got some Prowlers possibly, but still, the numbers not on your side.
No, the numbers don't lie, but a bit of a ruse to be thrown from Meteor. You are stuck, my good sir.
Still gets a kill at least, but here comes Famous back in with the Yob. It's lovely to see it, but still, we turn our attention over to Buzz and Stacks, the duo of fate into sight. It's the Odin, though, that cries out straight into the halls of Valhalla. Stacks, your time is almost up. 40 seconds left, and he throws a desperate Prowler over.
He has to plant to a position where he can't be spammed down from NC Slasher, but now, where do you expect the reposition from Famous? I mean, would you have thought that he would wrap around the whole map?
Oh, whoa. There's a chance, Stacks. Thinking of wrapping around elbow. Oh, the fake jump! And it just baits him into looking upwards. Famous, then swinging up from behind. That's the tail. Boom, up 3-1 now.
Very well done from Boom in that round. Need to definitely see the replay on how NC Slasher has managed to just wriggle that first one. Talking about seeing Buzz there earlier on. Such a pivotal opening kill to come on through as well. A lot of learning to come through when it is this new map of Corrode. You can just see all those traces coming out. That's disgusting. Operator of Famous starting to come online. Need, and I can't express this enough, need to see a lot of crucial plays be found from Famous. Poor Boom. If he's on that scope line, needs to hit them shots.
I guess that's why it also does sometimes kind of come down to how many rounds you can really bring out from this defensive side. There's so much they can do that Boom are just quickly going in for as much as possible. Famous kicks things off, then you got the 3 from T1, slowly pushing up onto A.
Yeah, eventually Berserks will come back over here as well from Link. Currently smoked enough, so I wonder if there's going to be a bit of a pop play to come out from Izu with a blind side. Buzz.
No! Sidestepped! Berserk's dancing around! Just shimmying back and forth! Oh, the third kill! It's an anti-eco, but still, that means the ult has been achieved. Oh, DOS9 for the final wall bang. It's a flawless for Boom.
It's a lot better looking for Boom on the defensive side currently on this new map of Corrode. Hitting their shots, making the right rotation calls. But now we need to start to see what T1 have got for us on the early stages of this one as well. The rifles will be back into possession. The ultimates are starting to come online. We'll see where they're going to favor around the map as well, because if you are contending with an operator, you are contending with an Odin. Makes you think that a lot of these extremities are going to make you use some utility to get out, maybe even make you use a dimensional drift off the rip.
Thinking about it. Is close range enough? Got the Cosmic Divide up as well, and here it goes. Izu clearing out a path as much as possible for his team. The Prowler just to check yard as well. DH able to pick things up. But here comes NC Slasher. Berserks then too. Hiding inside around the corners. Berserks takes them down. No entry past elbow. T1 are kind of stuck.
Oh. A little read from Buzz, though, on the rotation catch from Famous. Now you know the Berserks was on the site as well. Oh, that looks awkward from Meteor, but he finds it some stability in this round now. NC Slasher, do you put a premium on just saving the Operator or the Odin into the next round? Or do you want to give this a crack? Your economy with the loss bonus will still look all right, but DOS9. So I think you do just look to the ladder. It's an expensive weapon, the Operator and the Odin. Damage would be great for sure, but you just got to cut your losses here.
I mean, they are down a map, so kind of speaks to their mindset.
I do love the idea, though, from T1 coming in this one. The Cosmic Divide as well, enabling a little bit of a pocket for Izu to come out for him. Very, you know, telling of what we like to see in Pearl from, I think it was G2, right? That would come out with some sort of stuff like that. Be it unintendedly or with expectation. Was it intended or not? I think was the thing back then. But regardless, now people know about it.
Hey,
and Boom, you know, figure it out firsthand that it's possible.
That's why a new map is so exciting. But at the same time, Buzz championing the round with that one little play off the back. And that's the thing that you got to watch out for with a team like T1 still.
Oh, it was DH, sorry, not Izu. Izu came out on the other side with it, nevertheless.
Fair enough.
Both of them with the same idea. Pick a pocket in the Cosmic Divide.
But ultimately still, Buzz being the one to find those 2 kills from the back. Got T1 the round. Next one coming up, you will still have that Operator that was preserved. The Odin bought up again.
By the tail end, it was the other way, but regardless, they get both of them back up into play. Now it's going to be a little bit more quicker in towards this A site potentially, or a bit of a fake to spiral some information back over here. Boom. Early barrier mesh over towards the B site as they look to explore in towards mid. If they get a good idea that this is going to be ending towards the A site, I wouldn't mind Berserks getting over here with this Annihilation as well.
Pulling the angle as much as possible, spots them out. Ooh, but the flash gets him. Shiro re-peeks, and that will be his doom. Odin in a corner now. NC Slasher. Oh
Good
no.
pre-fire.
Izu is way too quick for it. Shows a bit of an awareness on the map, but here comes Famous with the Neon ult, just blindly spraying it into the smoke, not quite finding too much. DH then finds his position instead. Just DOS9. He throws a dive into the smoke with a shorty TP's out into Izu. T1 climbing back up.
Unfortunate for Famous that he wasn't able to pepper anyone down with the overdrive there. I saw a couple of tags going over towards Izu's body. Would have had a good refresh, and then the operator not come out into that important battle as well that he loses to DH, I do believe. T1. Oh, single ball left in the chamber as well. That one does hurt for Boom Esports. A bit of an investment on the ultis there too. But I think more importantly for Boom, this is where you start to feel a little bit sweaty that T1 are figuring out how your defenses are working, where they want to exploit around the map. Both of them, in fact. A-site beginnings yet again. Bait out this deadlock utility. Ooh, paranoia from DOS9 as well.
And yeah, a little bit expensive for Boom in the moment, which means T1 can then possibly rotate somewhere else, but we'll see if this toxic screen allows for Boom to prevent that from happening.
Yeah, smoked off. Bring out some preventative util to disable any scaling from Izu here. He's got an isolated fight against DOS9 that he does lose. Do they want to keep going with this one? An upgrade of weapons too.
The upgrade just continuing to hold and trying to read the rotations, but unfortunately it's Famous who drops the duel, and then for Meteor to catch one as well.
Yeah, that's a big risk from Shiro there, pushing by himself, no trade potential. Now you give the advantage back over towards T1 as they start to get in towards this B-side too, from the shadows for DOS9 to get here, but he used that paranoia early, so he's just gonna have to try and shoot like NC Slasher is here.
And NC Slasher as well, onto the site. Finally ringing up forward, the Odin once again. Oh, inside of the smoke, Meteor caught out.
Good rotation from Boom, necessary to figure it out. In fact, I think the T1 might be able to pilfer around back towards their favor with those two individual fights that they gather, but Boom Esports not going to be seeing a tied scoreline come into fruition here. A timeout now to be deployed as well. I do expect a little pausing of the clock that we did just see. Who it's from, maybe T1, but we have seen some pretty stellar decisions come out from, you know, Boom on map 1, but even more impactful from T1 after the timeouts on Ascent, right? 3 timeouts that they managed to get the next round after. Just the one for Boom, and it is actually Boom's timeout in this current position.
Starting to see some cracks slipping through. There's these little unexpected kills coming forward from some of the T1 players, right? Think about Meteor, think about maybe even Izu. So Boom needing to possibly switch some things up, especially with retaining that Odin that has been quite effective for NC Slasher on whichever site he is on.
Yeah, and it hasn't even really been the spam Odin coming through at the moment just yet, right? Generally, when you think of an Odin, you think of the old Ascent where you'd get your recon dart out and you start to spam through the B main wall. On this map, there is a lot more thin walls, and he's not even really been shooting through them. He's just been out in the open or in cover, finding the kills that way.
You want to play? Let's play.
Timeout goes aside. See if T1 are going to be able to get ever so closer to Boom, or if they're going to start to establish a good half on this defensive side for the Wolfpack.
Slight tour de force as well, but here we go. Oh, kind of a crunch until T1 just kind of backs off. Finds their range.
Yeah, they'll bait out that Hunter's Fury as well from NC Slasher, right? So I think you're kind of happy with the way that this round has started here as T1. No Berserks to contend with. It's no Deadlock utility and that ultimate.
Oh, Famous though, looking for the duels. He hunkers down to his doom. And that very well will be an open A site.
Yeah, they spot the information that somebody was in through mid. Buzz will hear that it's the Shrouded step away towards A as well. So it's a really heads-up rotation to come through T1. You also see that Meteor is starting to gather that there's no aggressions coming through from Boom. So this can position for T1 just into a nice little execute. Stax has the Haunt still available. It will line that one up. You've got, you know, 2 controllers of smokes.
Boom have also read the situation, so rotated back into B heaven, but we'll see.
Need the spam
to find it, yes, especially through this position, through the choke point. Trying to get the first one, maybe the second. Shiro gets the other off to Meteor, who then triangulates onto NC Slasher's position. Second kill found. Spike retrieved, but at that point, DOS9 has arrived.
Yeah, that's just some little lapse of timing there for T1, not recognizing the situation that B would have been a little bit lesser fortified from Boom early on. I still kind of, respect and understand the idea, of course, from T1 there. You've got a Horn available for stacks. You've got an Astra and an Omen with a lot of smokes available. As soon as that utility starts to come down on towards the site, who would win? A T1 with a two-player advantage and a lot of smoky boys, or one recon?
Smoky boys.
I mean, it's the recon dart there that provided a lot of the information to come on through.
The call wasn't exactly wrong. It's just the fact that they haven't really encountered a lot of these plays, especially the Odin in positions like that. Buzz now, and back in through mid.
It's trial by fire, right? First instance for both of these teams playing this map in an official capacity. Some of these things you just have to learn. Speaking of which, Shiro looking the wrong way.
And Meteor, for the first time now, pushing a little bit deeper into this B site, calls it open, calls for the team to get the spike down. DH, what a team player. Meteor still continuing to hold. No quick rotations found for Boom.
No way back in towards this round, unfortunately, either. 5 versus 2. A little bit different than last round where you had the right read. That's a Sharpie from Famous. Misses the second, though, and, well, that's the Outlaw, so no more bullets there. Just to save Sim for Berserks, as T1 will find their 4th.
At least a couple of outs online still.
Yeah, Berserk has held this Annihilation for quite the time now. Held his.
But no real opportunity to deploy just yet.
Did hold his Neural Theft for quite a while on the last map as well. Maybe he's just allergic to ultimates.
Okay. It is what it is, but now, nonetheless, a successful round coming out from T1, trying to pick up the pace against Boom. This time a little bit more aggressive through middle. And not to mention Meteor as well.
Oh, he's always been great at doing some lurks and some individual plays where required. Bit of a different shift in Agent specifically, but can adopt the same sort of protocols as a Viper that he would on a map like Split, for example. Translate that over towards here on a Corrode. 2 more rounds to play in this half as well. T1, what would they be comfortable with? Is it 4 to 8? Is it 6 to 6? I know the latter is going to be a little bit of a prospect, of course. Viper's pit available for Boom is going to be used immediately over at B main.
And at the same time, quick peeks out into A main as well. T1 forced to watch.
Yeah, to see if the trademark is going to pop him any closer. Eventually that Nebula will start to fade. And if you do want to scope out the remainder of that pit as well, well, you're going to have to send the Prowler to do that, but you've only got one left now as Stacks, so do you even really want to contend with B main at all? Destroy the barrier, mesh in towards mid, force out some spotting positions from Boom, who have taken a bit of a forward line, by the way, over to A-Quack. Famous. But he doesn't spot anything. So he's just going to sit for a while as T1 look them in.
Yeah, with the smokes up as well. A couple of spams, which is decent, but they are starting to figure out how to counter NC Slasher's Odin as well. And at the same time, with mid being opened up, you're talking about B-Link, you're talking about A-Link, and they've elected to go into B with this Dimensional Drift. Izu scouting out majority of it, but still, the Viper's pit. Shiro, he's getting taken down.
There goes the pit as well. They were trying to find exactly where he was within that, and this Cosmic Divide, the plant is down.
And that will be the retake game then for Boom. Famous sneaking all the way up from behind. Stacks is watching the angle though. Famous, you've got to check it. The barrel spotted. Oh, painful. Annihilation does go through.
Yeah, got the cocoon successfully.
And then off to Boom, still looking to take control over the site. DH, unfortunately eliminated. The Odin spams are still good, despite NC Slasher's low health. Meteor and Stacks, one up from top of heaven. It's not quite noted yet. Going for the burst, you're going for the spam. It's Stacks now against NC Slasher. Taps on the spike, running out of time. He digs deep, he spams, he gets the kill. Maybe not quite the round, but that'll be a bit of confidence for you.
Yeah, absolutely. T1, they will be finding their 5th on the board. Berserk's using that Annihilation to find Izu, but by then the damage was kind of already delivered by Izu's chances in this round. He's not even in the pit. He's just spammed on through. That's a little bit dirty in this one, but nevertheless, right? T1 buying some crucial time. Meteor, a couple of options of players that he wants to try and dispatch of, but it is in the end the level-headedness of Stacks with the time, realizing it's not going to be doable for NC Slasher, who was down to low HP from the beginning of the round in that mid-scrap battle of sprays. Last round now of the half, no access to an Odin or an Operator for the side of Boom as well. So they have to try and cut a couple corners here, and DH has just found NC Slasher in mid, though it's DOS9!
To find even more, Shiro relaying forward, wanting to pick up the weapons, but spotted by the Prowler. Meteor answering right back. Boss 9 though, he doesn't want to give it up. No! Meteor has crashed down onto Boom!
And now they know where Berserk's is as well. He's just found a kill over towards the A site, so it's immediately to book it towards B. And Stacks, I mean, even has a Nightfall. Is it going to be needed? Are they going to individually split up here? Or are Stacks and Meteor going to play together?
Meteor hears the footsteps. He's looking for info to slow it down as much as possible. So,
well, they just confirm where he is
exactly now to hold up together. Nightfall sent forward. Berserk's narrowly avoiding it.
Yeah, he's just going to think that there could be this possibility of a late flank to come through as well. But T1, look at all of Stacks' utility.
And ultimately, more time spent away from the spike.
Yep.
You hear the crunch of those knees, and T1 know exactly where he is.
Meteor still has the stars on the floor as well, right? There's no way T1 lose this.
Your only choice is to bait out those bits of utility and push up front. Berserk's looking for the duel. He's hungry, but unfortunately Stacks will be the one who satiates his hunger instead. And we end it off with a tie, 6-6.
Yeah, it is a good recovery for the tail 3 for T1 there as well. A couple of ones that go really close at the end. Ah, so that's what happened. Hot shots through the smoke and tracking the traces. That's a little bit unfortunate to come through for NC Slasher there, but options and opportunities in that round for Boom. What if Famous was able to find that kill on towards Meteor in mid, right? The Guardian not able to find the shots after the slide. Bit unfortunate for Boom. They've picked this map 6-6 at the tied scoreline, where they know that they could have potentially got a couple of extra ones that T1 managed to scrap on by. That does have to really sit in your gut and be a heavy feeling.
Which definitely cannot feel too good. Dampened spirits, especially for DOS9. You know, mentioned it before, like the slight parallels between him and DH, but they are on vastly opposite ends of the situation, spectrum.
Yeah,
DOS9 needing to...
A lot of people would be putting more stock in what DOS9 has to deliver as opposed to DH, right? When you look at what we've seen from these two teams so far, we know when it comes to T1, we've got a lot more history and value coming out of Izu, of Bars, of Stacks, and Meteor, right? Massive names on this roster for DH to step in towards an assist, where on Boom, the new kids on the block, right? Yeah, we've seen them around the picture time and time again, right? We've got some players here that have played in Champions way back in the day. Didn't really do too much there, unfortunately, but right now, they're in this Pacific League. They had a phenomenal group stage over in Stage 1, and ever since then, it feels like it's just been trending to the floor instead of the moon.
They've also won the hearts of a lot of Indonesian fans, though. So do not back down. Boom. You still have a good chance. Famous pushing up front.
Yeah, no assistance, though, from the rest of the squad. So not able to continue on the space that they managed to get there. But they've pulled them away from this B site.
Which then goes in forward, especially with Bear Mesh up as well. DOS9 then coming up huge. Good little kill.
Oh, no way.
And the second. Nice. 5 HP left, but the damage, you can certainly feel it if you're on the side of T1.
Well, Stacks in a 1 versus 4. Very healthy members for the remaining 3 on Boom. Now Barrier Mesh has just come up as well. Take a lot of destruction to come through there in the middle. And I think that second one as well. He's not going to get through there, is he? Nah.
At least he is quick to work his way around it, but it is enough information for the rest of Boom to dispatch of him.
Yeah, it's just a great pistol round to come through from Boom. You know, you've got a little bit of a mid-push to come out from Famous, where he gets a kill and a trade. Yeah, it's a little bit blasphemy that there's an extra kill that's being collected in through mid as well from them. Meanwhile, the priority was still to just get in towards B through main. So the fact that DOS9 has just assisted to the situation with 2 kills there is quite the good move for him. Saw his head in his hands a little bit earlier on as well, right? The pressure in these sort of situations can certainly get to the players, but you also got to remember this is the best of 3 where Boom are a map down.
So even though that pressure is on, maybe having won the pistol takes some of it off. Hence Famous feeling a little bit more confident to slide in for the check.
Yep.
At the same time though, the little bottom mid peek out. It is being watched and marked by the rest of Boom.
Just some superior anti-eco plays coming through from them. Shutting down T1 with the standard classic pistols.
And also with a quick check on the GravNet. Oh, almost the flawless. Stax does not give it up.
Doesn't really matter though in the grand scheme of things. Just a ghost that goes over towards Stax. You'll pick your poison on who you want to go for the plant. Get closer towards a specific ultimate, which is going to be DOS9, 1 away from the shadows. And Shiro will get the lasting one. So, Quack, here, 2 rounds in a row to start off this half for Boom Esports. They did manage to find the pistol and the secondary round in the first half as well. And we then saw them in that 4-1 scoreline. So if they can do similar things here, at least with the beginning stages, and hopefully figure out a bit of extra strengths on their attacking side here, they can start to fashion Corrode to be a good map for them.
Certainly looks like it for now. It is rather early though. But again, a bit of confidence is always nice for our Indonesian, I guess I'll call them underdogs. I will say though, on the attacking side, it might be a little bit more troublesome for them to solve the puzzles that T1 will pose. T1 beginning to peek out onto A main.
Got to remember the style of Boom is very get to a choke point and explode, which is what they're doing right now as well. All of this utility starting to come in towards this B site. You've got the trademark that you've got to contend with, Famous and Shiro and Berserks. That is absolutely disgusting to come through from Buzz. I can't even give you the play-by-play because the round is done.
Just as soon as it happens. I mean, you don't expect it, but Buzz does it all. Stinging defeat for Boom in that one little round.
That is crazy to come on out. I thought that Boom were going to be able to go for their explosion. They were going to be able to get in, maybe find the space that would be respected from T1.
I mean, hey, not to mention there was a little Omen flash coming out from DH that definitely slowed Boom down, stopped them in their tracks, allowing for Buzz to get that quick peek.
They just walked into his crosshairs. He's fading away for the final kill.
And he's not afraid to go in for that as well because he would be able to TP away as a chamber. Look at that. That's what T1 can provide. Similar antics now, but a little bit more towards middle. Izu checks, and that's DOS9 punishing him.
Yeah, you do just got to remember that was the bonus round previously. Zelt T1 commanding victory in the previous round. Now, losing Izu real early on. Losing a lot of domain of mid as well can provide some great options for Boom. Should they want to pivot in towards B, or if these T1 controllers do fall back, they can maybe even try to contend with going further towards their spawn.
Oh, but it's the quick little peeks that will do it. Famous as well, and he's off to the races, onto the site now. Through B-Link, Buzz trying to get a catch on him, but it doesn't happen. Famous is sprinting now.
Yeah, there was a third option that I didn't even mention there. Just kill both of the controllers and win the rounds.
Sometimes that's how it be. Stax, once again, the only one left. Somewhat unfortunate. That's the IGL calling how the rounds will play out. With his teammates gone, this is what happens. So at the very most, I guess, hold on to this Phantom for dear life.
Yeah, unless he's finding 3 or more kills, it's not going to do too much to the economy here of Boom. I mean, it's on the precipice of, you know, the 2-round reset if T1 do get 2 rounds in a row, early half things. But nevertheless, for Boom, it's great patience on the back of finding that opening kill for ultimately deciding to split in towards the B site. Just the grin. The grin that DOS9 has just smirked over towards Berserks then because of that.
You keep the spirits light.
I just want to see that in the replay, just to zoom in on towards DOS9's. Have you just really? Just really?
It's good because, you know, alleviates more of that pressure. You remind yourself, it's a game, we're having fun, and we're doing our best, and that's exactly what they've just done. The resurgence of Famous back into some of these rounds on the attack.
Yeah, I mean, it's that operator that we need to see come out from the defensive side for him. But it's been DOS9 with a couple of great multi-fragging rounds. Enzy Slasher and Berserk's in there as well. Bit better from Boom, for sure. T1, bit of sweat on their brow you would expect at this point in time. Let Boom start to run away with it. I mean, you've still got timeouts that you can deploy on. Might need to see one of them soon for T1, especially if this round doesn't go their way. Stack's holding that one gun in. Rest of the team to force on up as well. And Izu, I mean, someone that you look towards to find a lot of space, find a lot of information, get dirty in the duels. Just on towards a stinger here for this round. Into the A side, though, it's not actually the worst weapon to have.
Yeah, not too bad. A lot of close quarters. Meanwhile, though, Boom trying to check as much as possible. The drone comes out. Famous hopping over. Here comes Izu bursting out of the smoke. Quickly checked by Famous. Into the smokes then again with DOS9 on the shorty. He hears someone kind of slipping past. It's Sax. All of a sudden, it's a double. The spike has been dropped.
The spike, it's just straggling behind. Stax might have just saved them and bailed them out of this sticky situation. That wall is spammable, but Stax
continues to hold the angle as well. DOS9 going to check, and it will be Shiro who picks it up instead. Once again, though, then
they're just running away because they've got from the shadows. DOS9 is just going to ult towards the spike. If DH knows it, there's nothing he can do.
Well, he's going to try to chase at the very least. If he gets close enough, might be able to catch them off guard while they try to stick the plant, but you've got to check a lot of these corners because sometimes they could be straggling behind. Sets up the smoke at least. Has a flash to work off of.
Oh, he does get in front of that smoke there, but the angles that he has to try and check. Oh, spotting out Shiro.
Well, Rookie, it's your moment to shine. DH goes for the tap, but DOS9 does not let anything happen with that shorty of his. It will be Boom up to 10.
They just jump in towards that one together. Really simple call to do. And copy-paste from the first half here, as I was just highlighting before. It is the 4-1 scoreline with the first round in the middle going on that bonus to T1. Is there going to be some differences, though, in how we look to go after this current situation now? Do Boom have a little bit more on their attacking side? Stax could have definitely swept the rug out from underneath their feet in that round, but they are just managing to get him and get out. And DH, a bit difficult to get that clutch happening. T1 with the timeout, as I proclaimed, might be needed.
Certainly not wanting to write this map off just yet. First timeout as well. A lot of Korean fans definitely still backing this big team, big org. A lot of big names still on this team as well. For now, I mean, they're still putting up some decent performances, but taking a look at the macro of things, which ultimately is what's happening, Boom are running away with it.
Yeah, I mean, you're missing a couple of pieces, right? Buzz on this chamber, not having as much value as he did over on map number 1.
Well, he had that one round, but it's just one round.
Izu, I think more importantly, not really finding his footing on this map here. So timeout goes, it's going to be that eco from T1. We've seen them win some thrifties. They'd love that right now. But if it's not, it's Boom getting ever so closer to map point here. I speak of Buzz just before Tour de Force has been brought into play. And unfortunately for him, no one's really going to give him some early peaks. So he would have to hunt for something here.
Either that or just, I guess, hold off an info line. T1, they've been peeking out mid several rounds now. They love to do it. Not seeing too much from Boom. Boom playing cautious.
I mean, the thing is, right, Boom, a team that loves to just, as I said, get to the choke points and go for a bit of an explosive play in towards the site. Buzz did rip him a new one a couple rounds ago, but apart from that, it's still not the worst idea for Boom to try and do it.
Which then means you're kind of hedging all your bets onto the 3 players from T1 who are holed up on this B site right now. And the weapons they're holding, I don't know if they're the best for this fight.
Yeah, so the little change of play with the drone and the grab net going in, but it does look like they do just want to do exactly this, explode in towards the site.
Oh my god. Well, Forget everything that I've said. The Sheriffs will reign supreme. Meteor picked up a Phantom as well. DH, another shot. Berserks, he's all holed up by the crunch point. It's a Thrifty out of nowhere from T1.
I cannot believe that has happened again in the same spot when Boom looked to just full util, dump explode, set play in towards the B site, and it's T1 just multi-fragging up.
With
this
Sheriffs.
time, it's not Buzz just lining them up. It is everybody getting a piece of the pie. The overdrive of Famous shut down as well. Weapons stolen and put to good use. T1 loving the situation on the back of that timeout. I said, you know, unless they Thrifty, lo and behold,
and they do.
They Thrifty.
Hey!
And Boom will time out.
Yeah.
Answer back.
Off a round like that, you almost really want to, just to prevent your opponents from getting too comfortable with their win. But at the same time, I really want to applaud Meteor, the way that he's engulfing the side in smokes and playing around them. That's why he's finding these early frags. That's why he's managed to pick up that Phantom.
I mean, if you've got the tour de force line over towards the other side of the map and you've got Stax being gatekeeper over to mid, you kind of know with them not seeing anything that it's going to be the B play, and you just get your information confirmed as soon as you hear that drone and GravNet start to come your way. So it was really good just positioning from T1, not necessarily having the expectation that that would be the play that Boom come up with there, but they have their protocols for that sort of situation down right. So the fact that Boom do try that strategy yet again and go to the B site, it ends in the same situation. Definition of insanity, trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Yes, I know it can happen in Valorant, folks, but this time, it's proven right.
Exactly. T1 merged, by the way, as well. But yeah, stupendous micro plays and macro reads. T1 go off to the next round now. Buzz upgraded to a full op.
Yeah, you just got to see Boom play it a little bit more of finding positions early on, right? More of a default, more of a not pop and play, which this time looks to have a couple more layers to the onion.
Yeah,
slide towards the B site. Spike eventually to come here as well. I'm looking towards what maybe DH can do later in this piece.
That is until they anticipate where he could be, but gets the drop on Famous. Quick with the Omen Flash as well, which could buy some time for the rest of his team to get over. Meteor, closer enough.
Yeah, Buzz is just going to see that no one's home in towards mid, but will he have a sixth sense that there could be a rotation back call? Buzz is in the perfect position right here.
Spots the shoulders, gets the spike down.
And now you're locked in to go towards the B site. You know DH was in main, you don't know where Meteor is.
No other choice. Boom, they've got to dig deep, but right around the corner, it's Meteor crashing down once again!
Great positioning and recovery of a round from T1, despite the mid battle that goes Boom's way. The push up from Buzz, getting the remaining information that they need for DH as well. Playing very level-headed, doesn't bite off more than he can chew, gets the one, gets out. They start to pivot over towards the mid play, and the fact that Buzz sits there as well is paramount to their success because, I mean, you look to where Boom can go. In towards the B site where you've got Meteor and DH. The only way that they're getting out of that is back through mid where the operator is. So I know it's standard, but the fact that he does just stay there is needed.
Next round coming up then. T1 beginning to watch out for how they play around mid now because they've gotten punished.
Oh yeah.
DH puts up the roadblock outside of B.
Yeah, see what maybe the angle is for NC Slashers, Hunter's Fury, and Berserk's Annihilation here. They're not seeing any over-aggressions from T1. Buzz now gets on the op line towards A. Still got that rendezvous active as well. And for this composition that Boom are running too, by the way, Flashless, Spar, Paranoia, which is just that near site, so they can't even really pop him off the line without, you know, kind of push him off with that, or Famous kind of jumping around, sliding on in. So it is such a stellar line for Buzz to just sit for 99% of the round.
That's the strength of a chamber on this map. That said, though, I do wonder if Shiro is aware for now. Boom, just going to avoid it as much as possible. Go deep down mid.
Well, the fact that Buzz hasn't seen anything gives info to T1 that Stax needs to be ready for a mid exploration.
And Boom has just sent out a flash as well. Stax still waiting for the opportune moment. Meteor beginning to peek out.
Oh, DOS9 shut down, and Buzz has not moved, remember, Quack.
Even TP's away into safety. Stax then peeking out for another kill. T1 with a quick rotations over. And if you look at the map, Berserks, he's alone and cold all the way on the opposite end of it. His teammates have just
all been eliminated.
Yeah, unfortunately for Berserks, he wasn't told the right location of where the party is, and he's just rocked up to the wrong house. T1 are going to equalize here 10-10, and they do it in a flawless fashion as well. This is T1 starting to navigate the map right, making smart decisions, putting their players in the right position to just cater off whatever Boom are trying to throw their way. Boom do not have access to a secondary timeout, a third timeout, sorry, unless we get into overtime.
T1 holds all the cards.
T1 holds all the cards right now, and are they feeling confident enough with the 3 in a row that they have managed to find? I think probably in knowing that they're going into a lesser equipped round now.
Can't believe it. We started off this first half 6-6. Now we're tied up with T1 clawing their way back 10-10. And it still is the effectiveness of this Buzz chamber that is such a looming threat. Boom do not want to go anywhere near it.
Yeah. Well, speaking of 10-10, that's who they play next. Over on Zeta. Oh, I don't know if that smoke was intended to go on towards tower. I think probably it gives Stax an open opportunity to try and fight, but he gets shut down.
Quick on it. Still though, Viper's Pit up, and DH trying to skirt his way around. Spots over onto Famous, while the rest of his team make their way over. Izu, a bit of support, but the Hunter's Free from NC Slasher just tries to prevent T1 from coming online. Everyone's still surrounding for now. DOS9 around the skirts of it, but gets spotted out as he spun. T1, this is an opening for them. Dimensional Drift deployed, and Berserks tries to shoot his way out of the sticky situation. Manages to take down Izu, but how much ammo do you have left? Goes for the Annihilation. Buzz just does not let anything happen.
Oh, that got super tight there in the end for T1, didn't it? The Viper's Pit, low players on T1 as well. Izu, DH, relatively low. DH, I think 17, and he's still looking to fight around that pit. And the fact that the pit as well isn't really contested too hard, right? The Dimensional Drift available for Izu does pop it when they dispatch of Shiro, but he was already ready for that one when Meteor gets the kill. And it's a bit of an early exit from Izu there as well. But the last one that the replay won't catch, the Annihilation popped for the shorty of Buzz to get the job done, and DH will have no more in this round as well. Or rather, he'll say no more to Shiro, catching the lone lurk.
All of a sudden with that peek out, hard to read from Boom. T1, Meteor, he's pushing out as well! Every single movement from Boom is being denied! Just Berserk's left again. And he's got the spike, he's trying to back off, but he's got to watch out for DH, who's right around the corner.
Well,
gets that kill at least.
He found him, DH. But how do you look to navigate a 1 versus 3 here as Berserks with 45 HP, 25 on the regen? You've got some timing onto this B site for sure. I would have said if you kept running, because Stax will eventually find you, has a haunt, has a seize to keep you entertained. Almost just hope that T1 play this one together instead of giving Berserks a chance, because you never want to give a player a chance, even if the odds are stacked in your favor. But let's see what Stax wants to do. He's just going to swing out, catch Berserks, opting for the plant. You understand it there. 5 in a row from T1 to find map and series point.
That's the weight of that statement just there. Series points, Boom are feeling all of this.
I don't know how Meteor's just managed to wrangle that spray to find the double. And then Buzz too with the shorty pop, and then the Headhunter as well. A little bit of pizzazz now thrown into the game by T1 for the tail end. 2 rounds though, Quack, is kind of workable for Boom, you might say. But it's going to be big equipped rounds of T1's side.
With the guns they do have as well, do not want to write them off. But T1, they have been toying with them. Izu this time. Quick little gate crash over while he peeks for info, jump peeks.
You've got no real access to ultimates here for Boom as well, right? When you've invested them previously, they've all been shut down. No value on that pit, no value on the Annihilation. From the shadows for DOS9, where the only option is to leave the team.
That's right.
Where you've been playing around this team to get your kills. You've also gone into this round with no shields, by the way, to prioritize that Vandal.
We'll see, trying to go in for the quick crunch over onto B site. It's just DH, it's just Stacks. We don't have to contend with Buzz or his op, but DH is proving to be such a known quantity right now. Stacks, the double kill found as he hunkers down into this little corner. Tries to go close range with Phantom as well, but DOS9, he wants this win.
And where can they really plant for? They've got to plant for themselves to stay on the site. No one smoke available currently. DOS9 going to provide himself a bit of an exit strategy, I would have liked to say. Meteor finds him.
And that could very well be the end of the round. The map as well. Buzz, the final shot, marking the position. No hope, no escape for Shiro in that little play. 13-10. We started off 6-6. We came up 10-10. And then T1 just shut that door down against Boom.
A lot of people have had some questions on how T1 is going to be looking coming in towards this season. Previous Masters Bangkok winners having some falterings, some trials and tribulations that they don't really pass at all during stage 1. Reset with the break time coming in towards stage 2 here. They have a very tight loss series against Paper X, but here, maybe now is the time for them to start to get back into normal form. They dispatch of Boom in a 2-0 fashion.
It's looking up. It's looking up, to say the least, I think. I mean, a lot of resilience, I think, that's truly been displayed by so many of these T1 players right here. Regardless of the performance, regardless of, I mean, what their KD looks like, just playing the map, playing their role on the team.
They had some really smart decisions on that defensive side, I've got to say. Where they're putting Buzz with the operator or the other guns, where they're putting Stacks. I mean, they just had a really good read on how Boom were looking to play this attacking side, which ultimately the choke point pop and play was like Ascent. But nevertheless, Quack, I'm sure you want to hear from T1, and I'm sure everyone does as well. So let's throw it down to the stage and see how they're feeling.
And it's another one win for T1. Hello, 안녕하세요. 승리 축하드립니다. 안녕하세요. T1의 버즈 선수 인터뷰 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Well, another one against Boom Esports and another win for T1. You managed to refresh your streak with today's win. How's that feeling? 오늘 붐과 다시 만났는데 이번에도 T1이 승리를 가져가기 성공했습니다. 이번 연패의 고리를 끊어낸 승리인 만큼 더 의미가 좋을 것 같은데 오늘 승리 소감부터 먼저 부탁드려보겠습니다.
일단은 오랜만에 이기게 돼서 너무 기쁘고요. 또 이 상암에서 언제 이겼는지 기억이 안 날 정도로 조금 저희가 많이 부진했었는데 그래도 이번 경기로 좀 부진을 끊고 연패도 끊고 이제 승리할 수 있어서 기쁘고 또 신맵 코로드에서 또 좋은 모습을 보여줘가지고 또 더 기쁜 것 같습니다.
It's definitely good to win again. It's been a while since we were able to get a win in this venue, so it's even more meaningful, and especially because we took that win on our newest map, Corrode, as well. Speaking of Corrode, Buzz, you played such a big factor in turning things around for your team. What enabled you to, turn the pace and bring the momentum over to your team? 확실히 버즈 선수가 코로드에서 분위기, 기세를 가져오는데 엄청 큰 역할을 해주셨어요. 좀 어떤 이야기를 나누면서 우리 이번에 잘 2대0으로 끝내보자 이렇게 가능케 했을까요?
일단은 제가 컨디션이 좋지 못했었는데 근데 일단 팀원들이 꼭 이겨줄 거라는 그런 믿음을 갖고 플레이를 했고요. 그러다 보니까 또 저보단 팀원들이 더 잘해줘가지고 저도 또 좀 일어날 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
으쌰으쌰했다. Well, I haven't been feeling my best today, but I had my faith in my teammates that they would pull their weight, and it was like hey, we should do it as a team, and I think that's how we were able to turn things around on Corrode. And speaking of teammates, we have a new face on the roster. I wanted to ask you, how has having DH on board been a positive influence for the team as well? 안 그래도 팀원의 새로운 얼굴이 보여요. DH 선수의 합류로 좀 더 어떤 긍정적인 변화가 T1에 왔을까요?
일단은 DH 선수가 굉장히 영리한 선수라고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그런 거에서 조금 기죽지 않고 본인의 플레이를 잘 할 수 있는 게 그 선수의 최대 장점인 것 같고 아직 경험이 부족한 만큼 조금 미숙한 실수들도 아직 보이긴 하지만 그래도 스크림이나 그리고 또 이번 대회 때 보여준 모습들 보면은 굉장히 포텐셜 있는 선수라고 생각하고 앞으로의 챔피언스 그리고 또 앞으로의 대회들이 기대가 되는 것 같습니다.
왜 웃으시죠?
번역을 좀 길게 해줘야 될 것 같아서.
같은 생각을 했네요. DH is very intelligent, and one of the strongest fortes on him would be that he's not very intimidated about playing against such experienced players, and the fact that he's been playing so well and so consistent throughout scrims and here on the Pacific stage shows how much potential he has. And I think I got everything that Buzz said. All right, congratulations to you, Buzz. 다시 한번 승리 축하드립니다, 버즈 선수.
감사합니다.
T1의 버즈 선수와 인터뷰 만나봤습니다.
Well, the fans here in Korea at the VCT Pacific venue are definitely delighted to see T1 back in form. And we could hear Buzz speaking just now about DH and how comfortable he is playing on the stage against experienced players.
I mean, you could tell, right, as soon as we saw him playing against Paper X, he didn't miss a beat. He was able to hold his own inside of the server, despite the fact that he's arguably playing the toughest team to play right out of the gates in the first game. You know, your expectation of a rookie is that they are usually going to underperform, but even stepping into a team full of experienced players surrounding him, I think they prepped him well to be able to perform on the stage straight away here.
Yeah, he's been a really, really smooth addition on this Omen so far. But when we touch on this match, I gotta say, I like the direction of the compositions that T1 are taking. I think Chamber is a great agent for Buzz, so I like that they're leaning into that, opening him up, letting him play with his firepower a little bit more. They do get this win across on Corrode, and you know, I think this is partly them doing well. Boom having a little bit too many mistakes in my mind still, but you know, it is early days in this split, so there is still time to recover.
Yeah, well, Boom is playing Paper X next, but after that, yeah, they definitely have more chances to step it up. This was a very back and forth Corrode, however, so T1 pulling through at the very end there. You can see it at the bottom, stringing those final rounds. Just, I mean, they needed that.
Yeah, for sure. I think Boom, I actually kind of like their comp.
Yeah,
I really like the deadlock on this map. I think they probably played a better comp than T1 did, in my opinion. I'm not sure I like the double controller with the Astra as much, with the Chamber as well. For T1, I think they need to be careful not to lean too much into a really one-dimensional playstyle, where they're just jamming the Chamber all the time and playing this very similar style. Izu, very surprising that he had an underwhelming performance on the Yoru, but still clearly created enough space to be able to close out the game. When you have someone like Meteor who is stepping into it, finally we're seeing Meteor have a better series. He actually had quite a good series today against Boom. He was one of the better performers for T1 because, you know, he hasn't been bad or anything like that, but also he hasn't been up to his regular standards. I think if Meteor starts to play his way into some better form, I mean, obviously his name brand is insane to live up to, because you talk about somebody who's one of the more dangerous players in the world, maybe the best Sentinel of last year. I think like it's going to be difficult, but we'll see how he actually ends up going.
Yeah,
I mean, got a lot of friends over there.
I do. You know, I needed a lot of support throughout today. This is Ati. We saw Autumn carry this the other day on the stage, so this is the T1. It's not a penguin. It's a phoenix.
Okay.
So this is Ati, and Ati's
It's
joining.
a strange penguin-esque color scheme for a phoenix, but you know.
One of you guys called it a chicken? It's a phoenix. And like T1 today, they're definitely rising from the ashes of stage one, looking much better. This is the kind of performance we wanted. Now, we were having a little bit of debate on the match MVP for today. Meteor was definitely in contention there, but we ended up on Buzz.
Yeah, interesting. I could have gone either way on it. I think Buzz started to fall off a little bit there on Corrode. Definitely, he was a huge reason, both him and Izu, why they were able to get through Ascent. They had so much impact over there. For Buzz, I think on Corrode, maybe a little bit less impact, but still, I think you do need a strong opping presence on Corrode, so I don't mind the Chamber, and I don't mind Buzz just jamming that multiple maps in a row.
Yeah, in my mind, he excelled on Ascent, and I felt like he did his job very cleanly on Corrode. You know, we look at that bonus round in the second half.
That's true.
You know, Boom could do this massive exec, which really should cover the site. Buzz handles that so perfectly. Gets a 3K on that round, and you know, really stops the momentum. I felt like he did his job, got key impact frags that helped get T1 across the line here.
Yep, and here are our standings as it stands right now. So I think we've got an interesting showing. I think I'm not entirely surprised by the top performers. I think Talon's probably the only one that's surprised me the most with their role swaps. I think that was one of the bigger ones that happened here since they had the same squad, but completely different roles.
Yeah, I think for that reason, Group Omega is pretty exciting to me. I got my eyes on both Talon and T1. I think those are the very interesting teams that I'm looking forward to hopefully see advance to the playoffs. On the other side of things, DRX recovering quite well, evening things up 1-1 and making Group Alpha over there a lot closer, because that was already a bloody stacked group. So RRQ losing their first game, Global getting an upset there. That group is going to get very tight as we head towards the tail end of the group stage.
Now for Build Diff, I think if it ended after the first map on the second series of today, maybe I would have had a chance.
Ahead. You would have won. I don't know. I think it's Mika or Casters today, but I'm not sure.
I think it's the Casters, if I had to say. I think Meteor put in a very, very good shift, especially on that Corrode map. Personally, I really hope it's not them, or we will never hear the end of this, and that would upset me greatly. But I do think that they've won it today, unfortunately.
Yeah, they might have won it today, and again, for those of you watching how it works, whoever has the most kills collectively.
That's so
I
sad.
definitely... Wait, does that mean I still win this if the casters win? How does this work?
No.
So they if we finish below the casters, they take a point off us. You can see them feeling a little bit too happy.
Komodo is so happy right now.
You know,
Quack is giving him all the credit.
It's easy to pick players when there's no pressure. That's what I would say. You know, they're in a vacuum. They're not in the competition for this laptop.
What was the difference maker for the casters? What did they pick?
Meteor was the
Meteor.
one.
We stopped believing. That was a mistake. How could we doubt the guy who won 2 trophies?
That's
what
true.
were we thinking?
I wonder how the points breakdown works. I mean, I know Mika's lost, that much is obvious, but...
Is she at the bottom again? Back to DFM.
To me and Pilski, sorry, to me and Pilski, to me a big time split, 1 measly point. I think that's how that's gone. I think we get 1 each, most likely. Yeah,
okay.
You know what? I'm okay with this.
You got 4, well done.
I got a few points today for placing first today under the casters, so yeah. At least I'm still in the running here. I still got a chance.
I love how you've just, that's a very nice trick you've done there, placing you first under the casters, because they don't count.
Yeah.
You're still on topic. Well done.
They're over there. They're not on this desk, so I'm first, but actually you're first, so good job, Pilski. You're in the lead, and Big Time actually, you know, you can still possibly win a laptop.
I'm on the way. This laptop is mine.
What are you going to do with your laptop if you win? What's the first thing you're going to do with it?
I'll probably download Valorant.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Of course I will.
Of course you will. I thought you were just going to watch VCT on it, but you could just download Valorant and buy some bundles. We were talking about this. Let's talk about the match up for tomorrow as well. Speaking of bundles, we've got some good bundles in tomorrow's matchup. Global Esports facing against Secret again. I'm so excited for this. We were there was such a huge upset at the beginning of the year when Global beat Team Secret. You know, we had a lot of Filipinos playing against each other, but things are going to be very different now.
Sure. I'll tell you who else is excited for this match is Kelly S. He's looking to get revenge. Just recently kicked. He's going to come out swinging tomorrow.
Potentially so, yeah. I mean, for Global, I think they look like the more promising of the two, but Team Secret did have a very good map 1 against Nongshim. That's going to be an interesting match for sure. And then PRX TFM, I mean, if any of you have watched how those other games have gone so far this year, I mean, this game could be very spicy indeed. You had the upset in kickoff. That was definitely a low point for PRX. Then you had them almost knock out PRX from stage 1 before that massive run all the way to the Toronto Trophy.
Toronto Trophy, yeah. They did come back with a Toronto Trophy. With that Toronto Trophy, do you think May can do it again? Would you be picking May tomorrow for your build diff, Morgan? I really want to know.
I mean, I don't want to give away too much. It's early days, but, you know, May dropped 39 kills in that last map, which is, you know, 509 ACS is no small feat. So I think you'd be ludicrous to not at least consider him.
Well, I think he's trolling us a little bit, but let's see tomorrow. I would like to pass you a little bit of an auntie there.
Oh, that's not good. It's not looking good for him coming into the build diff tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
All right, well, hope you guys had a good time today.
Fantastic time.
Fantastic. And we got 2 more days of this week to go and a lot of matchups that will be very, very exciting. I'm Victoria, joined by Pilski and Big Time. Do you guys want to shout out to anyone special in your life before we close the show? I feel like we never get to do this. Anyone?
Shout out to my dog Koji. He's always watching. He's a Samoyed. He sits on the end of the couch. He goes, and he just watches the Valorant. He likes the shooting mostly, is what he's a fan of.
Shout out to his dog Koji. He prefers me over Pilsky. Yeah, just has a great time watching the show.
Unbelievable.
I would also like to shout out to Koji. Mega cute dog.
Very
Thanks for watching us at VCT Pacific. We love you guys. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action. Bye, Koji.
I mean, still kind of playing along with the toxic screens. Hero rifles as well, though. Ivy now streaming in, but free just to bring things back for Gnomeship. Unfortunately, was the first one, tries to backpedal.
Found the pistol and weren't able to convert the secondary round.
Much more difficult for DRX. Try to play around, they try to set up with the Busy, but Francis just goes in for the kill. Triple on the board. Ultimately still surrounded. Right click from the back. He hops over. Francis knife at his throat.
That's just classic DRX mind. Oh, they got him too.
Nonetheless, the spike not quite getting diffused this time. Pink shells in from Hyunmin onto the quad kill. It's DRX to close this out. Final scoreline 13-11.
I'm unbreakable.
This common position, but we'll see. Yeah. Famous' off will ring out. No Buzz! What an entry! Might be able to still do some damage. Sauce 9 though. Shrug steps into a safer spot, but trying to get as many kills as possible. Buzz is low, but the jumping right click gives Buzz the 4K.
All of this utility starting to come in towards this B side. You've got the trademark, you've got to contend with Famous and Shiro and Berserk. That is absolutely disgusting to come through from Buzz. I can't even give you the play-by-play.
The map as well. Buzz, the final shot, marking the position. And then T1 just shut that door down against Boom.
Let's fly.
Sweet, your kisses bring